Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Luffy Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Luffy becomes Crafty Pirate? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Monkey D. Luffy is born in the dead of night to a woman who does not want her. Only 5 minutes does she spend with this woman who is not her mother, who took one look and rejected her right there and then, before she is being whisked away to a man who thinks he has the right to call himself her father simply because of biological relation. Though he may never understand himself, she will come to realize in time that biology does not a family make. But that will come later. Now, she is being handed off to a grandfather who mostly sees a future Marine who needs to be trained, instead of a child who needs to be raised. And it is this very predisposition that leads the eldest of the Monkey D clan to make his newborn granddaughter someone else's problem. Monkey D. Luffy is taken from her parents at the tender age of 3 hours old, and brought onto a ship by her grandfather, bound for an island she does not know to be left to a woman she will not recognize. The ship bumps against the decks of Fusha before long, and Monkey D. Garp makes his way through town with a baby in his arms. It is early in the morning, though he cares not, he knows that the woman he seeks will open her door to him anyways. Makino feels him coming before she sees or hears him, and she is able to open the door before he ever knocks. "Garp," she says quietly, hoping not to wake any of her neighbors. "I wasn't expecting you to drop by so late." And she wasn't. Still, the whims of one Vice Admiral Garp are ones she can never hope to understand, nor would she want to. "What brings you here?" Garp sighs, long and heavy, before he offers her the bundle of cloth held in the crook of his arm. Makino holds out her own arms to take her gently. There's a baby wrapped in these blankets, looking sleepy and miserable, somehow quiet despite her obvious distress. Makino has no idea what to do about that, so she simply shifts her hold to try and make the poor girl more comfortable. "My granddaughter," he says quietly. Well, that's a revelation she never expected to hear. Her father can't care for her and neither can I. "I'm entrusting you with her upbringing, Makino." Is he, now? He could have stood to ask first. Still, if she's going to be annoyed with someone for that, best she be annoyed with Garp himself rather than the quiet baby she apparently now has custody of. It's not the child's fault that her grandfather is a tactless moron, and Makino won't be saying that in front of the little girl either. "What's her name?" she says instead. "How old is she?" "Monkey D. Luffy, she's only a few hours old," he responds nonchalantly, as if that's a perfectly normal thing to say, which it isn't. "Only, Garp, why would you bring her here? I don't have any of the things she'll need." Makino is trying not to cause a scene, she really is, but he's infuriating on the best of days and an utter nightmare on the worst. "Oh, that's fine. I've brought some stuff with me, formula and whatnot. I just can't have her where I am now. Marine business, I'm sure you understand." Oh, she understands. She understands quite well, in fact. "I see. Well, are you coming in, or?" I'm afraid not. I'll have my men deliver the supplies shortly. Thanks for your help, Makino." "Of course." Infuriating old geezer. She'd like to smack him someday, but alas, that day is not today. Not in front of the just-born baby, at least. Luffy doesn't need to see Makino fighting her grandfather. That can come later. "Let's get you inside, shall we?" She hums to the child, pulling her close. Large dark eyes fix on her own pond green ones, and she inexplicably finds herself smiling. She's awfully cute. "Oh. Makino, is that a baby?" "Yes," she responds nonchalantly, shifting the sling she's put Luffy into a safer position. "Why do you ask? When did you have a baby?" Whoop Slap looks utterly befuddled, which makes sense. "I didn't even know you were PRGNNT. "Oh, I wasn't." Makino shrugs. "I'm looking after her for a family friend." "A family friend," he responds faintly, nodding slightly. "I see." Once Whoop Slap leaves, Makino goes outside with a letter in hand and looks around for the boys who like to play outside of her bar. Since she doesn't like to scold children when they're having fun and not in danger, she never chases them away from her bar unless it's for a good reason, so they end up outside with a kickball almost every day. Today is no exception. Markel, Jules, and Owain are kicking the ball back and forth, trying to hit a gap between two tree branches that's higher than all of their heads. "Markel," she calls, because Markel is by far the most responsible and the most likely to actually listen to what she says. "Would you take this letter up the mountain for me and deliver it to a woman called Dadan? You can come have lunch in the bar if you do." Markel gives her a gap-toothed grin. "Sure thing, Makino-san. I'll make sure it gets there safe and sound." "Hey, wait!" Owain cries, hanging off of Markel's shoulder. "I want to help too. Do I get a fancy lunch if I help him, Makino-san?" "And me." adds Jules, promptly flopping onto a Wayne. Makino laughs. Yes, of course. If that letter reaches Dadan, then I'll cook you all up a good lunch. But you'd better hurry, or you won't be back in time to eat it. The boys look at her aghast for a second before Markel bolts, followed swiftly by his two friends. Makino smiles as she watches them go before she returns to her place behind the counter of Party's bar. She's not entirely sure of how to care for a baby besides the obvious, feeding, changing, nap times, that sort of thing, but she hopes that her old friend up the mountain will have some answers for her. Dadan did say that Garp had once dropped a random baby on her as well, so perhaps this was just an occupational hazard of his. Makino sincerely hoped not, or else she'd have to backhand him sooner than planned. Curly Dadan arrives shortly before dinner, her ever-present scowl still in place, though she seems to be in a bit of a warmer mood than usual. She waves Makino's letter, comically small in her strong hands, and sighs. So, he got you too? She huffs, sounding grumpy. Makino knows better, of course. Dadan is never really as haughty as she sounds, unless she's legitimately angry. When that happens, though, it's very clear. Makino sighs, though she can't help but smile. I suppose he did, yes. I can't even be annoyed with her, though. She's only a baby, and quite frankly, she's adorable. Is she now? Well, don't just stand there, show me the kid. Luffy had been down for a nap in the kitchen when Makino came out to greet Dadan, but the little baby is starting to wake up now, reaching for Makino with weak chubby limbs, squishy face lighting up with a toothless smile. Makino scoops her up and tucks her safely into the soft fabric of the sling, grabbing a bottle of whiskey before returning to the main room of Party's bar. She won't be drinking herself, of course, she'll need a clear head for a good long while if she's to care for a baby, but Dadan has always been partial to Makino's own blend of SPKED whiskey. Makino pours them both a drink, alcohol for Dadan and lemonade for herself, as Dadan gets a better look at the baby she's carrying. The larger woman huffs out yet another sigh, leaning back in a seat that's almost too small for her. Guess you've got a kid now, too, is what she says, expression almost shell-shocked. I suppose I do, Makino agrees. But you read my letter, I needed to ask. How to take care of the little rats. Dadan finishes easily. Yes, I'm afraid I wasn't very well equipped for the situation. Dadan barks out a harsh laugh. Can't imagine you were. No, C's knows I had no clue what to do when Garp dropped a baby on me. You know about how to do the feeding and cleaning and all that? Yes, I've managed to ask around about that. Maris from the tailor's shop just had a baby of her own, she's offered to give me some pointers as well. But what I wanted to ask was, how am I meant to raise her? Raise her. Teach her how the world works, help her get through life, you know, raise her properly. I doubt Garp will do it right, anyways. Garp? No way, that idiot would sooner quit being a Marine than be a responsible family member. Dadan scowls. Although, the whole raising thing, can't say I can help you much with that. I can tell you, though, kids are way more annoying than you'd ever think. Makino raises an eyebrow. Oh? How is your kid, by the way? The Bandit Queen coughs, turning slightly red. He's fine. He's safe and well cared for. Of course he is. Who do you take me for, Garp? Makino can't help it. She starts snickering, and that makes Dadan start laughing too, loud and booming, until one of Fusha's night patrollers sticks his head in to see what all the fuss is about. Makino quickly sends him away with a hurried apology. She's just glad that Luffy somehow managed to nap through all the loud noise, having fallen asleep at some point while Makino and Dadan were talking. Oh. Word traveled fast about Makino's daughter. After a few months, nobody batted an eye at the sight of the barmaid carrying a little baby in a sling as she went about her day, and after 3 years, Luffy has long since been accepted as a part of Fusha. Makino takes her daughter with her everywhere, to the point that it's more strange to see them apart. Luffy still doesn't speak much, at least not to anyone who isn't Makino, but she watches everything with big, curious eyes, taking in every detail as she sees it. Luffy wiggles her toes in the sand as she watches the crabs crawl by. Makino is somewhere behind her, reading a book in the shade of a tree as she watches the barefoot little girl play in the surf, pale green dress already crusted with wet sand all around the hem. Though she wouldn't admit it out loud, she's almost glad that Garp never came back after that night. Makino wouldn't deprive a little girl of her only family, that would be unforgivable, but she's not so sure that Garp is a man who should be around children. Especially small ones. He has an unpleasant habit of simply hitting things if he finds them unsatisfactory, a habit that most certainly should not be practiced around a 3-year-old. Or any child, for that matter. In fact, it's one of the many reasons that Makino would like to hit him herself at some point in her life. But unfortunately, she can't very well break an old man's nose in front of his infant granddaughter, and she certainly doesn't intend on sending Luffy away somewhere just so she can dish out a healthy serving of karma to one Marine Vice Admiral. Careful of staying in the sun for too long, Luffy, she calls, smiling when the girl gives her a wide grin. K. Luffy hauls herself to her feet and pads back over to where Makino is sitting, then promptly sits right down next to the woman, picking absently at the sand on her dress as she leans in to see what Makino is reading. What's that? It's that new book I bought at the shops yesterday. Makino flips a few pages until she finds one with a picture on it. Would you like to see? Is worm. Luffy yelps proudly, pointing to the page. Close. It's a caterpillar, those little squiggly things that turn into butterflies. We found them on trees a while ago, do you remember? Luffy shakes her head. Capillars, green. So, it's not a capillar. Some of them, yes. This one is black and orange because it's a different type of butterfly. See? She turns to the next image, where a large illustration of a butterfly has been drawn to take up both pages. They're different, like people. Like Owain's got yellow hair and Markle's got brown hair? Yes, just like that. Although, we don't turn into butterflies. Makino and Luffy continue looking through the book without a care in the world, safe and happy in the shade of an old oak on a pleasant sunny day. Away from town and miles up the mountain, however, things are a little more complicated than a simple trip to the beach. What do you mean, Garp is coming back? Dadan yells in irritation, slamming a fist down on the table. That mangy cockroach has no say here, no matter what he thinks he's got on us. Boss, it's true. Magra wails, waving the letter. He's coming back in 2 days to see his grandchildren. But we don't even know where the brat is. And Dogra is right, Dadan hasn't seen the little disaster since the night before last, when he'd grabbed a whole hock of ham from the makeshift kitchen and promptly ran off into the woods. Infuriating little bugger, he is, but she can't really begrudge him the extra food. He is a growing kid, after all, she sees no reason to be annoyed that he's a little more hungry than before considering that he's gone from infant to a proper child. Of her bandits, however, she can't say the same, many of them will hold a grudge for the most trivial and idiotic of reasons, least of which a child wouldn't be exempt from. There's a reason Dadan tends to let Ace run off whenever and wherever he wants, after all. The less he's in the hideout, the less reason her more callous bandits will have to hold a grudge against him. She's still not quite sure if it's working or not, certainly not as well as Makino's softer style of parenting, but then again, Dadan never claimed to be a parent. In fact, she claimed the exact opposite 6 years ago when Garp saw fit to dump a newborn on her doorstep as if she ran a daycare instead of a gang of mountain-dwelling criminals. Oh, bull, Makino. Dadan has to tell her that monkey D thrice-cursed Garp is on the way. Far be it from her to stand between Garp and his grandchildren, but she'd never even consider getting between Makino and the adorable baby girl she so obviously adopted. Deny it though the barmaid might, Dadan is well aware that Luffy is her daughter, and woe to anyone who gets in the way of that. And in that case, woe to Garp, apparently. She can't say he wouldn't deserve it. Back in Party's bar, the den is ringing. There is no one to pick it up. It rings for a minute more, then falls silent. In the light streaming through the window of the empty bar, the quiet air is a mix of nostalgic and foreboding. And down on the beach, Makino feels an inexplicable chill run up her spine, before she dismisses it in favor of looking at the latest shell Luffy has found in the surf. It's been 3 years since Garp has been to Dawn Island. Perhaps that was too long to leave his grandchildren alone, but he's sure they're fine. He left them with perfectly capable women, and he knows that Makino at least has always had that motherly instinct. If nothing else, Luffy will have been well cared for in his absence, and he doubts that Dadan would have done anything to harm Ace either. With any luck, the 6-year-old will already be on his way to becoming a strong Marine when he grows older. But first, before he goes up Mount Kalubo to check on his eldest grandchild, there's somewhere else that he needs to stop. A certain bar on the end of town awaits him, after all, and in that bar? Well, the bar is closed, so it's largely irrelevant now. Garp lets out a heavy sigh, turning on his heel and heading back to the center of town. Whoop slap, he says, where is Makino? I thought she was working at Party's bar, did she get a new job while I was gone? That would make sense, a bar is no place to raise a child, so perhaps Makino got a different occupation. It would certainly show that she cares about Garp's granddaughter, though he wishes that she had told him ahead of time so he would know where to find them both. Whoop slap chuckles, which is odd. No, Makino's having her day off. She could certainly use one, anyways, looking after that little girl of hers. So Makino told them Luffy was her own daughter? Garp feels his eyebrow twitch. He supposes that from a purely logical standpoint, it makes sense for Makino to claim the sudden baby as her own. Still, it rankles him that his granddaughter may have been raised without any knowledge of his existence. Surely, though, Makino is more responsible than that. Garp is sure he'll have no reason to worry once he finds the woman and sees his granddaughter for the first time in years. Well, where did she go, then? I didn't see her in town. She's down on the beach, last I saw. Apparently, Luffy likes to look for shells, so they've been going there in the evenings from what I heard. Whoop Slap explains. Garp bids him farewell, and then makes for the beach. Makino and Luffy await him. After all, he doesn't have any time to waste, especially not with how short his leaves are as such a high-ranking marine. He would be regretting taking this promotion, except he never did take it. They caught him while he was sleeping so that he had no way to escape. Oh. Makino has a strong sense of foreboding. The problem is, she's been sitting with Luffy on the beach for most of the day, so what could she have done to invoke this foreboding? She wonders if she should go back home and make sure nothing happened in the bar while she was out, but to do that, she would either have to leave Luffy alone on the beach, which she was not doing. Seas knows that the girl gets into enough trouble with supervision, and Makino doesn't want to know what would happen without supervision, or she would have to interrupt Luffy's hunt for sea glass, which she also didn't want to do. Sea glass is incredibly rare in a place like Dawn Island. From what Makino has heard, it's more commonly found in the Grand Line, or occasionally West Blue. Yet somehow, Luffy had managed to find a beautiful piece of green and blue swirled sea glass a few weeks ago, and now she was obsessed with trying to find more. Makino had put the glass away in her room, of course. She has a plan for what to do with it, but it will have to wait until Luffy is a little older and less inclined to put things in her mouth, something she still seems to do quite often. Luckily, Luffy had apparently decided that shells and driftwood both tasted too salty, so beachcombing with supervision is still a perfectly good activity for the little girl. Hence, their day trips to the beach every few weeks. It isn't very far away, only a 10-minute walk or so, but Luffy is only 3 and Makino has no intentions of sending her off alone when she has such a knack for finding trouble. So, they had started a bit of a routine of taking a day off every so often to leave the bar and visit the shore. It's at this moment while Makino is thinking hard that Luffy interrupts, holding up a small white object with a fierce glee in her little round face. Crab. Makino blinks. Is it just a shell or is there someone inside of it? Is crab. Luffy crouches down and sets the crab on the sand next to Makino, grinning with delight as a few red legs poke out and wiggle around. He's hungry. What does a crab eat? She thinks for a moment. I'm not sure. Why don't we put him back near the shore so he can find some food on his own? K. Luffy hops up with the hermit crab in her chubby fingers and darts off towards the wet sand next to the ocean, and Makino watches her go with a fond smile. And it's only seconds later that the adorable moment is ruined by a gruff voice from behind her. I see my granddaughter's been doing well. Makino, not expecting the intrusion, yelps and jumps to her feet, Luffy running to her side and clinging to her long skirt only a moment later. The toddler looks up at Garp with an unusually shrewd expression, lower lip jutting out as she narrows her eyes at him, gripping Makino's green skirt tightly in her little fists. Oh, Garp, Makino says, unsure of how to proceed here. Part of her says she should try to be civil, not do anything to alienate Luffy from her only known family member, though Makino has her own suspicions about who else Luffy is related to, but she won't pry, it's not her place. The other part of her wants to give Garp an even colder look than Luffy is and demand to know why in the seas he thought that abruptly leaving a literal newborn with a 17-year-old and then not coming back for 3 years was a good idea. There's a third part of her that wants to smack him, pick up her daughter Luffy, and stalk back to the bar to have dinner with the door firmly locked, but she's not acknowledging that part right now for fear that she might actually listen to it. I wasn't expecting to see you, she continues instead, keeping her tone neutral. She'll wait and see how this plays out before she makes her move. Without warning, Garp laughs, loud and booming, and Makino feels Luffy pulling harder on her skirt at the sudden sound. Bahaha. Of course you weren't. This is a surprise visit, I didn't even know if I'd be able to make it. Couldn't let my granddaughter go for too much longer without seeing me, though, so here I am. He grins down at Luffy, whose expression has switched from shrewd to her default of a blank stare. It's the exact kind that tends to unsettle some of the more sheltered kids in the town, but Garp doesn't appear to be cowed in the least. I do wish you'd given me some warning, though, Makino responds calmly, though she doesn't feel very calm, letting her hand drift within Luffy's reach and feeling a warm sensation in her chest when the little girl grabs it immediately. I would have cleaned up the back of the bar so we could invite you inside. Ah, there's no need. Garp waves an uncaring hand. I just came to visit Luffy. He crouches down to be closer to her level, and he looks like he's about to say something before she beats him to it. Who are you? She says, eyes still big and wide. You're really old, you know. That isn't very nice, Luffy, Makino says gently. We mustn't point out other people's differences. But he is old. Garp laughs again, startling them both. She's right, Makino, I am pretty old. Call me Gramps, brat. Don't wanna, Luffy pouts, looking up at Makino. What S.A. Gramp? It's a word for grandfather, Makino explains. He's the father of one of your parents. Oh. She looks down, sticking her tongue out as she thinks. So, he's your dad? This is the moment in which Makino's brain decides to take a break. It's a very unfortunate moment for this to happen, as she is currently in a bit of a situation and now no longer has the cognitive function to navigate said situation. She wonders if perhaps this was the odd sense of foreboding she had earlier, but that train of thought is quickly shelved for later as she realizes that in the case of this particular question, Garp is answering it for her. No, I'm not her father, Garp says, looking both amused and confused. I'm your father's father. I have a dad? Luffy blinks, looking confused. Yes, you do, but he's not here. You've got a mother somewhere, too, but… I know. Luffy grins. I like my mom. Now it's Makino's turn to be baffled. Garp is certainly confused as well, but she's trying to figure out if she ever reached the conversation in which Luffy would start questioning family relationships and or her lack thereof. Makino had been waiting for Luffy to ask questions like she often did, unsure of how to bring it up in a way that the little girl would listen to all of, but those questions hadn't really come yet. And now, she's starting to think that maybe she should have just sat Luffy down for a conversation on normal family dynamics anyways, because Makino is so out of her depth right now. Garp furrows his brow, giving the 3-year-old an odd look. Makino told you about your mother? I didn't think they knew each other. He looks up at Makino as he says this, as if she has any clue where this situation has gotten derailed to, but Luffy is the one to respond. She's my mom. Luffy points up at Makino with her free hand, the other still clutching the edge of Makino's skirt. Well, this has been fun, but Makino thinks she would like to leave now. Garp stops, his brain needing a moment to process that statement. That you think Makino is your mother? Yeah. Moms take care o' you, and they're SLLY a lady, and dads are SLLY a man. So she's my mom 'cause she's a lady that takes care o' me, and I don't got a dad 'cause there's no man or anyone else livin' in our house. Just us. Luffy nods decisively, as if that just explained everything, which it very much did not. At least, not for Garp, who still looks incredibly lost. Makino thinks she might have understood what the little girl meant. As far as Luffy is concerned, a mother is just the person who cares for the child, as is the father. And as Makino is the only person who looks after Luffy on a regular basis, since she doubts Luffy would count Maris, who occasionally babysits in a pinch, as a parent, she's been defaulted to the role of mother, the role of father left as of yet unfilled. So, by Luffy's surprisingly sound logic, Makino is, in fact, her mother. Interesting. Portgas Ace is having a day. The old man came to find him this morning, and wasn't that a fun surprise, and as usual, Ace got a few knocks to the head. The geezer may have called them fists of love, but there was nothing loving about those month-long bruises he was left with. Not only that, but he'd tried to go back into the bandits' hideout to take some more food, and had been kicked out. So, he'd had no choice but to head over to Grey Terminal and vent his frustrations. Violently. With a large metal pipe. It's going very well. Actually, he's more bruises than skin at the moment, but he's not about to admit that. He could also make the assumption that maybe he wouldn't get so injured if he stopped provoking people, but he's not going to admit that part either. So, Ace has to haul himself out of the pile of trash he'd been thrown into during the last fight, wipe the blood from under his nose, and duck away from the crowds before they realize he got up. He can feel the scrapes on his shins stinging, so he'll need to stop at the river and rinse them off before he goes back to Dadan's for the night. He kind of doesn't want to go back right now, but it's not like he can just go sleep in the woods, so there's not many other options for places that Ace could stay, or any other options, for that matter. Except that there's a lady in his house. Well, it's not his house, since it technically belongs to Dadan and her bandits, but that does not change the fact that there is a random lady in the kitchen, just sitting at one of the tables like she belongs there. It's not so much the presence of a new person that throws him off, that's a fairly common thing. Dadan is constantly getting more bandits in her gang. No, it's the fact that this looks like a civilized person sitting at the table. Her neat bandana, her long skirt, her kind face and lack of scars, they all lead to the conclusion that this woman is absolutely not a criminal. She really is a lady, looking perfectly civil and polite while having what appears to be a glass of whiskey across from the bandit queen herself. Dadan, for her part, looks perfectly at home with the lady's presence, talking and laughing like everything is normal and Ace's reality hasn't been flipped on its head in a matter of seconds. Ace stares at the lady for a good minute or so before somebody notices his presence, letting out a surprised yelp as they realize that he's in the room. Dadan glances in his direction, gives him a once-over like she's checking to make sure he's still got all of his limbs, before she nods and returns to her own whiskey. Ace notes that whatever she's drinking right now isn't the usual stuff, it smells different, almost sharper than usual. But aside from Dadan, the lady also looks over, and Ace is a lot more concerned about the oddly neat stranger than the mess of a bandit queen. He knows Dadan won't do anything to him, after all, he's got no insurance that this new woman won't either. "Oh, you must be Ace," the lady says pleasantly, giving him a smile, and that's weird, because why would she be smiling at Ace? Especially when he's glaring enough to start a bar fight? "I've heard a bit about you from Dadan, and I was hoping to meet you. My name is Makino." Makino? He's heard that name before over the Den Mushi, that's the one Dadan always calls whenever she hears that Garp is coming. "Why'd you want to meet me?" Ace knows he sounds surly, but he always sounds surly. It's his natural state of being. If she doesn't like it, then it's her own problem for being too prissy. She tilts her head. "Why not? I thought it would be nice to meet you." "That, what? Why in the, nope. Ace isn't gonna deal with that today." He lets out a huff and stalks past, planning on stealing some more meat from the kitchen, but he's stopped by Dadan's meaty hand hoisting him up by the back of the shirt and plopping him down in an empty chair. Ace grumbles as she sets him down, but doesn't try to get back up, only crossing his arms with another huff. He knows she would just put him right back in the chair if he tries to get into the kitchen again. Makino gives Dadan an unamused look as she watches Ace get manhandled into the chair. "You could just ask him to sit down, Dadan." "Brat wouldn't listen to that," Dadan snorts. "He's too stubborn." "Have you tried asking?" Makino raises an eyebrow, but drops the inquiry with a practiced sigh, as if she's well aware of exactly how obstinate Dadan can be. "Ace, would you like something to drink?" Ace scowls. "No." Dadan rolls her eyes. "He'll have a lemonade." Makino glances between them, a slight furrow to her brow, but she pours Ace a drink anyways, sliding it over to him as she tops off her own, which was apparently not whiskey like everyone else's, but a lemonade, just like his. He wonders briefly why she wasn't having alcohol like the rest of them, but quickly forgets that train of thought as he takes a sip of his drink. It's way better than anything Dadan would have, and the glass is empty in seconds. Ace turns slightly pink when he realizes he basically drained the cup, but Makino just gives him an amused smile and refills it. She's so weird. "So, how's your kid?" Dadan asks gruffly, as if all of this is completely normal and not at all the weirdest thing that has ever happened in this base, and that's including the fishing bear fiasco a few months ago. Makino takes a sip of her drink, looking a bit pensive. "Luffy's doing well, but she's staying with Garp today, so I'm a little bit worried about how that's going to go." "Garp? Why is he with some random lady's daughter? Why's Garp got her?" Ace asks aloud before he can stop himself, tone as surly as ever. "He's her grandfather, unfortunately," Makino says with a sigh. "Though, I don't know that Luffy actually likes him all that much. Still, he is her family, I suppose." "Grandfather?" That old geezer never told Ace he had siblings or cousins. Who's her father, then? Does that geezer have another son? Obviously Makino isn't related to Garp, so she must have had a kid with the man's son. Ace assumes that it's the same situation for him. He only knows the name of his mother, Portgas de Rouge, so it's safe to assume that Garp is related on his father's side. He'll have to pester the geezer for more details when he comes back later, even if the thought makes Ace shiver. As far as I know, Garp only has one child. Dadan nods in agreement. He was a brat, too. Came down here a few times with Garp and he was insufferable. Little Menace kept trying to spout morals at bandits. "Only one kid, she must be my sister, then, if we share a father." "Half-sister? I want to meet her." "Your kid." Ace scowls, crossing his arms. There's a good chance that his request will end badly, but he's asking anyway. He's not even sure why he's so invested in this, maybe because the only family he's gotten so far is Garp. Anyone is better than that, even a snotty little sister. Or maybe she's a prissy big sister, Makino hadn't mentioned. "I'm sure we can arrange something." Makino finishes off her lemonade, pulling a deck of cards out that she starts to shuffle. "Luffy would probably enjoy having a playmate. She's a few years younger than you, though." That answers that question, then, snotty little sister. Ace huffs, but doesn't argue further, not wanting to poke the adult who's currently being polite. Makino doesn't act like the bandits. Ace knows that some of them will never push back and others are always a breath away from throwing hands, but he can usually recognize which it is. Makino, she's neither. She's civil. Ace isn't sure how to deal with that yet. There's a chance that she's civil like the high-town snobs he sees from afar, the type to kick someone while they're down if they find it amusing, or she could be a new kind of civil, the kind that won't snap no matter how hard he pushes. But either way, if it's the former, Ace does not want to know. Dealing for blackjack, Makino? Dadan chugs the rest of her whiskey, slamming the glass down on the table. Ace thinks he sees Makino shoot her a look for that as the smaller woman nods, but it was too fast for him to tell. Oi, Dogra. More whiskey. Dogra complies, rolling over a bottle that Ace doesn't recognize, though the label says, Party's Bar. The bandit empties the whiskey into her glass, taking another swig. DMN, that's the good stuff. You sure you don't want any, Makino? I'm sure, she says politely. I won't drink when I'm going home to Luffy, Dadan. You know that. She passes out 2 face-down cards, one to Dadan and one to herself, then turns to Ace. Ace, would you like to play cards? I can tell you the rules to blackjack if you don't know them yet. He nods hesitantly, and she sets down a card in front of him as well, face down like everyone else's. Then, she deals 3 more cards, this time face up. Ace's visible card is a 9 of clubs. Now, the objective is to reach 21, Makino explains. Ace, do you know how to add numbers yet? Course I can add, he grumbles. I'm not a baby. Quit being nasty. Dadan glares at Ace, and he glares right back. Where'd you learn to add, anyways? Magra, he replies tersely, and refuses to elaborate. Dadan sighs. Makino, on the other hand, just seems pleased. Well, you should be able to play blackjack, then. You're going to be adding up the numbers on the cards until they reach 21. Can I look at this one? Ace taps on the face-down card, and Makino nods. Don't show it to us, though. For now, that card is only for you. Ace flips the card up just enough to read the value on the underside, seeing a 6 of hearts. Do the little pictures matter? Makino shakes her head. No, just the numbers. Now, do you know what a face card is? No. These 3 are face cards. Picking up the deck, she flips through before drawing out a king, a queen, and a jack. They're the same as a 10, all right? So, if I have a 7 and a king, he says slowly, that makes 17? And the picture and color don't do anything. Yes, exactly, Makino says with a smile, looking pleased. If you go over 21 when you're adding, then you flip that card over, she points to the face-down card, and you say that you bust. That means you've lost the round. What if it's under? Ace asks. This is actually, sort of fun. He wonders if Makino will be coming back to play cards again, probably not, but he can hope. She's at least answering all of his questions without looking annoyed about any of them. If the amount is under, then whoever out of the 3 of us is closest to 21, and she gestures to herself, a bored-looking Dadan, and Ace, is the winner. Make sense? He nods. So, are these the only cards I get? Nah, Makino's gonna pass out the rest, Dadan interjects, apparently getting fed up with being silent for so long. Honestly, Ace is surprised she didn't start talking sooner. You want another card, you say, hit. You don't want another card, you say, pass. Understand? Yeah, I got it. Before we start, is anyone else playing? Makino asks the surrounding bandits. A few of them say yes, coming over to sit by the table as she passes out the cards to each of them. Then, Dadan, hit or pass? Hit, the bandit queen grumbles. She looks at the king she's been handed and mutters a swear. Bust. Turning over her card, Dadan reveals a 10. Combined with the face-up 3 she'd had before, Dadan had gotten a 23, going over the limit. Ace, hit or pass? Makino turned to him as the next in the misshapen circle that had been formed. Hit, he says carefully. 9 and 6 make 15, so he should be able to get under 21. Makino hands him a 5 of diamonds, and he sets it next to the other 2 cards. 20. I might win with 20, but I'm not taking any more cards now or else I'll lose for sure. Makino continues going around the circle, passing out cards to the bandits who want them. Finally, she reaches herself, drawing a 4 to match the 7 she already has face up. Ace passes on his next turn, not wanting to go over the limit. A few more bandits bust, throwing down their cards, and soon there's nobody else who wants a card. Now, then. Makino sets down the remains of the deck, holding up her own cards. On the count of 3, we'll flip them over, and whoever is closest to 21 is the winner. 1, 2, 3. 5 sets of cards are flipped over, 5 values called out. 18. 16. 19. Makino's own number was close, but Ace's is closer. 20. He sets all his cards on the table, feeling rather triumphant. I got 20, too, says one of Dadan's bandits. Ace scowls. Now what? He turns to Makino, who's collecting all of the cards already. Whoever is closest to the person dealing the cards is the winner, she explains. That's Ace, so he's the winner of this round. Ace pauses, feeling his cheeks turn pink. Oh. I won. The bandit is grumbling something about favoritism, but Ace chooses to ignore that. He thinks he likes playing blackjack, it's luck and strategy, two things that he's usually very bad with, but he managed to win his first round, at least. Maybe he can win more. It might be fun. Oh. Makino is wiping down the bar and getting ready to close up for the night when the group walks in. It's not unusual for her to get customers late at night, especially on Friday evenings, but the odd bit is that she doesn't recognize these customers. Normally, if someone comes in this late, it's someone Makino knows, someone else who lives in Fusha and frequently visits Party's bar. But these customers are all strangers, dressed in ratty, dust-smudged jackets with bandanas around their necks and weapons at their hips. Makino doesn't have to be a master spy to realize that it's a group of mountain bandits who have just come into her bar right before closing time. Luffy, she says quietly, addressing the little 4-year-old tucked under the bar with a short piece of knotted rope in her little hands. Can you stay under there until I've closed up the bar? We have some unexpected customers. Makino is careful to keep her voice low as she bends down to speak, coming back up holding a new rag. She's not sure if these bandits are here to cause trouble or just to drink, but she'd like to keep her daughter within reach and out of sight. Out of the corner of her eye, she sees Luffy nod before returning to her attempts to untie the knots in the rope. Makino had given her that as a way to distract her. It's too short of a rope to be dangerous, and the intricacies of the various knots seem to be incredibly intriguing to the toddler. Hopefully, the makeshift activity will keep Luffy quietly entertained for a bit while Makino manages the customers. Evening, gentlemen, Makino says politely, nodding to the one who seems to have distinguished himself as the leader. She pointedly doesn't glance at the pistol that she knows is hanging from his belt. What can I get for you tonight? The man in front looks with dark eyes, scanning the row of bottles behind her. Beer for me and all my men. Make it snappy, barmaid. She nods, taking down about a dozen bottles of the more popular brew after doing a quick head count to make sure she'll have enough. Passing the beers out down the row of men who are situating themselves at her bar, she gives them each a disarming smile as she watches them pop the tops on the glass bottles of alcohol. The leader takes a swig, looking mildly irritated, though it's possible that it's simply a result of his harder features. This stuff's boring, he grumbles out, though he takes another drink regardless. You're lucky I'm in a good mood tonight, barmaid. Otherwise, your quaint little place here might have ended up with a lot more lead in its walls. He gives her a nasty grin with yellowing teeth, like he's hoping to see her squirm. How unfortunate for him, then, that Makino has heard far worse before. Still smiling pleasantly, she brings down a bottle of her special blend of whiskey, sliding it towards him. Perhaps this will be more to your tastes? It's the same amount of alcohol, but I find that my bar is known more for its whiskey than its beer. She's fairly certain that he'll enjoy the whiskey. She's never had a single person who didn't like it. According to Dadan, it was some of the best stuff the Bandit Queen had ever tasted, so Makino can hope that these bandits will agree, as well. The leader gives the bottle a suspicious look, glancing from her to the bottle and back again. But whatever tell he was looking for, he apparently didn't find, because a moment later she watches him pop the metal lid off and take a drink. DMN, barmaid, he says, eyes widening. This is the good stuff? You get a hold of the Bandit Queen's brew or something? No, it's just our house blend, she says, chuckling. I'm glad you enjoyed it. She never tells them which ones she made herself and which ones she got from other places. It's better if they think that Makino didn't make any of them. That way, if there's something they don't like, she's less likely to be on the receiving end of their temper for it. She knows nobody living in Fusha would be like that towards her, but she never takes risks when it comes to outsider customers. Bandits and pirates are some of her more common non-native clientele, and they're also both groups known for having poor control of their tempers and leaving small trails of destruction in their wakes. She would rather not be involved in that if she can help it, and she especially doesn't want anything to happen to her bar, not while Luffy is under the counter. But it seems that she's having a bout of luck today, because the bandits finish their drinks without any further fuss. The leader counts out a little less than what the alcohol costs, but Makino isn't about to call him out for that. She gets plenty of tips from her regulars, anyways, so it's not as if she's lost any money she can't easily make up. Dropping the coins on the counter, the bandit leader turns around, about to leave. It's a little later than usual, but Makino will still have plenty of time to close up and have Luffy in bed by a reasonable hour. She's incredibly proud of the girl for being able to stay quiet and under the counter for so long. Luffy has always been a rather fidgety child, hence the rope toy for her to unknot, and Makino knows it can't be easy for her to stay quiet when she usually likes to always be talking to Makino. But she only had to check on her child twice, once when she reached under the counter for a new rag and once when Luffy bumped her foot, and both times she was rewarded with the bright smile and thumbs up that meant everything was going well. "Boss, don't the drinks cost more than that?" One bandit pipes up from his place near the door, and Makino practically feels her heart stop in her chest. This is not going to go well. The leader slowly turns back to Makino, eyes fixed on her as she's still from where she was about to wipe down the edge of the counter. "Barmaid, do I owe money?" His voice is low and rumbling as he asks the question. "This amount is fine, sir," she says politely, keeping her customer service smile in place. "The barmaid seems to think I've paid," the bandit growls out, turning to his outspoken comrade. "So what seems to be the problem here?" Well, it's, the wayward bandit doesn't seem to have an answer for his superior, eyes darting about the room like he's trying to find someplace to hide. He takes a step backwards towards the door and Makino watches as the other bandits slowly start to inch away from him. Then, quick as a flash, the leader flips his pistol out of its holster and fires off 2 shots, both hitting the door behind the subordinate, leaving little holes punched through the sturdy wood. One hole is right by his left forearm. The other is a few inches from the right side of his head. The almost victim and Makino both freeze at the sound, staring at the new punctures in the door with similar shell-shocked expressions. "Don't go questioning my actions," the leader rumbles, reholstering his gun. "I'm the leader here, you got that? I lead. You follow." The lesser bandit nods quickly, moving out of his boss's way as the man traipses towards the door without a second word. In moments, the entire band of robbers is gone, their empty beer bottles the only trace of their existence, and the slightly smoking holes in her door. "Ma!" Luffy pokes her head out from under the counter to bat at Makino's skirt, childish voice soft as if she's not sure if she can talk yet. "Ma, is everyone gone?" Makino nods wordlessly, reaching down to scoop up her daughter with no further explanation. Luffy doesn't seem to mind one bit, leaning into the hold and wrapping her arms around the woman's neck in a gentle approximation of a toddler-sized hug. Luffy always seems to know when people are feeling upset, like a sixth sense for negative emotions, or perhaps she just knows Makino that well. If the subordinate had been standing in a different place, she thought numbly, holding tight to her small daughter, if he had been in front of the counter instead of the door, if those bandits had been in a worse mood, Luffy could have been in danger. Makino is never going to allow that to happen. She won't stand for her daughter being at risk, not if she can help it. And she can help it. "Luffy," she murmurs, knowing the little girl will hear even this quiet statement, "tomorrow, can you stay with Aunt Maris? I need to go and see Dadan, but hopefully I'll be back in time for us to have dinner, all right?" Luffy nods into Makino's shoulder where she's resting her head. "Can I have more knots rope if I'm going over there? I finished this one." She turns her head to look at Makino, holding up the knotless rope, the bends in the thick fibers still evident from where the knots were tied. She's impressed that Luffy was able to get all of them out so quickly, maybe she'll give her some harder ones tomorrow. "Yes, I think we can arrange that." Adjusting her grip on Luffy, Makino goes about closing up her bar with a one-handed grip on the 4-year-old resting on her hip, putting away all the empty bottles to be washed out and repurposed later. A head pokes in through the door as she's about to lock it, nearly startling her into dropping the key she's holding in her free hand. "All right there, Makino?" "Heard a bang from the other end of town, figured I'd come and make sure you and the little one were both safe." Tasso, one of Fusha's dedicated night patrollers, gives her a once-over as if checking to make sure she's not hiding any bullet holes. He furrows his brow as he notices the 2 new holes in the door. "Might want to talk to old Gray down the road about these. I'm guessing this was the gunshots?" Makino nods, heart still calming down from the scare she just got from Tasso's abrupt entrance. "I plan to. It was about a dozen mountain bandits coming in just before closing, one of them apparently offended the leader, so he let off a couple warning shots before they all left. None of them threatened you, though, right?" Tasso looks worried. "Or little Luffy?" Luffy is the one to respond to that, shaking her head and making her little black pigtails shift. Ma was clever, 'bout everything and nobody was mean to her. I stayed under the counter and I stayed quiet the whole time." She grins brightly, looking inordinately proud of herself for the accomplishment. "Oh ho? Good on you, little lady," Tasso says with a chuckle. "Bet you really helped your mom out with that, eh?" It was certainly reassuring to know that she wasn't in danger, Makino agrees. She shifts her grip on Luffy, who's starting to slide. "Did you want anything to drink before you went on your way?" No, I'm perfectly fine. Might come in tomorrow, though, if you've got enough of that SPKED whiskey by then." "Don't worry, I should have plenty. It's my most popular stock for a reason, after all." Makino bids Tasso goodnight, locking the door after she sees him going back down the street to continue his job. She knows that there are a few people in Fusha who find the night patrols unnecessary, but frankly, Makino is a bit grateful for the system, especially in situations like this. If she had been injured, Tasso likely would have gotten here fast enough for her to be taken to a doctor. Having people like that keeping the town safe is more of a safety net than anything else, but she would rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it. As she heads up the stairs, she looks down at her shoulder and notices that Luffy's eyes are closed. She's fallen asleep. Makino can't help but give her daughter a fond smile and she brings her into the shared bedroom, laying Luffy down on her own bed. She tucks the blankets around her in the nest-like pattern that Luffy so often asks for help putting together, making sure that she'll be comfortable before Makino gets up to go to her own bed. She'll find a way to protect her daughter in the morning. Dadan will have something, and if she doesn't, Makino will find someone who does. She won't allow Luffy to be in danger so young, not when it's still Makino's job to protect her. She is Luffy's mother, after all, and what kind of mother would let their child be harmed? Captain, there's an island up ahead. Shanks leans against the railing of the Red Crest, one hand keeping his hat from blowing away as he looks out over the ocean and the small island approaching in the distance. Grinning, he turns to his navigator. Oi, Snake, how much longer, 'fore we reach land? Should just be another half hour, Captain, Building Snake calls back, still nose-deep in a stack of maps with a pencil in one hand and a compass in the other. Yasopp, how are things looking? We're all good by my count. Yasopp shoots them a thumbs up from the crow's nest, his usual spot for when he's playing lookout. Shanks grins again, turning back towards the sea. The endless expanse of clear blue always serves to cheer him up, even when he's not feeling particularly sad to begin with. It's the thought of all the adventures that the ocean could bring him towards. Every time he set sail, it's been the best decision he could have made. He'll never regret the life he chose, even when people who think they know better decide to make nuisances of themselves and interfere. What do you think will be on this island, Ben? He asks his first mate as he hears the man come up behind him. The smell of cigar smoke accompanies him. Just like always, Shanks has started to associate it with the quick approach of common sense. He feels Ben lean against the rail as well, back to the ocean but face towards Shanks. Dunno. Probably a town or two, from what Snake said, but we'll just have to wait and see what we find. I'm hoping for something new. It's harder to have adventures when every place is a carbon copy of the last. Captain, that hasn't stopped you from inciting chaos before and I seriously doubt it'll stop you now. I said it makes it harder, not impossible. Anything can happen if you have enough audacity. Shanks snickers, practically feeling Ben's fond exasperation as the other man blows out a soft stream of smoke. Besides, you're no goody two-shoes yourself, if I recall correctly. You scare the pants off of that Marine when you clipped his mullet. So his haircut was ugly, sue me. Ben shrugs, though his mouth curves up into a smile. It's hardly any time at all before the crew reaches the island, right on schedule with Lime's prediction. Shanks is always impressed with his navigator's accuracy, despite that accuracy being the very reason Shanks asked the man to join his crew. As they reach the dock, Yasopp starts to climb down from the crow's nest as Ben orders around a few of the men, having them drop the anchor and moor the ship in no time. Shanks is the first to step off the ship as usual, hopping up onto the railing and then jumping down to the dock below, not waiting for his nakama to lower the walkway. Putting his hands on his hips, he looks around, taking in the quaint town. It seems ordinary enough, neat houses, a few people milling about in a morning-typical haze, dusty yet well-kept roads, storefronts with hand-painted signs that sport nifty little doodles of whatever the place sells. Overall, it seems like a pleasant place. Shanks can't say he wasn't hoping for something more exciting, but it'll at least be a nice break from the last town, which had been absolutely crawling with Marines. Besides, this is just one part of the island, so who knows what else he might find. Hey, you lot. Hooligans on the docks. Ah, or perhaps something else will find him. This is a rather uncommon occurrence, being called out so shamelessly, so Shanks decides to see where this is going. You'd better not be trying to cause trouble in our town. We don't want any of your mischief and mess here, if that's what you're after. The speaker is a middle-aged man in glasses and a red and white striped hat with matching pants, shaking a bamboo cane at them. What's your angle, hooligans? Hey, don't be so callous, Mayor. That voice had come from the other direction. Shanks turns and sees another man making his way down the dirt road, looking a bit nervous. This man has a polished staff strapped to his back and navy blue hair slicked back with only a few pieces sticking up, his outfit more similar to that of a shopkeeper, a white button-up with the sleeves rolled up and a pair of cropped gray pants. Sorry about the confusion, we're just hoping to avoid any trouble, is all. Name's Tasso, I'm one of the town's patrollers. Welcome to Fusha. Thanks. Shanks smiles, watching some of the tension bleed out of the man's stance. I'm Shanks, and this here's my pirate crew. We're not looking to cause trouble, though, just stopping by on our way through. The mayor, as Shanks assumes the first man was, bristles at that statement. Pirates, eh? I knew you were hooligans. Mayor. They're fixin' to cause a commotion, Tasso. They haven't done anything yet. Shanks watches the back and forth between Tasso and the mayor with great amusement, only pausing when he feels Ben tap his shoulder. Eh? Perhaps we should take a look around while they're occupied? Ben suggests. They could be at this for hours if they're both the stubborn type. Besides, I think we were all hoping to find somewhere to get a drink, and I doubt we'll find that here. Oh, fair. Come on, men, let's hunt down a bar. Shanks orders, receiving a small cheer from his nakama as he leads the way past the bickering duo and down the street. Behind him, he can hear the mayor and Tasso both complaining about Shanks just walking away while they were still talking, but frankly, they were talking to each other, not him. He's got a right to walk away if the conversation doesn't even involve him. Shanks turns a corner, feeling his small crew following closely behind him, and is promptly slammed into by something no taller than his hip going at an astonishing speed. He stumbles backwards and looks down, seeing a barefoot little girl with a red button-up dress and little brown shorts, her messy black hair loose around her shoulders and full of sand. She looks up at him and blinks a few times as she too stumbles backwards, almost falling on her but from how hard she smacked into him. Ah, sorry, kid. You good? He crouches down to be closer to her level, holding out a hand in case she's still dizzy and in danger of falling. Looks like my legs were in your way. She fixes him with a wide-eyed stare, ping her head slightly like she's trying to figure out who he is. The little girl can't be older than 5, but she seems oddly perceptive, gaze shifting from Shanks to his gathering nakama as she inspects each one, still not saying a word. Finally, after she's looked at each of his men, she takes Shanks's hand and turns around, tugging him down the street. Never one to turn down an interesting experience, Shanks simply shrugs and stands up, letting the kid pull him along as she darts down the dirt road, remarkably quick despite her small size. Behind him, he feels Ben's skeptical eye, so he turns to look at his first mate and gives him a thumbs up. Ben sighs, as he often does, but he doesn't ask any questions or give further skeptical looks, so Shanks counts this as a win. Turning back to the mysterious little girl, he watches her stop at an intersection, look both ways despite the complete absence of people, and run across with Shanks in tow. Hey, kid, what's your name? He asks. She looks up at him and furrows her brow for a second, then grins, showing off a missing front tooth. I'm Luffy. What's your name? My name's Shanks, he says, giving her a grin of his own. Where we going, Luffy? Gonna go see my ma. You said you want to find a bar, so I'm taking you to ma's bar. Fair enough. Ben sighs quietly behind him, but Yasopp snickers. How old are you, Luffy? The sniper wonders, tapping his finger against his chin. Shanks can tell that Yasopp is probably thinking of his own son. By his calculations, the boy would probably be around 5 or maybe 6, and Luffy looks close to that age, as well. 5 1/4. She says proudly. Looks like he was right. And I just lost a tooth some weeks ago. Stopping abruptly, she looks up at the building they've stopped at. The painted words above the door read Party's Bar in all capital letters. Shanks tilts his head, but starts as he feels the tiny hand that had been holding onto his own suddenly disappear. He looks down, but Luffy is gone, already heading for the door, looking inordinately pleased with herself. The door closes behind her with a quiet thud. Shanks and his nakama watch for a second, waiting to see if something else will happen, but nothing. It's completely normal. You want to go in, don't you? Ben says, sounding tired. Shanks grins. You know me so well. Not waiting for a response, he makes his way over to the entrance of the bar, and steps inside. Oh. Normally, people don't let their children run around unsupervised. It's impossible to know what could happen to them while no adults are watching, after all, so it's generally seen as bad parenting when a young child is left unattended. Unfortunately, though, this rule is completely ignorant of the existence of one Monkey D. Luffy, and therefore doesn't account for her impossible ability to not only find trouble whether she's supervised or not, but also her skill at getting away from any supervision that isn't Makino. Makino isn't sure if this is a good thing or a bad thing. On the one hand, at least she knows her daughter respects her and will listen to her, but on the other, it's only Makino that she respects and listens to. And since Luffy is especially adept at avoiding and escaping supervision, it stands to reason that she would manage to wriggle away from Maris yet again and come running right back home to show Makino all the shiny pebbles she put in her pocket while she was sneaking around unwatched. Makino did somewhat expect that this would happen, and had therefore informed Maris of that very possibility, but she failed to account for Luffy's other skill, being a magnet for mayhem. Ma! Just as Makino had predicted this morning, Luffy comes running into the kitchen with a pleased grin on her face and a handful of pebbles in her outstretched palm. "Ma, I got stuff to show you. What did you find?" Makino asks, glancing at her daughter as she pulls down another bottle of mead from a higher shelf. Luffy digs around in her pockets again, coming up with 2 more rocks, these ones silver and blue. "Found some pebbles with shiny spots, found a squirrel and I gave him an acorn, 'cause he asked nicely, and oh, Ma, I found you customers." That is concerning for a number of reasons. And who might they be? Makino knows there's a bit of worry in her tone, but Luffy always seems to know if it's bad worry or normal worry. She's got a knack for being able to figure out whether they really do need to be cautious, or if Makino is just nervous about her daughter's safety. Today, it's mostly the latter. "I found a bunch of guys walking around, and I ran into the one guy's leg, and they were looking for a bar, so I brought 'em here," Luffy says, nodding decisively. "Don't worry, Ma, they're good. I made sure." There's another odd thing about Luffy, her insistence that she knows if someone is good or not. Makino isn't quite sure what that means, but it hasn't really hurt Luffy yet, so she doesn't really mind. "So, they followed you here? Are they still outside or did you invite them in?" "They came in while we were talking. I went in first, though." Makino nods sagely. "I see. Then shall we go and see what they'd like to drink?" "Yeah." Letting Luffy lead the way. Makino follows her daughter out into the main room of the bar, where a few regular patrons have set themselves up at various tables. Along the counter, a group of about a dozen men have all taken seats, the ones who don't fit taking a few tables off to the side. They're mostly talking quietly amongst themselves, but one of the younger-looking ones, a man with bright red hair and a red-banded straw hat, is just tapping his hands on the bar, looking curious. He's the first to notice Makino and Luffy, pausing as they open the door like he knew they were there before he even saw or heard them. The red-haired man, he must be from the Grand Line farther down. I haven't seen a skill like that in a long time. I wonder what he's doing in East Blue of all places. "Morning, gentlemen," she starts off, feeling Luffy come up behind her to mimic the pose of clasped hands and a pleasant smile. Such an adorable little mimic. "What can I get for you all today?" "Depends on what you've got here, ma'am," responds the man with the red hair. Makino presumes that he must be the leader. "What do you recommend?" She hums, thinking. "The ale and the beer are always classics, but I've been told the whiskey is excellent." Next to the red-haired man, a man with a black ponytail and at least half a foot of height on the former shrugs. "Whiskey's fine by me, Captain." "Ah, so they're pirates? They must have just arrived, seeing as how I haven't heard about them yet." Perhaps it's presumptuous of Makino to assume, but as far as she can tell, she hears the news before the rest of the town does in most cases. Her bar is one of the more popular spots, especially for outsiders, which means that it's also a hotbed of information, and behind the counter, she hears everything. "Yeah, whiskey's good," the first man agrees, nodding. 12 whiskeys, ma'am." She will admit, this man is quite polite for a pirate. Though, that's perhaps the most varied group that comes into her bar. Marines are usually a bit more sniffy as a rule, and bandits a bit more rough, but pirates? Makino is never quite sure what to expect when pirates visit Fusha. But as always, she's prepared for anything to happen. Luffy follows her into the back, where she picks out a dozen bottles of her own whiskey and puts them all in a transport crate, picking up the whole box to make it easier to move everything. At her knees, Luffy is hovering, watching closely and making sure that everything goes well. Makino knows that her daughter isn't really doing anything, but Luffy's always liked to feel included, and giving Luffy the job of supervising is a lot less likely to end in trouble. She sees no harm in letting Luffy watch her work, as long as there aren't any particularly dangerous customers that day. Carrying out the crate, she sets the bottles on the counter in front of each man one by one as she usually does. The ones seated at the tables are polite enough to stand up and come retrieve their drinks, each nodding their thanks to her before they return to their seats. At this point, Makino feels it safe to assume that these aren't the troublesome sort of pirate. If they were, there would be some sort of sign by now, and she's become an expert at recognizing those signs. That little hint of harshness, the offhand comments about their own strength, or even the momentary mention of something questionable they did. Those sorts of patrons are easy to spot, and they're also the sort that have Makino asking Luffy to stay in the back or under the counter, depending on which place is closer. Luffy is also a lot better at recognizing these sorts of people, though whether it's more of her odd intuition or a skill she picked up from watching Makino is as of yet unclear. Still, it's undeniable that Luffy can usually tell if someone's got bad intentions, even if Makino doesn't quite know how Luffy can tell. She must have known from the start that the pirates weren't going to cause problems, Makino notes to herself. That's why she said they were good. Though I'm still curious as to what she meant when she said she had made sure. Watching Luffy from behind the bar, Makino watches as the little 5-year-old ducks under the counter's entryway, running through the gap and coming up to an empty chair beside the red-haired man. Makino scans the bar in a glance and notes that the group of pirates seems to have purposefully condensed themselves off to the one side, likely so as not to disturb the patrons on the other side. Trying to scramble up the empty revolving chair, Luffy tries and fails for a few moments before the red-haired man subtly rests his foot on the chair, both holding it still and shifting it into a better position for Luffy to climb. With this assistance, Luffy is quick to climb into the chair and sit down, eyes fixed on the young man now sitting next to her. "That's my ma," she informs him bluntly, pointing at Makino. "She owns the bar and she's the best." The red-haired man nods politely. "Pleasure to meet you, ma'am. Name's Shanks, and these are my nakama. The first mate's Ben Beckman." Makino nods back, moving a few empty bottles to the sink. "I'm Makino, and you've already met my daughter, Luffy." "Nah, what's a pirate do, Shanks?" Luffy tilts her head, giving him the big-eyed look that occasionally unsettles people but that Makino has always found rather endearing. Shanks doesn't seem to mind it either, if his grin is anything to go by. "We travel the seas and explore all the islands we find. Some pirates will go and search for stuff, like treasure or more nakama or a certain island." "Do you search for things?" "Sure do. My crew searches for adventure, and we find quite a lot of it." Makino smiles, back turned to the pirates as she starts to rinse out a few of the glass bottles. "Looks like we were right about them being civil, then." "But some pirates are mean," Luffy says, looking a bit baffled. "They come in and threaten people and Ma tells me to stay in the back." "You're not mean." "Well, not all pirates are the same." Shanks shrugs, taking a sip of his whiskey. "Some pirates like to be awful because it makes them feel better about themselves. Other pirates couldn't really care less and just want to live freely on the seas." "So, pirates are free?" "Yep. Right, Ben?" The first mate nods, ponytail swishing. "Captain's right. We're pirates because we don't like being told what to do." Luffy frowns. "But you listen to your captain, right? Ma said that groups like pirates and bandits have a leader who tells them what to do. That's you, isn't it?" She looks at Shanks, who tilts his hand in a SOSO gesture. "Sort of," he starts. "I can tell them what to do if I need to, but I'm not harsh. Some pirates are. Besides, what's different about a pirate is that they choose that life. They choose to follow their captain and they choose to follow their dreams, well, if they're doing it right, at least." There's a starstruck look in Luffy's eyes as she grins up at Shanks, who looks rather amused and maybe a little bit pleased. "I'm gonna be a pirate. I'm gonna be the best pirate." Makino hears Shanks chuckle, though it doesn't sound mean. "You may have to wait a bit, kid. You're only 5 1/4, right? You've got to be much older to start being a pirate." "Do not." She pouts. "I'd be a great pirate now." "Can you sail yet, kid?" asks another member of the crew, one Makino hasn't heard yet. "No." "Well then, you've got to learn to sail first," the man proclaims. "Once you can sail, you can start thinking about being a pirate. But every pirate's got to know how a boat works, you know." "Oh, so if I learn to sail, I can be a pirate." Luffy grins, and Shanks snickers. "Someday, kid." He downs the rest of his whiskey, sliding the bottle towards Makino for her to put in the sink. "How much do we owe you, ma'am?" Makino gives him the total and watches as all the men pull out their share of berry, adding it to the pile as they start to head out. Luffy stays in her chair, kicking her legs as she watches Shanks count up his crew to make sure everyone is present before he turns back to her. "You should come back tomorrow," she says stubbornly. Shanks grins. "Sure thing, kid. I'll tell you all about being a pirate if you like." "Yeah." Makino hears the door close behind them all as they leave, and it's not even a second later that Luffy is somehow behind the counter again, apparently having climbed over it to reach her mother quicker. There's a huge grin on her face when Makino turns around, wider than the woman thought a smile could be. "Ma," she says excitedly, "I'm gonna be a pirate." She knows that there's probably something she's supposed to say right now. She's meant to tell Luffy to follow the law, or pick something safer, or even encourage Garp's preaching and tell Luffy to join the Marines if she wants to be on the sea. But as much as Makino knows what she's probably supposed to do, she also knows what she wants to do, and she knows that trying to tell Luffy to follow rules is like telling an albatross to dig a den. So when Makino is sure that she's meant to discourage Luffy, tell her not to do what she wants, that isn't what Makino does. "I bet you will," she says instead. "You'll be the best pirate ever, won't you, Luffy?" Because when Luffy proclaims that she'll be a pirate, free on the ocean's wave, Makino can't help but agree. Luffy taps her feet against the legs of the barstool she's sitting in, watching her mother organize the shelves of alcohol behind the counter. It's early afternoon, one of her favorite times of day. She had lunch not long ago, which means that soon, she'll get to have a snack and maybe go play outside if she asks Ma first. Ma has to go out tomorrow, since tomorrow is Sunday, and when Ma goes out Luffy has to stay in, mostly, but she can definitely ask to go outside today while her mother is still home. Come and play with us, whisper the winds, quiet and swishing as they swirl around, come outside and dance along. There's plenty of room if you'd like to join us, we never mind the company. That's true. The winds love to dance with her, they always twirl around and take her to new places, sweeping through her skirt and ruffling her hair as they laugh. They're one of her favorites to listen to, even if nobody else seems to listen. Luffy doesn't mind that and neither do the winds, they say that they don't mind if it's only Luffy who will pay attention. Besides, they've got other friends, too. The seas, the earth, the trees, all of them will listen to the winds. The waves and the winds love to dance together, and listening to them sing and laugh is one of the reasons why Luffy loves going to the beach so much. Well, that and the shells. Shells always have so much to say, they like to hum along to tunes they hear the sailors sing, even if the shells never know the lyrics. Luffy likes to make up her own lyrics to go along with the shells' unfinished tunes, plus, it always makes Ma smile too, so that makes it extra fun. Luffy doesn't respond to the wind's offer, they never expect an answer, they just say what needs to be said. It's up to her if she wants to do anything with their words. Besides, people usually act funny if she responds to someone who's not a human. Ma never minds, but it does confuse her a bit, so Luffy likes to wait until there are less people around to start having proper conversations with everything. Ma, can I go play outside? She asks, tapping her hands on the counter. I want to go play with the wind. Her mother nods, moving a few bottles aside to make room for another one. Sure. Let me know when you want snacks, and try to stay out of the sun so you don't get burned. K. Luffy slides down from her chair and ducks under the bar, darting through the back room and out of the door to the garden. It's pretty sunny out, but Luffy isn't really worried about that. She knows her mother told her to avoid getting sunburned, but that's never really been much of a problem for her. She's seen other people turn all pink and shiny when they stay in the sunlight for too long, but Luffy's never experienced it firsthand. The winds laugh as she joins them, spinning around and moving the grass underfoot. Luffy can feel the tiny green blades tickling the soles of her feet, and she giggles as she tries to find somewhere that she won't be standing on the grass. I'm here to dance. She exclaims quietly, grinning wide. Where are we gonna play today? To the trees. The winds laugh gleefully, blowing her hair all around. Come play in the trees with us. We're invited, so come and run. Giggling even more, she follows the wind's voice, jumping over the fence encircling the garden and darting towards the tree line. The seas and the winds taught her to do that when she was really little. They said that since she was so small, it would be easy for her to get lost, so they would teach her a way to always get back to the people she needed to be with. She only has to listen, and she'll hear what she's trying to hear. The trees shuffle their leaves and sigh as she enters the forest, but Luffy doesn't mind their grumbling. The trees just like to complain sometimes, even when they don't mean it. If the winds say they're invited, then they're invited. The winds can't lie, not the way that people can. The flowers will lie sometimes, too, but it's really more of fibbing than anything else. They love to make up stories and pretend that they're all true. Luffy likes to hear the stories, even if the winds have to tell her it's all made up. Besides, maybe they're true stories somewhere else, even if they're made up here. She wouldn't know, she hasn't seen much of the world yet, not the way the seas have. The winds see a lot too, but they're also very forgetful, so they can't really tell her much. Can we go visit the seas later? She asks, voice at a normal volume now that there's no one around to give her funny looks. I want to hear about the world some more. You're interested because of that sailor, perhaps? Red hair and a straw hat, what does he know, we wonder? More than he wants to tell? More than he wants to believe? The winds do that sometimes, as well, they'll speak in riddles and say a lot of confusing stuff. But most things do that occasionally, so Luffy never complains. Yeah, he's called Shanks. He told me about pirates, just like the seas always do. Pirates? So that's where you'll stand, yes, the seas will tell you. Pirates always do get along with the waves, you know, and if they don't, they can't be much of a pirate, now can they? Shanks says that pirates adventure a lot and they're the people with all the freedom. She clambers up a tree as she talks, trying to get closer to the winds as they rise and fall in no particular pattern. Winds are free, aren't they? We are free, but so can you be. They snicker, swirling around her and sticking a few dead leaves in her hair. A free human is a hard thing to find and an even harder thing to be, little seabird. That's okay. I'll do it, even if it's hard. She grins. If I want to be a pirate, then I'll be a pirate. Why don't we ask the waves, then, if you're so sure? They'll want to hear all about it, don't you think? We sure do. Okay. Let's go tell the waves. Luffy hops down from her tree and listens to the branches creak, bidding her farewell. The trees are always a bit begrudging with their words, but they never see someone go without saying goodbye. That would be rude. Oh. And you're sure this one is the best option? Makino holds up the rifle, turning it over in her hands as she carefully inspects the design. I know you said it was the best option, but I don't know how to shoot a rifle. Besides, I was hoping for something a bit easier to conceal. Dadan snorts. If you're gonna have a gun, you might as well go whole hog. No reason to keep it a secret if you're trying to avoid trouble. I can think of plenty of reasons to keep it secret, Dadan. And all those reasons are bad. Let's head to the back and I'll show you how it's done. Dadan stands from her chair, leaving behind an empty glass as she makes her way through the piles of snoozing, hungover bandits and into the backyard of the hideout. Pulling out her own pistol, Dadan takes aim at a nearby tree and fires off 3 shots in quick succession as Makino watches. With 3 consecutive bangs, the bullets hit the tree in a vertical line, perfectly aligned with the trunk. Dadan spins the gun on her finger with a satisfied smirk, holding out a hand for Makino's own hunting rifle. Somewhat hesitantly, Makino hands it over. Dadan, I still don't know about using such a conspicuous weapon, she says. Unsurely, but Dadan only scoffs. Ah, don't worry so much, the bandit replies, positioning the hunting rifle so she can take aim. Now, you're gonna want to hold it up higher and align the sights, see? I just really think this isn't. Once you've got it in your trajectory, you just pull the trigger and bang! Makino jumps as another bullet hits the tree, this time above the highest one that Dadan had shot with her pistol. Dadan grins, looking quite pleased, but Makino shakes her head. Dadan, I can't use this, she points out yet again. I need something that isn't so noticeable. I live and work in a town, not a bandit's den. If I'm going to carry a weapon, it can't be one that will upset the other civilians. It's a weapon, Makino, it's not exactly gonna be pleasant. Dadan insists. If this one won't work, I'll talk to my men and see what we can scrounge up, but it's gonna be a while before I can get it to you, you know. Guns are harder to find than you'd think, especially if you're trying to get someone to part with the DMN thing. People around here don't like to hand over their weapons easy. I imagine they wouldn't, and I'm willing to wait, but the fact remains that a weapon is useless to me if I can't use it. Dadan sighs. Alright. I'll take the rifle back, find you something smaller and more hideable. I'll send down a letter once I've got something, but you know it'll be a long while before that happens. I know. I'll try to visit more often, I think Ace enjoys it at least. You kiddin'? The kid loves you more than anyone in this whole hideout, Makino, and I can't say I'm surprised. You've always been the nicer one. Well, I can certainly see how it would appeal to children. Makino sighs, looking thoughtful. Actually, perhaps Ace should come and visit me soon. Luffy's still not old enough to make the trip up here, she'd get too tired and I couldn't carry her all the way up here, but do you think Ace could make it down the mountain? Dadan grimaces. Probably not twice in the same day, at least. If you kept him overnight, maybe? I'd give it a bit longer, it takes ages to grow up enough to go walking that far. That's true. It's still hard on us, and we're both adults, I can't imagine walking that far with such short legs, not to mention a smaller amount of energy. Yeah, well, kids like that. Dunno how you manage with that little girl of yours, she seems like a right magnet for disaster if you ask me. Didn't she bring a band of pirates to your bar a while ago? To be fair, they were very good patrons and they tipped well, but that also happened when she ran away from Maris, who was watching her. Still, I think Luffy has enough common sense to know what not to get into. She hasn't started climbing rooftops or trying to set things on fire yet, so I'm hoping her mischief stays in the civil area. Hey, some kids get into more trouble later on. Maybe she hasn't peaked yet. Dadan, please understand that you're going to jinx it if you say things like that. The bandit barks out a short laugh. Who, me? As if. It isn't long before Makino is bidding Dadan farewell and starting the strenuous trek back down the mountain and to her bar. She'd left Luffy with Maris again this morning, but she's fully prepared to find her daughter back in the bar when she returns. Luffy always tends to stay close to home on the days that Makino wasn't there, which the barmaid is grateful for. Still, it often gave poor Maris a heart attack when she turned around and one of the children she had been watching had disappeared. Maris's own daughter, Lusa, didn't do anything of the sort and seemed convinced that Luffy was some sort of extra-dimensional entity of chaos, which Makino couldn't exactly dispute. If Luffy isn't at the bar, then Makino can easily assume she'll either be on the beach or somewhere along the tree line, though probably still close to the bar in both cases. Luffy not only has a tendency to escape her minders, except for Makino, for some odd reason, but she also has a habit of gravitating towards nature. Granted, this does often make it easier to find her when she's gone off somewhere, as if she doesn't come right back whenever Makino calls for her, but it also means that she doesn't really have many friends in the village. Apparently, they consider Luffy to be a bit too wild for their tastes. Suffice to say, Makino expects a few things upon her arrival home: Luffy back at the bar, a patroller at the door wondering if she was home or not, perhaps some mail on the front doorstep from a friend she'd been exchanging letters with, but none of those things are what she finds. Instead, she gets bandits. And not just a few, but a whole band of them, hovering menacingly around the front of her bar with their guns and swords showing proudly on their hips. Lovely. Makino is really starting to wish that she'd taken that rifle, but her mind quickly reminds her that once again, a weapon is useless if she doesn't know how to use it. Unfortunately, this just makes her wish she had pestered Dadan sooner about giving her a weapon and not waited so long. She'd first brought it up ages ago, back when those other bandits were in her bar and left bullet holes in the door, but Dadan had been more drunk than she'd thought and apparently hadn't retained a word. So, when Makino had finally brought it up again, well, either way. Makino really wishes she had a weapon right now, but she very much does not. The only thing she's armed with is her knapsack of empty glass bottles, and while she could use it as a weapon, it wouldn't do much against bandits who are properly armed and probably know she's here. Luffy is inside, she can feel that much, and it seems like she's upstairs. None of the lights are on downstairs, but there's a small glow coming from behind the curtain, like there's a lamp on in their bedroom. Hopefully, Luffy will stay up there where it's safe. Clutching tightly to the strap of her knapsack, Makino walks towards the door of her bar, steeling her nerves as she approaches the hovering bandits. They all turn to look over as they hear her approach. She tries to ignore the menacing eyes watching her as she walks through the gathered group, but she still feels a shiver run up her spine as she reaches the door, and the exceptionally strong-looking bandit leaning next to it. "Looks like a little mouse got lost," he notes, voice gruff and hoarse. "Now, what's a young lady doing out so late? Mind if we take a look in that bag of yours?" Another interjects, this one from behind her. Makino twitches, but manages not to jump. "I'm sure we'll find something worth having a look at in there." A hand reaches towards her knapsack, and she takes a deep breath before responding. "I suppose you may have a look, but it's only empty bottles in there now." "Empty bottles?" the first bandit asks, and Makino hates that she can hear a note of annoyance in his voice. "What's the use in carrying around empty bottles? What are you going to do with those, collect rain or something?" "They were for bringing drinks to a friend of mine," she answers. The hair on the back of her neck is starting to prick up. Makino reaches for the door of the bar, hoping to get inside before they start to get agitated, but a meaty hand slams over the doorknob, stopping her in her tracks. "Don't go sneaking away so fast, now," says one of the bandits behind her. "We only came for a drink. I'm sure you wouldn't begrudge us that, right, barmaid?" The largest bandit, the one by the door, rests a hand on the barrel of his revolver. Makino suppresses a shiver. "I can't let them go inside, Luffy's upstairs. But if I try to stop them, they might attack me and go in anyways. There's no good way out of this." The only possibility that Makino can come up with that didn't end in bullets being fired is to give them the drinks that they want, but she really doesn't want to let them into her bar. But, maybe she doesn't have to let them in. She can go inside herself and bring the drinks out to them. She'll have to make up a quick excuse for why she isn't letting them in, something that doesn't involve Luffy in the slightest, but that won't be too hard. Makino's gotten quite good at lying by omission nowadays, a growing skill that continues to baffle her but that she'll absolutely use to her advantage. "Of course," Makino replies, giving them her customer service smile. "The bar's a bit of a mess right now. I'm afraid I didn't have time to clean since I was out all day, but I could go in and get you all some drinks if you'd like? It'll be on the house, since the inside of the bar's unavailable." Makino doesn't mind giving away free drinks every once in a while if it's for a good reason, especially not if it keeps bandits away from her 5-year-old, and besides, she gets enough revenue to make up for it. She might be sad about the loss of the glass bottles later, but she can always get more of those. The bandit by the door tuts, but he moves his hand aside nonetheless. "Rum for all of us, and make it snappy, barmaid. We ain't got all night." "And neither do I," Makino thinks, but she keeps her comments to herself and heads inside. "Of course, sir." She'll bring out a dozen or so bottles in a crate and bid them good night, and then she can go upstairs to Luffy. She only hopes that her daughter doesn't come downstairs while she's getting the alcohol. The last thing Makino wants is for the bandits to realize there's a child. Making her way to the kitchen, Makino quickly finds a crate and starts filling it with bottles of rum, counting them out as she goes. She hadn't been able to count up the bandits while she was outside, but she hopes that 15 or so will be enough. There were more than 12, she knows that much, but she's really hoping it wasn't more than this. But her plans are quickly squashed as she looks over her shelves and realizes that there are only a dozen or so bottles left of rum. Swearing under her breath, Makino sets down the crate and hurries into the storeroom in the back, making a beeline for where the rum is usually stored. She had rearranged a few days ago so that she would have more room for her blends of whiskey, and she's now regretting that decision immensely. The rum is nowhere to be found. Oh! Luffy can hear something happening outside. The winds are quiet, but the walls are whispering, and for once, she makes an effort to listen to their soft mumblings. The walls usually don't speak, and it's hard to hear when they do, but Luffy knows that they can tell her what's going on right now. The mother, the bartender, the keeper of our walls, they whisper, quieter than a mouse as Luffy strains to catch every word. She waits outside. They keep her away. We see them hover, we see them menace, we see them speak. The walls repeat themselves like the winds do, but unlike the winds, the walls really do say different things, they just make it sound like it's the same thing. They hover, they menace, they speak. It takes Luffy a minute or two to decipher what they're trying to say, but when she finally understands their cryptic words, she pales. Is Ma in danger? She whispers, barely loud enough to hear, but the walls hear it. They creak, not in confirmation but in worry. We do not know. We cannot see. You must see. You will see and you will tell and you will watch. Watch for us, little seabird. The walls are right. They can't see, but Luffy can, and now she must. She gets out of her bed, slipping out from under the covers, and only takes a moment to readjust the rose-patterned quilt that her mother made before she tiptoes towards the stairs, leaving the lamp on behind her. It's an electric lamp instead of an oil one, so it's okay for her to leave it on while she's not in the room. Plus, if she turns it off now, it'll be suspicious and people will know there's someone moving about in the house. The walls mentioned a they. Someone other than Ma is outside the house, and Luffy intends to find out who it is. Creeping down the stairs, Luffy is careful not to make a sound, pointedly avoiding the few creaky floorboards that she knows of. Once she reaches the landing where the stairs turn a corner, she sneaks up next to the window and curls up beneath it, pressing her ear to a crack in the glass. Hopefully, the curtains will hide her enough that no one will notice her presence. Someone is outside. It sounds like a man, maybe someone who has one of those smoky sticks that Ma's customers try to light sometimes? Ma never lets them do it, but Luffy notices that their voices always tend to be more raspy and breathy. All of us, and make it snappy, barmaid, the horseman is saying. Barmaid, that's something people called her mother sometimes. He must be talking to Ma. We ain't got all night. Of course, sir. That's Luffy's Ma. She hears the door open, and freezes. Ma was outside, but the footsteps inside are softer now, and it definitely sounds like Ma. If it had been a plant or a shell or something that Luffy was trying to notice, then she could just listen for them, but people are so hard to hear. She really has to listen hard to hear them, and even then, she never can hear them quite loud enough to tell what they're saying. Luffy can't hear her mother, not like that, but based on footsteps alone, it has to be her. Still, better safe than sorry, like Ma tells her. Creeping further down the stairs, Luffy sits down on the third stair and slides over the fourth, avoiding the creakiest step in the house. She stops a few steps from the bottom and watches through the banister, and from the looks of it, she had been right, her Ma is behind the counter, filling a box with bottles of rum. Luffy grins, but still keeps quiet. The house is still murmuring uncertainly, even if it's not saying proper words anymore. She wouldn't want to cause any trouble, so she'll stay silent until she's completely sure that it's safe. But then Ma stops while she's counting the bottles, looking a bit worried. Luffy sees her whirl around and head into the back room, a look of concern on her face. There's a relative quiet for a few moments as the only sound becomes the murmuring of the house and the soft clinking of bottles being pushed aside in the storeroom, until the door to the bar creaks open, and a tall man with a revolver holstered at his hip walks in. Luffy gasps and immediately covers her mouth, but luckily, it doesn't seem that the intruders noticed her, and it's intruders, as in more than one. The first man wasn't the only person entering. A whole group of bandits is waiting outside, all of them within her line of sight, though only 3 came in and another is still standing indecisively in the doorway. Luffy watches as the largest one approaches the counter, inspecting the crate of rum. I think this is taking a little too long for me, the bandit says, and it's the smoky voice that Luffy heard earlier, the one who was condescending towards her mother. So what do you all say to taking everything? Who's going to stop us, after all? Glaring down at the bandits, Luffy fumes as the 3 inside advance, taking bottles off of the shelves and piling them into their coattails pulled up like a sack. They can't do that, this is her Ma's bar, this is her home. They think they can just come into Luffy's home, into Ma's bar, and take their stuff? Well, they asked who's going to stop them, and Luffy has an answer. Hey! She shouts, running down the stairs with a wicked glare on her face. Stop that. You can't take our stuff. The bandits halt. Huh. Take that, you meanies. Turning around with a bottle in his hands, the biggest one looks down at her with a condescending sneer. And what are you going to do about it, little girl? You're not even taller than my knee. Go and run back to your mama, girlie, you're in over your head here. She is not. Luffy is incensed, and in a split-second decision, she shrieks and runs at the man, sinking her teeth into his leg. She imagines it would probably be more effective if she weren't missing the front one, and if the other front one weren't wiggly, but it works well enough to make the bandit yell in pain and drop the bottle. But when he drops the bottle and starts trying to shake her off, it falls to the floor and shatters, and when the man finally manages to shove her off, Luffy falls to the ground as well, a piece of the broken glass digging into her cheek and splitting the skin right below her eye. She squeaks in pain, and is barely able to move in time to dodge the foot suddenly coming towards her. Go away! She yells, holding both hands over her bleeding face as she tries not to cry from the pain. Get out of our bar. Stop bothering us. Luffy backs away from the bandit, who's starting to take a step towards her, and her back hits the counter of the bar. She's between two bar stools, with a wall at her back and a bandit at her front. She's effectively trapped. The other two are advancing as well, their armfuls of stolen bottles left on the counter as they start moving in to cut off any possible routes of escape so she can't even dart off to the side to get away from them. None of them have their hands on their guns, but with the way they're cracking their knuckles, Luffy feels her heart beating out of her chest anyways, and she knows that their lack of weaponry won't matter. And then, with an ear-splitting clang, the largest bandit falls to the floor, revealing Ma standing behind him with a frying pan raised in both of her fists like a club. Get the hell away from my daughter, she hisses, looking more incensed and furious than Luffy's ever seen her. Her eyes flash with rage as she sees the way they've cornered Luffy, and she raises the pan higher. Get out of my bar, and never come back, understand? The two bandits left standing start to move towards her, but she places one lace-up boot on the now unconscious bandit's throat, heel first and starting to press. Unless you want me to press harder, you'll get out, and you'll never, ever come here again. Do you understand? Ma looks so angry, and the bandits are still for just a moment before they both nod. She points wordlessly towards the door, and they cast another glance at the man on the floor. Well? What are you waiting for? And leaving the largest bandit still lying on the floor, they dart out of the bar. The rest of the bandits form outside following in their wake. For a moment, both Luffy and her mother stand there, Luffy with her hands pressed to her bleeding face as her ma's expression goes from enraged to consumed with worry, the woman dropping the pan in an instant as she rushes towards her daughter. Oh, Luffy, I was so worried they'd do something to you, she whispers, wrapping her arms around Luffy and pulling her in close. Are you okay? Did they hurt you? Luffy nods, gingerly pulling her palms away from the bleeding cut beneath her eye. It just stings a little bit. And I didn't even cry. She knows her voice wavers a little, but if there were no tears, then she really didn't cry. She doesn't want to be a crybaby like the kids in town complain about, because nobody likes crybabies. Luffy's strong. She won't cry over something small like this. Ma gasps shakily as she sees the wound, lifting Luffy easily with one arm around her so that her daughter is sitting in the crook of her arm as she inspects her face. This looks nasty, we need to go to the doctor right away. Okay, Luffy? What about the floor bandit? We shouldn't leave him here. What if he wakes up and steals everything? I'll flag down one of the night patrollers, they'll drag him out, Ma says, starting for the door. The frying pan is laying forgotten on the floor, but Luffy assumes that the patrol will take care of that, too. Oh, I was so scared, Lu, please, don't get in front of bandits like that. I don't want you to get hurt. But they were taking our stuff. Luffy protests. She just wanted to help. They could have hurt you, too. I know, sighs her mother, shutting the door behind her as she makes her way down the street, Luffy still in her arms. But if you're going to do something like that, I don't want you to be in so much danger. We've got to figure out a way for you to stand up for yourself without getting hurt, yeah? Luffy nods. Yeah. And then I can protect Ma and be super strong, and none of my people will get hurt. I'll keep people safe. Her mother gives her a fond smile, stroking her hair out of her face. Yes, you will. You'll be the strongest of them all, my little bird. I'm sure of it. Makino makes her way down the street with Luffy still in her arms, perking up when she sees movement off to the side of the darkened street. Tamsin. My sees, Makino, what happened? The night patroller calls out, rushing over to the barmaid and her daughter, the latter of whom appears to be bleeding sluggishly from a gash under her eye. Is Luffy okay? Hopefully, she will be, the barmaid responds, looking grim. Bandits got into the bar and Luffy tried to chase them off on her own before I realized they'd come inside. One of them broke a bottle on the floor and she gestures helplessly to the blood. Do you know if Jian is still awake? At this hour? Tamsin huffs, rolling her eyes good-naturedly. If anyone is, it's Jian. You know they never sleep. At least it'll work to our advantage this time. Makino shakes her head as she shifts from foot to foot, looking a bit antsy, though Tamsin can't blame her. If one of her own family members was bleeding that much, especially one so young, she'd probably have the same reaction. Listen, Tamsin, I need your help with something. Sure, what's the issue? It's just that one of the bandits is still in the bar. They're what? Tamsin yelps, completely aghast. You should have led with that. I can go and get Dehay and Tasso, I'm sure those two will be able to chase them off, Dehay's got a rifle somewhere. No, the bandits, he's not conscious, Makino stresses. I knocked him out with a frying pan. Tamsin turns to face her slowly, face twitching. Makino. He was standing over Luffy. Makino's voice takes on a darker tone, one that Tamsin doesn't think she's ever heard from the sweet-natured barmaid before. I'd do it again with a wok if I had to. Well, on that note, Tamsin mutters. He's just on the floor? Should we just drag him out, or can you get him to the edge of the woods? And can you take his revolver? She looks a bit nervous about asking that, but Tamsin thinks she gets it. Disarm him, and maybe there will be less chance of him coming back. Though, the threat of a barmaid with a frying pan who's not afraid to whack a man might be enough to do that on its own. The night patroller nods. Yeah, I'll handle it. You take Luffy to Jian and get her cheek fixed up, that looks nasty. Want me to wait for you back at the bar once the interloper's removed? Yeah, please. Luffy shifts in Makino's arms, hands pressed over the wound on her cheek. Tamsin's honestly impressed with the kid, she hasn't shed a single tear the entire time, though she's been looking rather miserable. Once again, though, Tamsin can't blame her. Go, get to Jian's. I'll handle the bandit mess. The barmaid nods and darts off, quickly melting away into the darkened streets of Fusha as she heads for the house of the village's main doctor, Jian. Tamsin turns and starts for Makino's bar, veering slightly left to grab Tasso and Dehay before she does. She has a feeling she'll need extra hands for a job like this, but she can't say she didn't expect to have some trouble when she volunteered for the job of night patroller. They keep the streets of Fusha safe, after all, and Tamsin is always proud to help. Oh. Shanks is on his way to Makino's bar a little after lunch when he hears the whispers. Last night, yes, one young woman is mumbling to her date as they walk down the street. I heard she had bandits break in. One of them even found her little girl. The kid's a bit of an odd one, but even so, the other woman whispers back, I wouldn't wish a break-in like that on anyone, no matter how strange. And besides, she's a right sweetheart, even if her daughter's a little off, the voices continue, but trail off as they go in a different direction. Shanks furrows his brow, turning to glance at Ben, who looks equally perplexed. Sounds like something happened last night, Shanks's first mate rumbles. Heard anything about that, Captain? Shanks shakes his head. That's the first news I've gotten. There was no talk of it in the fish market this morning, Yasop and I would have heard it if there were. They'd gone to do some more restocking of the ship's pantry, this time with frozen fish. Nobody around there had been talking about a break-in. Makino will probably be able to clear up whatever it is. You know bartenders always have an ear in everything. He's got a point, Rue says, nodding. He takes a bite of the turkey leg that he pulled out of somewhere, using the half-eaten bone to gesture for effect. You'd be surprised what people hear when nobody pays attention to them. Ben shrugs. True. We'll find out when we ask her. But as it turns out, Shanks is distracted by a slightly more pressing matter once they enter the bar, namely, whatever happened to Luffy's face. Right under her left eye is a large gauze patch held on by thin strips of medical tape, covering most of her cheek and nearly touching the underside of her eyelid. She still grins when she sees him and his crew come in, though the left side of the grin seems to be somewhat stifled, as if she's trying to avoid jostling whatever wound is under the patch. Seas and stars, kid, what happened to your face? He gives her a smile in return for her grin, though his is somewhere strained and worried. You run into a cabinet? Luffy shakes her head, giggling as he reaches down to scoop her out of the chair. As he's learned over the course of visiting Makino's bar, her child very much enjoyed being picked up, but only by a very select number of people, a group which both Shanks and Ben have proudly been included in. Nope, it was glass. Shanks pauses. Glass? How in the seas did she get glass near her face? Yeah, there were some bandits last night and they were hanging around when Ma came down the mountain, 'cause she was visiting her friend, and I was inside but they were outside, and then they were inside and Ma was in the back, 'cause they wanted drinks and she was trying to make em go away. Luffy nods sagely, as if this explains everything, but then she continues. So then they were taking our stuff, and I was hiding in the stairs, so I came out and told M to stop that and to go away, only then got mad at me. And the one big guy, and he was real big, he asked what I was gonna do. What did you do? Asks Shanks, who's only half sure that he's actually interpreting these events correctly. I bit I'm. She grins, showing off the gap in her front teeth. He watches with a wry smile as she sticks her tongue out, trying to wiggle the other front tooth to show him. Look, this UN's loose now, but it didn't come out when I bit him on the leg. Behind him, the rest of his nakama are sitting down. Shanks hears Ben let out a long, slow sigh that indicates just how concerned he is about this whole situation. Luffy, you bit a bandit? Yeah. On the leg. On the leg. Ben comes to sit next to Shanks, who has taken Luffy's spot, seeing as how she's now in his lap. Shanks watches as his first mate leans heavily on the table and pinches his nose, looking exhausted. I see. Keep going, please. Yeah, so I bit him, and then he dropped a bottle on the floor and it broke everywhere, right? So I was holding on, 'cause it made him mad, and if he's mad at me then he can't go be mad at my ma, but then he knocked me off his leg and I fell in the glass pile. The end. She claps her hands together and relaxes from her previously animated pose, one she had been frequently changing to better illustrate her story. Shanks ruffles her hair, snickering as she tries to bat him away before he ruins the double buns Makino must have put in today. How'd you get rid of the bandits, kid? He asks, but it's not Luffy who answers. Frying pan, comes the response from behind the counter, Makino smiling tiredly as she comes into view. The usual whiskey for all of you? Yes, please, Makino. Shanks waits until the barmaid has returned with their drinks before he asks for details. You said, frying pan? Did you hit him with it? I did, she sighs. Knocked him clean out. He and his lackeys had been standing over Luffy, and my frying pan was the closest thing to me that would work as a weapon, so, Makino shrugs. I may do. I didn't cry at all, Luffy informs him, sounding incredibly pleased with herself. Right, Ma? Right, her mother returns. You were very brave, even if I'd rather you not do that again. Luffy nods sagely. Yep. I'll wait until I can hit M back, and then I'll fight the bandits. Shanks can't help but snicker. He imagines that it must be quite a handful to look after Luffy, especially with her habit of finding trouble even when she doesn't mean to. The codfish incident does come to mind, but Makino seems to be handling herself quite well, even with a stressful situation like bandits attacking. He supposes that Luffy's encounter must have been what he and his nakama overheard on their way over. Gossip does have a tendency to twist things around. Though, it looks like Lucky Roo was right about hearing the full story from Makino. Still, a bandit attack is heavy business, especially for a single mother and her little kid, especially if said kid got injured during it. Looking closer, Shanks notes that Luffy seems a little tense, and Makino certainly looks more tired than usual. Calling attention to it probably wouldn't help, but luckily, he's got another thing in mind to take their minds off of the whole ordeal, particularly in Luffy's case. Hey, Luffy, I just remembered, he starts, tapping her shoulder and letting her wriggle around a bit until she's in a position where she can see both her mother and his face, evidently, her favorite position to be in. Have you ever heard the tale of the Pirate King? Shanks feels his own crew perk up at that. It's not a tale he tells often, popular as it is, but he happens to be of a small percentage of people who can tell it properly, without all the nonsense the world government likes to spew about monsters and criminals. Shanks knows the real story, and he thinks that perhaps Luffy would like to know, too. She tilts her head. I guess so. Some other people who came into the bar were getting really loud about it. They said he was a crazy guy who sailed the whole world and he found a treasure and then he hid it and then he died. The end. He snickers, ruffling her hair and then suppressing the urge to laugh again when she gives him an adorably petulant pout for messing it up. You're close, but not quite. I'll tell you the real story of the Pirate King. Captain Gold Roger, the one who became the freest man in the world. Even after all these years, he's still never broken the habit of calling the man his captain, but really, who can blame him? Shanks leans back in his chair and takes a sip of his whiskey, waiting for everyone to get settled in before he begins. Years ago, there was a man like no other who sailed the Grand Line in search of adventure and freedom. He traveled to many places and met countless people, and he was well liked by his allies, and feared by his enemies. He was a pirate, one known as Gold Roger. He and his crew were some of the strongest people on the seas, and even the Marines were wary of them. Luffy's eyes are wide as she leans in, face tilted to the sky so she can watch Shanks talk. During his time at sea, it was rumored that he found many mysterious treasures, things that many people were desperate to get their hands on, for their curiosity was great, but their greed was greater. And as Roger gained more and more notoriety, more and more fame and fear to his name, he gained the most legendary moniker a pirate has ever earned. They called him the Pirate King. He protected his crew with fierce loyalty, and it was said that there was no one in the world whom he couldn't beat. But as the time passed, his enemies grew bolder, and Roger was not invulnerable. He was arrested by the world government for his crimes and held captive, awaiting his death at the hands of the Marines. In his final moments, they led him to the execution platform, hoping to strip him of his freedom before his inevitable demise. But Roger wouldn't go down so easily. As he knelt on the platform, flanked by Marines with his crew watching in the crowd, one man shouted out a question. He asked of Roger's treasure, wanting to know where it was left, who would get it after the death of the Pirate King. This is the part that everyone knows, the part that Shanks had seen himself, many years ago. So long, but he never forgot. And with death at his back, Roger started laughing, and said, "My wealth and treasures? If you want, I'll let you have it, search for it. I left all of it at that place." And as he spoke those words, the blades came down, and Gold Roger was no more. But the legacy he left behind created an era of dreams, all sparked by the search for Gold Roger's treasure, the One Piece. Luffy's grinning, probably wider than Shanks thinks the mouth should go, but who is he to question children's odd expressions? Makino is behind the bar, where she's been listening in on the story between delivering drinks to other patrons, but she pauses to give her daughter a fond look. "The One Piece," Luffy whispers, sounding almost ecstatic. "I'm gonna find it someday." "You know," Shanks says, "they say that whoever finds the One Piece will be crowned the next Pirate King." Luffy gasps quietly. "The Pirate King is the freest person in the whole world," she states solemnly. "Shanks said so. And when I find the One Piece, I'm gonna be the next Pirate King." The declaration is yelled out loud for all to hear. And somehow, more than any other wannabe who's gone chasing after his late captain's dream, it's the words of a 5-year-old girl that Shanks believes the most. There's a force behind them, a startling conviction in those determined eyes, and Shanks can't ignore it. Luffy will be the next Pirate King. After all, she said so herself, and Shanks believes her. Ace has never been to Hightown before. From what he's heard, it's full of awful, mean nobles, and it's where all the snobby kids he sees in the Middle District come from. Frankly, he wouldn't be going there under any other circumstances, but right now, it's only necessary. There are rumors of a cards tournament happening in the back of one of the restaurants there. It's a little weird that they would hold it in Hightown, but the Grey Terminal gossip is known for being completely outlandish sometimes. Besides, even if there's no tournament and it's all a sham, he can pickpocket a few rich people and leave with a prize regardless. And if anyone tries to give him trouble? Well, Ace has a steel pipe and plenty of experience fighting crocodiles, and he's not afraid to use either. For some reason, there's an absurd amount of people walking around right now, despite the fact that it's barely past sunrise. Ace is used to the bandits sleeping until noon, but he supposes that rich people have weird habits, like having more organized sleep schedules to better match their superiority complexes. Granted, Ace himself has got some weird habits, but his make sense. It's only necessary that he learn to do things like count cards and memorize card faces in seconds, because if everyone else is cheating too, it's the best thing he can do to even the odds. Dadan still thinks that Ace doesn't know how to count cards, and he doesn't plan on telling her that he's learned. Makino wasn't trying to teach him, he doesn't think, but she helped him figure it out, if accidentally, and he's no snitch. He'll keep it to himself. But that's beside the point, because right now he's somewhat lost. No, not lost, Ace doesn't do lost, but he's in a location that he is not completely aware of. Yes, that. And he's also trying to get to the tournament, but he doesn't completely remember the name of the building, which might also be a slight problem. He thinks it was Charlie's? Charmy's? Something like that. He'll figure it out. Creeping through the streets lit only by the dim glow of the rising sun, Ace squints against the honey-golden light and nearly smacks face first into some prim-looking blonde around the same age and size as him. "Hey, watch it!" The blonde yelps with a scowl, which is incredibly odd. Ace, of course, scowls right back with a proper bandit tooth-baring. "You watch it. Don't go staggering around in the streets unless you've got the sense to stay out of people's ways." "Oh, put a sock in it," scoffs the other boy, but then his eyes widen and he bolts in less than a second, leaving Ace suitably baffled. The hell was that all about? Shaking his head, Ace tuts and moves on, pointedly avoiding the presences of tall and judgmental adults all around him. He's got places to be, thanks very much, and he does not have time to get into a fight before the tournament begins. Oh, quite frankly, Sabo is not having the best life. There are plenty of things he could say to complain. he could describe how awful his father is, how stifling the noble life is, how much he hates having to stay inside and learn about things that are useless to him like stock market trading when he only wants to go outside. Unfortunately, complaining is getting him nowhere, which means that it's time to be a little more proactive with his efforts to escape nobility. And by that, he means he's going to run away to Grey Terminal and never come back. It's the perfect plan, of course. No one would think OT look for him there. He can observe for a bit before entering the fray, and it's probably the best place to get a weapon and gather information so he ca. Someone smacks headfirst into him, startling Sabo out of his thoughts, and he lets out a reflexized yelp of irritation. Hey, watch it! A black-haired boy with a dozen freckles and a metal pipe slung over his back with a leather cord is standing in front of him and blinking, his expression morphing into a scowl even worse than Sabo's own. You watch it. Don't go staggering around in the streets unless you've got the sense to stay out of people's ways. He bares his teeth for good measure. Sabo scoffs. Oh, put a sock in it. Rude little brat, he should deck him for that. Wait, no. Going around punching people is how to make a lot of enemies and very few friends, if any. Sabo would prefer to have some allies and connections before he starts going around and beating the snot out of strangers. But as he's pursuing that line of thought, a face catches his eye. A very familiar face with a familiar scowl of disdain and a familiar black mustache, and Sabo bolts without a second thought, the freckled boy completely driven out of his mind by the momentary panic of thinking that his father had noticed him. If he came out here and got all this way only to be noticed immediately and brought back home, Sabo might actually set something on fire. It would certainly be cathartic, at the very least. First things first, Sabo needs to reach his destination. He's going to Grey Terminal, but he's got to actually get there first, and it's not exactly the kind of place that one asks for directions to. In fact, he's pretty sure he'd get arrested or something if they found out he actually wanted to go there. But enough of that. The fact is that he will be going there, as soon as he figures out where it is. And the best method to find somewhere is to get moving and go look for it, so he might as well start walking. He quickly makes his way out of High Town and into the forest surrounding it, staying to the edges of the paved road at first before he realizes that it's probably just going to take him to another town. Shaking his head with a sigh, Sabo waits until he finds a branching path, this one unpaved and marked only by the layers upon layers of footprints packing the earth down into a hard, dusty trail. This one looks a lot more likely to lead to a crime-filled trash heap, so obviously he changes directions and starts going down the new road. Hoisting his pack higher on his shoulders, Sabo makes his way down the path, going deeper and deeper into the forest. The sounds of wild animals, birds and wildcats, are getting louder around him, but he pays them no mind. Animals usually stay away from traveled roads, and besides, he's got a knife he pilfered if anything tries to attack him. Wait, that wasn't an animal sound. That was a human sound. Footsteps, if he's not mistaken. And suddenly, Sabo remembers exactly why people don't tend to take the secluded roads without some sort of guard. It's the prime hunting ground for the elusive criminals known as mountain bandits, and it looks like he's just found some. A lanky man steps out into the road, face sallow and hand hovering near his waist, where he's surely concealing a weapon of some sort, likely a revolver or some other type of gun. His eyes are shifty, looking Sabo up and down like he's a three-course meal plated with gold leaf. Sabo grips the straps of his rucksack tighter and stands his ground, narrowing his eyes at the new threat. Bit far from town, are we? The bandit, for there's nothing else he could be, notes, his voice slurred and drawling. Sabo suspects it's from alcohol, if the growing scent of fermentation is anything to go by. What's a little bean like you doin', all the way out here, eh? Just on my way home, he says carefully, not taking his eyes off the bandit. The man chuffs out a croaky laugh. Home, in this direction? Lad, you's gotta be jokin', da. I'm really not. Sabo's knife is tucked into his belt, hidden by the sides of his coat. He could probably reach it fairly quickly if worst comes to worst. K.H. Ain't got anythin' to spare for a poor old beggar, have ye? The bandit leers, and Sabo suppresses the urge to grimace at the gapped, yellowing teeth. Won't take more'n a minute, just be handin' over anythin' you got, and we won't be causing any further trouble for ye. His slurred speech is getting worse, but, he said we. As in, more than just him. Oh. This isn't just some lone bandit off shaking down travelers while drunk off his arse. This is an ambush, and Sabo's walked right into it. Behind him, the sounds of quiet footsteps growing close confirms his suspicions, and he reflexively digs his heels in and lets his hand draw closer to his concealed blade, trying not to arouse any suspicion. The element of surprise will be his ally in a situation like this. I'm afraid I don't have any money to spare, I spent it all in town already. It's believable that he went to town and came back broke, but the bandit narrows his eyes in a familiar way, and Sabo knows he's been caught in his lie. Spend it all, ye say? Now, I don't think that's quite true, YC. And I don't think you're tellin' the truth about where ye's goin', either. Footsteps behind him and on either side. There don't seem to be any gaps in their formation, these bandits aren't amateurs. He should have bolted when he had the chance, but they might have just chased him down and taken his stuff anyways. Sabo's caught like a mouse in a glue trap, stuck in place and ready to be eaten by the triumphant cat. See, what I think, the bandit continues, and now more people are coming out FO the tree behind him, effectively cutting off any chance of rushing the man and darting past. Is that you're a little mini noble? Ain't no one in these woods got that sorta accent, no, that's what you get from High Town. You from High Town, boy? Sabo scoffs. As if. He can't really talk his way out of the situation, but he can certainly deny any attachment to the awful hellhole of riches known as High Town. He left for a reason, and he's never going back, not if he can help it. The bandits in front of him are starting to get closer. Sabo narrows his eyes and reaches for his knife, but before he can grab it, a meaty hand closes around his wrist and yanks him into the air, calloused fingers taking the knife from where it's tucked into his belt. He gasps, flailing as he tries to get his weapon back, but the bandit holding Higuma aloft just laughs meanly, dangling his knife just out of reach. Give that back, it's mine. It's not even valuable. He yelps, reaching as far as he can, but it's too far for his short arms. Then, he feels his rucksack pulling away from his back, lifted into the air as another bandit starts to take it. Sabo grabs onto the straps, trying to pull it back, but a hand wraps around his ankle and he's being turned upside down, his bag gone a second later. He yells in complaint, reaching out and flailing to catch hold of it, but it's already too far away. KH. None of this is even good, one of the bandits, the one now pawing through his bag, scoffs. Sabo bares his teeth, glaring as hard as he can while hanging upside down, suspended by his ankle. Quit looking through my bag. Give me my stuff back. He's hanging there for a few more moments, shouting complaints as his possessions are tossed out of his bag and onto the packed, dusty road, clothes and foodstuffs, mostly, but there's also his pilfered sewing kit and Swiss Army knife. Then, a childish yell from above cuts all of the bandits off as a small shape drops from the treetops and lands on the lanky bandit's head, knocking him to the ground. It's that dark-haired kid from earlier, the one who ran into him in town. Sabo gapes for just a moment before he's dropped unceremoniously to the ground, the bandit's focus switching from him to the new challenger. Spitting out a clump of dry powdered dirt, Sabo hauls himself to his feet and quickly starts piling his stuff back into his bag, not bothering to shake the dust off. He'll have time for that later, but right now, he's got to get out of here. Behind him, he hears the other kid yelling, something about stealing, cards, and winning fair and square? Shaking his head, Sabo quickly decides that this is not his problem, and that he should just get out of here while he can. But, it feels sorta wrong to just leave the freckled kid behind, especially when he's the reason Sabo is able to escape at all. He slings his pack over his shoulders and turns in a circle, looking for his knife as the last thing he's missing, but as he searches the ground for it, he quickly realizes one important thing: his knife is still missing. DMN it, he hisses, turning back to the bandits. Now I have to get involved. Oh. Ace is actually going to commit real and illegal murder. There's no card tournament because someone snitched and now all the players are getting carted off to spend a night in the cells for being unsightly and disturbing the peace or some other bull. He's fuming, but at this point, he's just glad that he had the foresight to wait outside until the tournament started. If he'd gone in, they might have arrested him too. Doesn't matter that he's a kid, in the eyes of the law, he's technically broken some of their stupid rules by participating in illegal gambling, by winning dozens of card games. Therefore, they call him a criminal. Granted, he could also be in trouble for banditry even though he's never actually done that, but he does live with Curly Dadan. She's not his mom, his mother is dead, but he supposes that she could be mistaken for it, if the one looking assumed that he took after his father. Then again, there's a rumor amongst Dadan's bandits that Garp's son is an even worse criminal than she is, so maybe he'd be arrested for existing either way. And speaking of Garp and Ace's family members, he really wants to meet this apparent little sister of his. Makino is nice, so her daughter must be at least a little nice, even if she's a snotty little brat, right? But that's beside the point. Right now, he's super set off, so now he's gonna go head over to Gray Terminal and beat some idiots up for ruining his day. Maybe he'll even find the guy who ratted out the card tournament. If Ace ever sees that man face to face, he's gonna give him the beatdown of a lifetime. He may be small, but he's got enough spark and strength to win any fight he wants. Ace never loses. He takes his usual shortcut through the woods, of course, hopping from tree to tree as he always does, running right past the sunning tigers without so much as a second glance. He doesn't have time to fight with them. Well, maybe he does, but he doesn't really want to, so he just ignores them. Gray Terminal is, actually really close to High Town, something he's never understood but also something that he's not really thinking will change soon. The amount of effort that would go into moving either place, it'd be easier to just destroy one and be done with it, but once again, he doubts it'll happen. Nobody has the energy to make such a big fuss over it. Besides, for Ace at least, it provides the wonderful opportunity to go to High Town for meals, without paying, of course. Dining and dashing is much simpler and a lot more fun, and then come back to the terminal afterwards to amuse himself by picking fights with the pickpockets and drunks. Ace makes his way towards the dirt path into the terminal when he hears a whole lot of yelling and complaining coming from a little further up the path. Figuring it'll be interesting to go and check it out, he turns and heads for the sounds. He's not sure what he expected upon reaching the commotion, but whatever it wasn't a whole gang of bandits shaking down that blonde kid from earlier. Now, what the hell is he doing out here? Ace mutters, but he's already got his pipe in hand, ready to jump in. Then, his eyes fall upon the lanky guy standing in the middle of the path, no doubt the one who played decoy while the others set the ambush, and Ace fumes. That's the BSTRD who ratted us all out. He launches himself out of the tree and lances with a practiced ease on the man's shoulders, using the force behind his feet to knock the man to the ground. You thieving snitch! You're the one who ruined the tournament. Hoisting his pipe, he swings it hard and fast, but the man rolls to the side just in time. I don't know what you're talking about. He tries to excuse, but he's an awful liar. Ace sees right through him. He scoffs. Like hell. I would've won that fair and square, and you had to go and ruin the whole thing. And he would've won. Ace is already known for his skill at card games, and this was a blackjack tournament. It's the first game he learned, and by now, he could decimate the competition in his sleep. He brings his pipe down a second time, this time managing to clip the man's arm. He yells, sounding affronted, and the other bandits drop the blonde brat and rush Ace instead. He catches sight of the other boy gathering up his things, so at least the kid's got some sense. Come at me, you rat snitches! He yells, holding up his pipe and glaring hard. It's not even difficult to jump out of the way of the blows sent in his direction as he uses their shoulders as springboards, going high as they all aim low. That's the fun thing about these fights. Everyone assumes that since their opponent is a kid with a heavy metal pipe, he'll try and duck away from the punches. Nobody ever expects Ace to go up, much less hit back with such ferocity. Granted, he does go low sometimes, when he needs to trip up his enemies, that is. He's well versed in the art of using his size to his advantage. And then a shape drops from the trees, cocking a bandit down as it launches itself off of the man's shoulders and into another opponent. Ace almost stares, but out of reflex, he keeps himself focused. Screw off already! Yells the shape, and holy stars, it's the blonde kid. This time, Ace really does gape as he realizes that not only is something actually fighting alongside him, but the other is actively preventing blows from hitting Ace. 2 against 2 doesn't seem very fair, does it? Maybe you oughta give up now, you're clearly outmatched. Ace lets his usual scowl fall into a menacing grin. KH. You really think you can take us? You're just scared little rats. Go on and run back to your sewers. He's not used to fighting with a partner, not in the slightest, but this kid's fun. Ace thinks he could get used to it. Oh. They don't end up chasing off the bandits. Well, not entirely. It's more of a mutual running away thing, with Sabo and the freckled kid both bolting for Gray Terminal while cackling madly, a few of the bandits' weapons tucked under their arms as they disappear into the tree line. Sabo has no clue where he's going, but the freckled kid clearly does, so he sticks close to the other's heels and follows along. Soon enough, they reach a sort of heap structure made out of old containers and trash bit, and the kid starts clambering up it like a weird little monkey. Sabo pauses for just long enough to put the pilfered saber from the bandits in a safer place by tucking it through the straps of his bag, and then he's following, albeit at a much slower and clumsier pace. Come on, you slowpoke, hurry it up if you want to talk properly. Yells the other kid, and he's gone back to scowling again. Sabo thinks that maybe that's just his default state, but he also has enough sense to know that it would be very rude to ask. I'm coming, just gimme a second. He yells back. Not all of us are built like geckos, idiot. The hell is a gecko? You don't know what a gecko is? Why would I? Sabo sticks his tongue out, but doesn't respond, too focused on trying to get past an unbalanced hunk of metal without bringing the whole scrap heap down on his head. There's an annoyed huff from above him and something grabs his sleeve, unceremoniously yanking him past the precarious metal before letting go. The freckled kid is sitting in front of him, perched on the heap with his arms crossed and an annoyed look on his face. So, the hell were you doing in Hightown, and the hell are you doing in Grey Terminal? Because I've sure never seen you in either place before. Sabo tries to glare, jutting out his lip as he stares the other boy down. I'm running away. And I won't be going back, so don't even try to make me. The other raises an eyebrow. Sure. Whatever, just don't be annoying and don't interrupt the card tournaments or I'll haul you up the mountain and throw you off the top. Got it. Yeah. Okay. Threats are probably commonplace here, right? That's not weird at all. Not one bit. Hey, wait, what's your name? The freckled boy, who had been starting to make his way back down the scrap heap after pocketing a few things from the pile, turns back to give him an annoyed look. Why would I tell you my name? You're a stranger. I don't just go around introducing myself to everyone, that would be stupid. I'll tell you mine? It's Sabo. It's a long shot, but maybe. Ace. Sabo grins, showing off the gap in his teeth. Nice to meet you, Ace. Ace scoffs, but he still gives Sabo a small grin anyways, crossing his arms and leaning back where he's perched on the pile. Yeah, sure it is. Luffy's gonna be a pirate when she's old enough to go sailing on the seas. The problem is, she's not entirely sure how to be a pirate. She knows most of what they do, but she doesn't know enough to actually do it yet. And if she doesn't know something, Ma says she should ask questions to figure it out. But Ma doesn't know about being a pirate or sailing either, which means that Luffy has to find someone else to ask. The winds know a little, but not enough, and she doesn't actually know where Shanks is right now, so that leaves one option left for her to choose. She's gonna go ask the seas. Luffy already asked Ma if she could go wandering in the morning, so she's all set with a little messenger bag of snacks and a long stick she found. Since she's going for an important conversation today instead of just hanging out, she's gotta make an expedition out of it, and everyone knows that an expedition requires a few very important things: snacks, a good stick to carry around, and a cool hat. She doesn't have a cool hat, but the red flower pins holding back her curtain bangs should be enough. Winds, I'm gonna go talk to the seas about pirates, she says once she's out of the village's earshot. Do you wanna come too? She knows that the winds are usually there whether they've been invited or not, but Ma says it's polite to invite people along, and Luffy should be polite to her friends. The winds swirl and laugh, sounding quite pleased as they respond in that whispery voice that she can only half hear, echoing in her head like a serpent's hiss. Would we? Should we? Yes, we'll join. Luffy grins. Cool. Let's go. She makes her way down the dirt road leading to the beach, humming to herself and swinging her stick as she walks. She's not wearing shoes again, something that Ma never seems to mind, but that gets her some very weird looks from the other people in Fusha. She doesn't like wearing shoes, except for maybe sandals sometimes, but everyone makes such a big deal of it. Luffy likes to feel what's underfoot, like moss and grass and sand and dirt, so why does everyone get so mad about it? Visiting the seas, off to see the seas, the winds sing, blowing her hair all around as she giggles. The seas see us, and we see the seas. Luffy spins on her toes, twirling around and letting her red skirt flow out around her. It's one of her favorite things to wear because of how flowy it gets, but she always wears shorts underneath so that it's easier to run around and climb things. Off to see the seas, we're visiting the seas. Stick in hand, she strolls down the path to the beach, humming and singing as she goes. The wind flows through her hair and her skirt, playful as always, yet gentle enough that it doesn't knock her small form to the ground. As Luffy nears the sandy alcove where she always likes to meet the sea, she's pleased to note that there don't seem to be any people around, not that anyone but her really comes back here. It's far out of the way, for one thing, and for another, it's quite difficult to find without the winds nudging her in the right direction. Luffy's found that as long as she listens to them, they never let her get lost. The winds may play about with a lot of things, but they've never led her astray. Who is that we feel approaching? Little driftwood, what do you come for today? The waves brush the edges of the sand with a happy rush, stirring up humming shells and quiet clumps of seaweed. Hi, seas. Luffy greets with a grin. I came to ask about pirates, and I brought a present. The seas enjoy receiving gifts, especially ones from far inland. They don't particularly want anything valuable or delicate, but they do want things that they can't get to. So, Luffy's made it a point to bring them things like leaves and bits of bark from trees that don't grow anywhere near the shore. They like plants best, and today she brought them a peach colors wildflower that she found in a field near town. Crouching down, Luffy sets the flower in the surf, giggling along as she hears the happy laughter from the sea's many overlapping voices, all convalescing into one as they thank her. Such a lovely flower, such a lovely gift. We haven't seen these flowers in far too long, little sandpiper. Shishishi. I brought something from the middle of the island, 'cause you can't get that stuff so easy. I'm glad you like it. We do indeed, we do indeed. Now, what's this we hear? You want to know of pirates? A pirate you wish to be, is that correct, little cabin girl? Yeah, that's right. Luffy nods decisively. I'm gonna be the king of the pirates, just like Gold Roger. The winds start giggling at that, ruffling her bangs where they're pinned back. We'll have great fun watching that happen, won't we? Yes, we will. Traveling all the way across the great big world, sailing to and fro, having so many adventures. It'll be great fun. Oh, yes, it will. The seas agree. But what is it you want to ask of us, Titapool? Oh, right. I want to ask, if I'm gonna be a pirate, are there rules I gotta follow? I don't want to follow stupid rules, like the Marines have, but sometimes I guess rules can be useful. Pirate rules, you say? We know of some, but we do not know if these rules are the ones used today. Humans do like to change their rules a lot, the winds agree. Why don't you ask that red-haired pirate who gave you the idea? The seas continue, pushing the sand around idly as they draw closer to her. Luffy tilts her head, thinking as she dips her hand in the murky sand and salt water. He could tell you all you wish to know, and if you still have question, we shall answer. She nods sharply. That's a good idea. I'll ask Shanks and then I'm gonna come back, 'kay? The seas shift and churn, almost as if the waves are nodding in response to her latest proclamation as the winds continue to giggle happily, following her back up the path. Fly free, little albatross. We shall await your return. Oh. Nah, Shanks, do pirates have rules they gotta follow? Luffy tilts her head as she looks up at the pirate, her black hair falling in her face since she lost one of her flower hair clips on the way home. The seas said that Shanks knows what pirates need to know, which means that he's the one she needs to ask, and now that he's back in Ma's bar, she's got the chance to ask him. The winds are still outside, since they can't always be loud enough to hear when they're inside, but she can feel their support wrapped around her heart like a blanket nest. Shanks finishes off his drink, adjusting his hat with a grin. Depends on the kind of pirate you're gonna be. There's a set of rules, but most people nowadays don't follow them like they're supposed to. What kinds of rules? Let's see, asking permission before boarding another pirate's ship is one of the most important ones. That one will get you a lot more from the old-timers like me. He winks. Luffy hums. So, I just gotta ask? If you're asking formally, you should be asking the captain or the first mate. If you're a pirate and you want to come aboard the Red Crest, you'd have to ask me or Ben, and you'd have to ask the right way, N.E. It's the veteran pirates who care about the wording, but it's still rude to just board another cruise ship without asking, Ben interjects. You wouldn't go into someone's house uninvited, would you? No way. Luffy shakes her head. That's rude. You gotta wait until they invite you over, and then you wait for them to let you in. Ma says it's polite. Shanks nods. She's right about houses, but with pirate ships, they're always moving about, so it's okay to ask to come aboard without being formally invited first. To ask, you state your full name, and ask if you may come aboard the name of the ship. For instance, with the Red Crest, you'd say, I, Luffy, ask Akagami no Shanks's permission to board the Red Crest. What if I'm bringing my crew? Do we all have to ask one at a time? No, if your crew is coming along, you'd say, Akagami no Shanks's permission for I and my nakama to board the Red Crest. Ben explains, taking another sip of his whiskey. But that's only if you're asking formally, adds Shanks, like if it's a captain you greatly respect or someone who commands a lot of power, otherwise, you can just ask for permission to come aboard without adding all the pleasantries. Ben nods. Makino, mind if I get another bottle of this SPKED whiskey? Best stuff I've had in a while. Makino slides him another bottle, pocketing the coins he sets down on the counter as payment. Luffy's noticed that while most of the bandits who come in always pay at the end, and skimp out, too, she may not be that good at math yet but she can still add prices. Shanks and his men tend to pay for each drink individually, and they always pay the right amount. Maybe it's a pirates versus bandits thing. Pirate rules, eh? She asks, leaning against the counter. Don't you have certain rules regarding sea shanties? I remember my mother and aunt telling me about how shanties were used for messages among pirates, though I don't think they ever got around to telling me the details. Shanks nods. Yeah, that's right, your ladies knew what they were talking about. Shanties can be for fun, but there are a few specific ones that are only for very specific circumstances. Like what? Luffy asks, eyes widening. How are you supposed to learn the special shanties if the thing they're made for never happens? The seas had mentioned something like that earlier when she'd asked what they could tell her about pirating. They'd even promised to teach her a few songs. Do they teach everyone the special shanties? Is that how the songs are passed down? Depends on the song, Shanks says with a shrug, taking another swig of his drink. Makino passes him another bottle without him asking, and he gives her a grin and a handful of coins. Thanks, Makino. Now, some of the songs are used for emergencies, like calling up your allies for aid. Allies? Those are the crews that you're not always friends with, but you help each other out. Only in very dire circumstances, the song Hoist the Colors is used to call upon all of your allies for aid. His voice had turned serious, and Luffy leans in to hear more, eyes wide and mouth firmly shut. It's a very important song, but it's not to be sung unless absolutely necessary. You understand? She nods, eyes never leaving the pirate's face. Yeah. No singing. Then, Luffy pauses. How do you learn that one? It's neither Shanks nor Ben, but Yasopp who answers that question. It's really only the captains who know that song, and there are a lot of people who don't know it, but it's only pirates who use it to call for their allies. Before you become a pirate, you can learn it without having to worry about too many consequences. You've still got to be very serious about it, you know? It's an important song, from so far back that no one remembers where it came from. Oh, she whispers, her eyes shining with both excitement and curiosity. It's super important. Sure is, Ben agrees. But it's not the only song that we pirates have, there are others as well, like The Hanging Tree, The Flying Dutchman, 8 Bells. Don't forget Oak or Pine, puts in Lucky Roo. Or The Devil's Reach, that one's my favorite. And The Mariner's Revenge. What about Drunken Sailor, or Bloody Rose of Wano, do those count? Shanks lets his man clamor to put in their favorite songs for a moment before taking a drink of his whiskey and raising his hand. All of his nakama went quiet as a grin spread across his face. I don't know, but it sounds like we could sue a bit of music, men? Makino, do you mind? Makino shakes her head, smiling. I don't mind, as long as you don't plan on making us all deaf. Wouldn't dream of it, madam. He sets down his drink and rises to his feet, and Luffy can practically feel the energy in the room rising as everyone sits up straighter, one even pulling out some sort of stringed instrument and preparing to play. Now, what do you say to The Flying Dutchman? A cheer went up from the group of pirates, and the one with the guitar-looking instrument began to play as Shanks started off the song, the melody echoing through the room and feeling like it was in Luffy's very bones. The sky was gray and cloudy, and the wind was from the west, when we spied a battered frigate with her tattered sail full dressed, Shanks sang, tapping his foot against the wooden floors of the bar. As the next stanza began, Ben picked up the tune, his voice much lower and raspier than his captain's. They signaled they had letters home, they asked if we could take, they dropped them in a barrel they left bobbing in their wake. We reefed the sails and slowed the ship to fish the barrel out, lime juice picked up, the old ship sailed to the distance and we saw her come about. Next, it was Yasopp. The captain watched through a spyglass and we heard him catch his breath, and we saw that Storm A. Bruin had become a wall of death. Turn this ship around, my boys, turn around and run. The whole crew sang together. That storm, it wants a battle, and it's sure that we're outgunned. What of the ship that's out there, do we leave her to the gale? They stopped, and it was only Shanks who sang the next part, just as loud and intense as all of his nakama combined. She's called the Flying Dutchman, and it's rage that fills her sail. The thunder growled like demons, and the lightning stabbed the waves, and the Dutchman, she leapt towards us, riding fury from the graves. Our captain, he stayed at the wheel, the crew, they manned the lines. And still that ship and storm were quickly closing in behind. Our ship, we crest a giant wave and crashed to the trough below, and the crew held on to what they could, they were dead if they let go. The rain and sea and storm winds crashed against our ship with wrath, and from the deck of that cursed ship, we could hear them laugh. The entire crew picked up the melody once again, joining in the way they had before instead of leaving the chorus to another single nakama. Turn this ship around, my boys, turn around and run. That storm, it wants a battle, and it's sure that we're outgunned. That ghostly ship is huntin' us, it's bringing on the gale. And sure enough, it was Shanks to close the chorus again. She's called the Flying Dutchman, and it's rage that fills her sail. That was when we sighted land, it became a race with time, we believed it Santa Marta, the Dutchman closing in behind. Risk it all, the captain cried, it's the only chance we got. Salvation if we make it, and our souls if we get caught. The storm was all around us, and the Dutchman cut our wind. The beast nearly capsized us, and we watched our strong mast bend. We were almost to the harbor, we could see the natural break. And each man willed her forward, for they knew that was at stake. Turn this ship around, my boys, turn around and run. That storm, it wants a battle, and it's sure that we're outgunned. That ghostly ship is huntin' us, it's bringing on the gale. She's called the Flying Dutchman, and it's rage that fills her sail. Once we charged into that harbor, the Flying Dutchman heaved away, and we heard their bitter screams, for the devil lost his prey. Once we made it safely to the leeward of the bay, we cracked that barrel open to see what those letters say. There must have been 100, and that's when we realized the rest of the crew slowly started to join in, line by line, picking up more and more people. Those moldy parchments were addressed to those who'd long since died. If you see a battered frigate neath a grey and stormy sky, give way and watch behind you, or you'll hear your captain cry. Turn this ship around, my boys, turn around and run. That storm, it wants a battle, and it's sure that we're outgunned. That ghostly ship is huntin' us, it's bringing on the gale. She's called the Flying Dutchman, and it's rage that fills her sail. Oh, seas? Luffy asks, sitting with her legs folded in the sand, sans shoes as per the usual. I got a question. Speak your question and hear your answer, little gull, little fish, little princess, the seas whisper. Luffy tugs on her braids, taking a deep breath. She's got to ask. I want to learn the pirate songs, in case I ever get in big trouble. Shanks can't sing all of them because it's against the rules, but, can you teach me pirate songs? They asks, the waves growing softer and closer as they mull over her request. A conundrum. Shanties, she asks? Shall we sing to our little Titapool? Can you at least tell me, 'bout hoist the colors? Luffy mumbles quietly. Just in case. I'll use it the right way, I promise. We believe you, Titapool. We cannot teach you today, for the sunset is approaching, but we shall teach you all you need to know. Every shanty sung on the high seas is remembered by our waves, and we shall tell you each and every one that you want to hear. She grins, showing off the gap in her teeth. Thanks. And if I know all the shanties, then I can learn the other pirate stuff myself, right? Of course. You may be better suited to finding humans to teach you how to sail. We carry the boats, but we do not generally tamper with the masts and ropes kept on deck. Yeah, I can ask the fisherman about that. She nods. Oh, what about my crew? Who should I get? A musician, definitely. What else? A navigator? The seas suggest. A doctor and a cook? Crews are made of many people, little hibiscus, so perhaps you should simply wait and see where the winds and the waves take you. We know you will find the crew you desire. Luffy's smile softens as she looks out over the ocean's horizon, the waves cresting against the sides of the alcove but never washing her out to sea. She's sure that she'll gather her nakama everywhere she goes, and she knows already that it will be the most perfect, chaotic group of people to ever sail the seas. Exactly as she wants it, and exactly as it should be. Luffy is confident in that much, at least. Oh. So, Captain, Ben muses, leaning against the rails of the ship as he lights another cigar. Makino's kid sure is interesting. Shanks raises an eyebrow. Yeah, I'd say so. Why do you bring it up? Like you haven't noticed, Hongo snorts from across the deck, completely oblivious to how Yasopp's immediately started taking his cards now that he's not looking. You've practically adopted the kid already. Hell, you're teaching her the pirate code. He's got a point, you know. Might as well apprentice the kid and get it over with. Roo shrugs, taking a bite of turkey. Where does he keep getting that? Shanks wonders, but then shakes his head. I'm not going to make her an apprentice, she's not even 6 years old yet. Obviously not for right now, correct Slime. Give her the title now, then come back in a few years once she's old enough to actually fill the role. She'd probably learn better on an actual pirate ship than if she's absorbing second-hand knowledge, you know? Okay, first of all, I'm pretty sure her mother wouldn't allow that, Shanks starts, and second of all, you all do remember where we're headed after this, right? A murmur goes out over the deck, but Ben is, as usual, the first to reach the conclusion. The New World. Exactly. I'm pretty sure Luffy would rather have her own adventure than piggyback off of experience as a cabin girl, not to mention that pretty much everyone in the New World is going to be after us within a month. She'd be the smallest and weakest on the crew since she's just a kid. And would therefore be the target of most attacks, Roo finishes. Yeah, I see the problem now, pretty unfortunate, though, we probably won't have any time to teach her to fight. We can't teach her everything, but I'm pretty sure we could manage some basic self-defense, at least, make sure she can throw a proper punch, you know? But on that matter? Yasopp, we know you're the best shot in the seas, but how good are you with teaching other people to shoot? Yasopp shrugs, looking rather smug at the underlying compliment. Well, I'd say I'm pretty good, why? Makino's been talking about getting some sort of weapon to fend off the bandits, and from the sounds of it, she was hoping to get some sort of pistol or revolver. Shanks grins, and his nakama are starting to mimic him as they realize what he's implying. I don't doubt that she'll get her hands on whatever weapon she's looking for, but why don't we make sure that she knows how to use it? You're leaving already? Luffy stares up at the red-haired pirate, looking crestfallen. Shanks laughs, ruffling her hair and making her pout as she tries to fix the pieces that got pulled out of her hairpins. Afraid so, kid. We're not leaving the whole sea just yet, but there are a few more islands that we've been meaning to visit. Besides, if we stay here for too much longer, it might attract the Marines' attention, Ben notes. We don't want to cause trouble for your town by bringing a bunch of nosy Marines in here. I guess not. Crossing her arms with a huff, she pouts again, glaring shrewdly at Shanks. The man returns her gaze with a raised eyebrow and a bemused grin. But you gotta come back here before you leave East Blue, 'kay? Or else I'll send the big eel in the bay after you. Sure thing, Luffy, he agrees. We were planning on coming back, anyways. Threatening to send sea beasts after people now? Ma asks, setting down another group's drinks at their table before making her way over to where Luffy is sitting, her legs barely long enough to reach past the edges of the bar stool, let alone get anywhere near the ground. That doesn't sound very nice. It's only if he leaves and never comes back, Luffy justifies, sticking her nose in the air. Ma snickers. I suppose that's fair. You best come back here, then, unless you want the Lord of the Coast on your tail. That might make sailing a little tricky. Shanks laughs. I'm sure we won't be long, and besides, we're not leaving until tomorrow morning. We've still got one more night in town, haven't we, boys? A murmur of agreement sounds from the group of pirates, a few calling for more drinks. Ma sweeps away to retrieve the requested bottles as Shanks and Ben start talking about some place Luffy's never heard of. The conversation isn't that interesting to her, so she turns to someone else to sate her curiosity. Nah, Yasopp, where are you going, anyways? Luffy asks, ping her head. The sniper sits up a bit straighter as he realizes he's being addressed, turning to Luffy a moment later, though he has to look down quite a bit to actually see the child. A couple places, as far as I know. Why do you ask? She shrugs. I'm bored and I want to know. Why not? Fair enough. Oi, Snake. Where's the course set for? The navigator of the Akagami pirates, as she's learned, is a brunette man named Building Snake. With a pair of orange sunglasses and a bunch of snaky-looking tattoos to match his name. They are not real snakes, as she has also learned, but they really do look real from afar. Snake is sitting with a couple other members of the crew, Bonk Punch, Monstar, and Hongo, and he JRKS when Yasopp calls his name. Yeah? What's the question? He slurs out, sounding a little drunk already. Hongo heaves a sigh and slides the glass away from him, shaking his head in exasperation. Yasopp repeats himself, and Snake perks up. Oh, we're going to the Gecko Islands next. Rumors out that there's an underground maze or something on one of M, Captain wants to check it out. Yasopp hums. Are we just going to the one island? Which one was it again? The one we're visiting, I mean. Snake snickers. Kaha. You just want to know if we're going back to syrup or nah. What's syrup? Luffy asks Yasopp, who stiffens in response, looking a bit lost as he tries to stutter out a suitable response. Like the pancake stuff? He shakes his head. It's a village on one of the Gecko Islands. I haven't been back there in years. If you want to visit Syrup Village, just ask the captain, Hongo says, shrugging. It's not that hard, you just go up to him and say, hey, Captain, can we go visit Syrup? It's been, like, 3 or 4 years and I'm getting antsy. Luffy giggles as the other crew members continue their light-hearted heckling of Yasopp, though she wonders what it is about Syrup that makes him want to go there so badly. Maybe she'll ask about it when they come back from the Gecko Islands. She's sure they'll end up going to Syrup if someone mentions to Shanks that Yasopp wants to go there. Shanks is a good captain, so he listens to his nakama. She'll be like that someday, too. Oh. Makino tucks the folded-up list into the pocket of her long green skirt, slinging her satchel over her shoulder and letting it come to rest on the opposite hip. Luffy, are you ready to go yet? Coming. Shanks and his crew had left the previous morning, Luffy waiting at the dock to see them off. She'd spent the rest of the day on the beach, presumably collecting shiny things that the ocean washed up, for she had come back that afternoon to get a snack and promptly shown Makino a piece of pink sea glass. Somehow, despite its rarity, Luffy seemed to have a knack for finding the little trinkets. Luffy comes running down the stairs moments later, hair in low pigtails and bangs loose, framing her face as they fall to either side of it. I'm ready to go now. Are you wearing shoes today? Makino asks. It's a valid question. Sometimes Luffy will wear shoes, but a lot of the time, she refuses, and Makino's never seen much reason to force her unless they're going somewhere that might hurt her feet if she goes barefoot. She'll wear shoes at the beach, for instance, since the sun heats it up enough to burn the skin, but anywhere else is fair game. The little girl shakes her head, making her pigtails swing. I'm not going to the beach today, so I don't have to wear shoes. Right, Ma. Right. Do you have your snack? Yep. Luffy lifts up her much smaller version of Makino's own bag, filled with a few different snacks for her to eat while they're out. And I got a rope with a bunch of knots in it. Good, it sounds like we're ready to go. Makino leads the way out of the bar, locking the door behind her. Today is Sunday, so it's not so odd for the bar to be closed. While she doesn't always do it, Sunday is the day that she'll sometimes take off work and go out, usually going somewhere with Luffy unless she and Dadan have arranged to meet beforehand. The Bandit Queen hasn't said anything about Makino coming to visit today, which means that the day is free to spend with her daughter as she pleases. Unfortunately, it can't all be fun and games, because she really does need to go and visit the market. Something Makino has noticed is that she's needed to have a lot more food stocked as Luffy has grown. She's not sure if it's normal growth spurt behavior, but Luffy eats a lot more than Makino ever expected such a small child to. Granted, considering how much energy she expends running around all day and causing havoc, Makino isn't exactly surprised that she'd need to eat more, but it does need to be accounted for in the shopping trips. Makino is also quite grateful for how popular her bar is and how much revenue she's always raking in, because it means she's always been able to easily afford food for herself and her adorable black hole of a daughter. The paper in her pocket has everything they'll need to get, all compiled into one easy list. Since the food stalls are closest, they'll go there first, then stop at the port merchant stall to place orders for the more hard-to-come-by ingredients for Makino's alcoholic brews. Many of the components can be found on Dawn Island, but in the case of the alcohols themselves, as well as some of the more specific spkees, she's always gotten them imported. First on the list, the preserved foods. Technically, the fresh fruits and vegetables are closest, but she's saving those and the fish for last since they're perishables. Handing the little folded list to Luffy, Makino starts perusing the shelves of the open market, inspecting the tins and boxes. Luffy, would you mind reading out the list to me so I know what to look for? Asking Luffy to read the list has two benefits. 1, she'll be suitably occupied and therefore less likely to get into something, and 2, it will help her practice her reading skills. At a few months from 6 years old, she's well into learning how to read and write, but Makino's noticed that her daughters had some trouble with the former, so she's taken every opportunity to provide practice without making it seem like work for the sake of work. Canned tomatoes, AF Alfredo? No, Alfredo sauce, Luffy reads out, puzzling through the words as Makino takes the containers off of the shelves and puts them into a basket she grabbed near the market's entrance. Box pasta, mystery, fruit something. Ma, what's that word say? Preserves, they're similar to jam. I'll show you the jar once I find it, Makino explains. Is bread on the list anywhere? Luffy nods, grinning. Yeah. Loaf of bread. Nodding, Makino takes a baguette from the basket near the register, setting it in her own shopping basket as she grabs a few more things that Luffy lists off for her. A few minutes later, the basket is full and that section of the list exhausted. Is that everything? Makino asks, and Luffy nods. The next list part says, perishables. That's the stuff that's not in this market, right? Right. Can you hold on to the list for me while I check out? MHM. Luffy sticks loyally by her side as she rings up her purchase with the cashier, holding the list all the while. Makino's purchases are piled haphazardly into a large bag, which she slings over her elbow as they leave the store. Right. Where to next, Luffy? The list says we need fish, she says. Fish market? I think we'll save that for last so that nothing happens to the fish, though we do need to go there later. What other things are listed? Fruits, there's some vegetables. Oh, we gotta go see the port merchant for the mystery spkees. Luffy grabs her mother's hand, barely waiting for the confirming nod before she's leading the way to the next stall. Luckily, Cresa appears to be in her stall today, sitting at the counter as she flips through some sort of logbook. It's her employer, Aramis, who does all the importing, but as the first mate of the trade ship, Cresa is often the one taking orders and keeping a log of everything that needs to be shipped or retrieved. Makino notes that her hairstyle is different this time around, changed from the buns she had before into a series of long, thin braids with alternating red and blonde strands woven into them. Apparently, Luffy noticed the change to Cresa's hair as well, running up to the front of the stall with a wide grin. Your braids are colorful this time. Cresa smiles upon seeing the gleeful little girl. I thought it was time to change it up a bit, go for something a little flashier. I see your hair's changed too, is it long enough for braids yet? Barely, Makino answers, coming up to the counter. We're working on growing it out until she can have proper braids, but in the meantime, pigtails and buns have been sufficient. How have your voyages been, Cresa? Same as usual. Maybe the seas have been a little calmer. She shrugs. Little boring, if you ask me. Here to place an order? Makino nods. Yes, same as usual. Actually, could I switch out the source for the rum? Sure thing. Who are you hoping to get it from? I heard from a traveling friend that there's an up-and-coming brewer in Logetown by the name of Otranto. I was hoping to get my next DLVRY from him to see how it is, if that's possible. Can do, Makino. You want the normal DLVRY size? I could just switch out a crate of the regular stuff for this Otrantos, if you're not sure how well it'll go over. Yes, please. I'd hate to get a whole stock in and only find out afterwards that it's rubbish. Cresa nods in understanding. Been there. We almost switched shipwrights a while ago, did I tell you about that? There had been a storm some weeks ago that damaged the rails, nothing too major but it was a bit of a safety hazard, and our normal shipwright was a little understaffed, so we went to this new guy, right? Let me guess, he turns out to be a complete rookie? Close, he's not even a rookie, he's a total sham. He wanted to be a shipwright, but he had no clue what he was doing at all. We just had to wait for our normal guy to do it, even if it took longer. Is your ship okay now? Luffy asks, eyes wide. Cresa nods, chuckling. Sure is, kid. Word of advice, if you ever go sailing, make sure you get a nice, sturdy ship, and always check your shipwrights. You never know if someone's lying about their skills, till you see them show it off. After placing and confirming her order with the port merchant, Makino and Luffy bid Cresa farewell, heading back down the road to the next market stall. Makino's always enjoyed a good chat with the trade ship's first mate. Cresa has all sorts of stories from sailing around, and Makino's heard of people asking her to carry messages and packages before. The woman is well known for being reliable and good on her word. In fact, Cresa's reputation had been one of the reasons that the Wave Treader is the only merchant ship to repeatedly dock in Fusha. It's the only one that people will always place orders with. A short while later, and after a trip back to the bar around halfway through to drop off a few of the heavier bags, they're close to being finished with their trip, with only one place left to visit. All right, looks like we're almost done with our market trip, Makino says briskly. Just the fish market left, right, Luffy? Luffy taps on the paper, holding it open with her other hand so that the creases don't force it to refold. The list says we need mackerel and base. But the list doesn't say which base. We're going to see what the market has before we pick one out. Sometimes one type of base is cheaper than the other, or it looks better, so we should always have a look before we buy it, Right. As usual, there are rows and rows of assorted fish laid out in trays of ice chips, each having a sample displayed over a pile of its ice-buried counterparts. Makino notes that the smallmouth base is looking particularly vibrant, which is quite good. The spotted base have been a little sickly looking as of late. Makino knows that the types of fish are often sourced from many different places around the island, specifically the bay and the surrounding rivers, but she's fairly certain that there's a small lake off to the west that makes for a good fishing spot, as well. These fish look good, right, Ma? Luffy asks, pointing to a hefty smallmouth sticking halfway out of the ice. Makino nods. Yes, they should make a good meal. Can you hold the box open while I pick some out? Sure. Flagging down chicken, Makino points out the fish she wants, the woman picking them out of the ice for her to put them in the box. That one right in the corner should be the last one. Chicken drops the last fish in the box, smiling at Luffy. Helping your mother out with the market run today, Luffy-chan? Yep. Makino's daughter grins. We already got most everything, so we're going home after this. Oh? What shops have you visited today? We went to the open market, and the farmer's market, and we got to see Cresa at the port merchants. Oh, and we went down the vegetables row. Oh, that does sound like fun. I bet you were very helpful to Makino, weren't you? She was indeed, Makino confirms. I was wondering, do you have any mackerel in stock? Chicken shakes her head. Not that I know of. You could ask Jairu, though. I think he went out fishing right after lunch. He just got back a little while ago, so he hasn't had time to unload all of his catches. At his wife's call, the other fishmonger, Jairu, comes wandering over. Somebody call for me? I did, Chicken confirms. Love, do we have any mackerel? I just caught some today. It's for you, Makino? Yes, I was hoping to get some to cook with this week. I'm glad to hear it'll be so fresh. Makino smiles. Jairu is the one who assists Makino with the mackerel, placing them in the box on his own side of the counter before sliding it over to her, sealed and ready to take home. He rattles off the total for the mackerel, Chicken interjecting with the price of the base, and Makino counts out the money to hand over. At her side, Luffy manages to get the boxes off of the counter, despite them being well above her head, and is now carrying both boxes, insistently keeping a hold of them despite Chicken's best efforts to convince her to do otherwise. Wouldn't you like to let your mother handle those? Chicken asks, sounding pleasantly concerned. They look a little heavy, I'd hate for you to drop them. Luffy stubbornly shakes her head and pouts as she pulls away to where the woman can't reach the boxes. Nah. I can carry them. Makino hands over the last of the money to Jairu and turns around. Luffy, you're sure you want to carry those? Luffy nods. Chicken opens her mouth as if to deny the claim, but Makino doesn't let her. Then you can carry them, and if they get too heavy, we'll switch. We can't have the same person carrying the fish and the fruit, right? Right. Luffy grins. Fish is for me to carry, and Ma's got the fruit. Chicken sighs, seeing that she's been overruled, though she's smiling nevertheless. It's hard not to when it's Luffy, and Makino would never wish for anything different. There are very few things in the world that Luffy is afraid of. There are plenty of things she's wary of, or cautious of, like touching a hot stove, walking on sun-heated sand, or getting lost in the forest after night falls. She's got enough sense to know that she should be a little wary of some things, and really, that common sense is only there because Ma insisted that Luffy know what not to do if she was going to wander around on her own. Still, wariness and caution are both different from fear. She's not afraid of the burners on the stove. She's not afraid of the wild animals up the mountain that all come out after dark. But she is a little tiny bit afraid of her grandfather. And now he is coming to visit once again, while her Ma goes up the mountain without her like always, because when Ji-chan comes to visit, Luffy always has to spend the day with him. For some reason, he doesn't seem to like whenever Ma tries to come along, so Luffy's stuck dealing with him all by herself. Luffy's not afraid of him for no reason, and she's not even that scared, anyways. She's smarter than that, being afraid of someone who didn't do anything to earn it is just stupid, and she's not stupid. No, Luffy has plenty of reasons to fear Ji-chan, most of which include how loud and intense he is. She's never been a fan of loud noises, but she can usually handle them. It's when they're paired with all the confrontational hand-waving, and the hitting everything around him whether he means to or not, that makes it all 10 times worse. Needless to say, Luffy is not looking forward to tomorrow, and she tells her mother as much as she sits on the floor beside the bed, getting her hair put into buns for the day. I don't want to stay the whole time with Ji-chan tomorrow, she pouts, trying to look up at Ma with sad eyes while still keeping her head in place so as not to ruin her hair. Ma, he's so loud. Ma sighs, looking exasperated, though Luffy knows that the feeling isn't towards her. It's a common expression for her mother to have when talking about Ji-chan. I know, but he's your grandfather and he loves you very much. He would be very sad if he didn't get to see his granddaughter. Luffy can hear her mother's reluctance, though her tone masks it well. Ma doesn't want her to go with Ji-chan all day either, but he is her grandfather. As far as Luffy knows, he could take her away with him if he really wanted to, and she doesn't want that to happen. Ji-chan wants to spend time with her, so she's got to go along with it or else Ma might get in trouble or Luffy might get taken away. Ma's never said it aloud, but Luffy knows it's a possibility. She's not stupid. When she heard the story of how Ji-chan dropped her off with Ma one night, she had been able to pick up on the underlying message. I brought you here, and I can take you away, too. She just has to play nice, even if she's not exactly looking forward to spending the whole day with him. He means well, anyways. Ma is right about him still being family. It's not as if Luffy hates him or something, that would be awful. She's supposed to care about her family. Ji-chan cares about her, after all, and he's always saying how he wants her to be safe, although, he's also started saying she should become a Marine. But anyways, she's got mixed feelings on the topic. She's happy to see a family member that she barely gets to see, and she knows that he'll be happy to see her as well, but she's not happy about her Ma leaving for the whole day. That's really the problematic part, that Ma won't be there to tell Ji-chan to calm down when he gets all excited and loud. Luffy will be fine, though, she's good at enduring. The wind said so, and they never, ever lie about anything. Never. He's my grandfather. I have to be nice. She sighs quietly as Ma finishes off her hair, sliding a barrette in to keep her bangs in place. They're growing out, just long enough to be a nuisance but still too short to fall to the sides of her face like she wants. For now, she doesn't mind the hairpins, since the little flowers on the ends of them are so pretty. Her favorite is the red poppy, which she thinks is the one Ma used today. It goes with the red shirt she's wearing under her overalls, and if she were wearing shoes today then it would go with the straps on her sandals, too. She's always liked that shade of red. Got everything you need for today? Ma asks as Luffy stands, stretching out after sitting still for so long in order for her hair to be put up properly. She nods. MHM. Snacks, extra hairpin, compass, and a big stick. Oh? What's the stick for? It's important. You gotta have a stick if you're going in the woods, that's the rules. Luffy grins. And mine has cool patterns on it, too. As long as it's not full of termites, then. Her mother chuckles. I don't think it is. What's a termite? Termites are those little tiny bugs that eat wood. They're very crawly. If there are termites in your stick, then we'll want to keep it away from the house, just so they don't get into the walls. Oh, okay. There's no weird munching bugs in my stick, so it's all fine. Luffy grins. I'll be back around lunch? Sounds good to me, Ma agrees. Oh. It's been far too long since Garp has gotten to see his granddaughter. She's a sweet little girl, that's for certain, but he must admit, he doesn't know much about her. Makino seems to be looking after her properly, at least, despite his misgivings with the woman's own mother. He's glad to see that the young barmaids turned out right. And if she's doing a good job, then hopefully Luffy will start thinking about her eventual job soon. Garp's granddaughter is obviously going to be a marine. Like him, there's no way he's going to let her be a revolutionary or a pirate or something like that. Certainly not a barmaid either. Makino is the only one he knows that isn't always drunk off of their own products, and he's positive that it's because of his influence in the woman's upbringing. Her mother had certainly been a little touch-and-go on occasion, but Garp always did his best to provide a strong role model for the easily corrupted children. If they have a good influence, there's less chance of them turning out to be criminals later in life. He is a bit worried about his grandson, though. While he doesn't plan on telling Luffy of her father's job anytime soon, and he still might not say anything alter unless she asks, it just hits too close to home sometimes, talking about how badly he failed in his son's upbringing. For Dragon to turn out as such a rebellious hellion, he's going to have to tell Ace of his father at some point. Ace is surely aware that he's not Garp's grandchild by blood. There's no way that Dadan didn't bring it up. Granted, Garp sort of thought that Ace would bring up his unknown parentage sooner, but he's only ever mentioned the boy's mother at this point. Ace even chose to take the name Portgas instead of waiting to hear what his father's name was, which is probably for the best. Though, Garp wouldn't have minded another Monkey D, but Luffy will have that legacy handled. Portgas Rouge. Garp is fairly certain that she did something illegal, a lot of somethings, but nobody could really prove it, so he doesn't mind telling Ace that she was his mother. It's not as bad as Ace's father, who could be putting his son in danger simply by virtue of existing. Ace doesn't need a criminal father's legacy weighing on him, and nor does Luffy, which is why Garp has made the decision to not tell them until they're old enough to ask and react properly instead of thinking it's cool or something. Right now, though, both of his grandkids are far too young to worry about their father's legacies or anything like that. They should only be thinking about being Marines someday. It's every kid's dream, after all, to protect the seas and the islands that populate it. Well, apparently it wasn't Dragon's dream, but Dragon had always been a weird kid. Still, Garp loves his son, even if he wouldn't say it in front of some certain people, Senny, and even if he desperately does not want Luffy to follow in her father's footsteps. Not that she would, of course. She's far too sweet and well-behaved for that. It's almost uncanny, honestly. He expected one of his own lineage to have caused a little more mayhem by now, but he does wonder if maybe it's because she's so young, or because she's a girl and therefore better at hiding her chaos. Dragon likes to pretend he's subtle, but he's really not, and Garp just doesn't even bother trying to act like he can hide whatever the hell he screwed with this time. Perhaps Luffy will finally show some subtlety. Or perhaps not, because he can see her running through the market from all the way out in the harbor, fish in hand and shoes nowhere to be seen. A merchant is yelling and shaking his fist, but Garp is pleased to see that he looks more exasperated than mad. He wouldn't want his sweet granddaughter to get in trouble so early in the day, after all. Oi, Luffy! He yells once the melody is close enough, waving a large hand to catch the little girl's attention. She perks up at the sound of her voice, darting towards the dock with the fish still clutched in one tiny hand. It's no time at all before his ship is docking and he can jump off the side, landing heavily on the aged wood of Fusha's docks. He's got some reliable people manning his ship, people he trusts to know of his granddaughter's existence and location, so he's content to let them moor the ship while he greets the little girl he's here to see. Ji-chan! She yelps, darting towards him. He barely catches sight of a pink tank top and jean shorts before he's scooping her up, pulling her into a big hug. Ah, it's been so long since I've seen my granddaughter. Have you been good, Luffy-chan? She nods, flashing him a toothy grin. I brought you a fish, Ji-chan. Ha, so she did. Thank you, Luffy. I'll put it in my pocket. And he does just that. It's probably a pilfered fish, but she's 5 or something. No one will mind one missing carp that a grade school kid grabbed. So, did you make any new friends while I was gone? I don't think so. I guess I'm friends with Cresa? She's the nice lady who runs the trade merchant stall. She always tells me good stories and she's got the prettiest hair. Cresa, eh? I think I've met her, but as he trails off, Garp notices one crucial detail that he seemed to have missed when he first looked at his granddaughter. Now that he's really getting a good look at her face, though, it's unmistakable. Luffy, what happened to your cheek? Shishishi. I got in a fight with a bandit. She grins widely, not looking perturbed in the least by the thought of facing off against bandits. He broke a bottle on the floor, 'cause I bit him on the leg, and I wasn't gonna let go, but then he shook me real hard and I fell in all the glass. I only got one cut, though, and I didn't even cry. What? You bit a bandit? Garp asks, because really, that's the detail that gets him. Why did she bite him? Did you win? MMMM? I guess not, 'cause Ma is the one who knocked him out. She got him with a frying pan. That anecdote apparently merits another shining grin, which Garp returns this time. Heh, so you have inherited my talent for trouble. I was wondering about that, you seem so well behaved for one of my family members. He's got such a weird granddaughter. It's adorable. Hoisting the little girl higher and bringing her to rest on his hip, Garp turns and starts heading into town, leaving the melody behind. He's sure his crew can handle the ship on their own for now, they usually do, anyways. Besides, he's got other things to get to today, like spending time with Luffy. Ji-chan, what have you been doing? She asks, looking up at him with those big eyes as he carries her through town. He shrugs. Plenty of things. Being a Marine is a busy job, you know. You'll be doing it too someday, just you wait, you'll follow in your grandpa's footsteps and become the next Marine hero. That'll be fun, right, Luffy? She wrinkles her nose, shrugging. I guess. Marines have to listen to people. I don't want to do that. Ah, it's not all like that. You get to spend your time helping people out and fighting villains. You'll be a hero to the people, with tons of fans who love you. She'll definitely like that. What little kid doesn't want to be famous, especially for being helpful? That will definitely catch Luffy's attention. Once again, she sighs. But I don't like people. Can I be a Marine who doesn't listen to people? I want to do whatever I want, Ji-chan. That's what a pirate does. You don't want to be a nasty pirate, do you, Luffy-chan? Pirates are scum and they only hurt other people. Nobody will want to be friends with a pirate, you know. Oh. Would you still like me if I was a pirate? Well, that doesn't matter, you won't be a pirate. As soon as you're old enough, I'll take you to intern with me as a Marine, got that? And in the meantime. Reaching the edge of town, Garp gestures to the open field before them, devoid of any crops or fences. It's the perfect place to see if she knows how to fight yet. He imagines that Makino hasn't taught her much, despite the hidden muscle the bartender has from lifting boxes of alcohol and carrying Luffy around. He's positive that she knows nothing about fighting, so he'll likely have to teach her from scratch. That's no problem at all, in fact, he was hoping for that. Garp is going to have a lot of fun teaching his sweet little granddaughter how to beat up criminals, and he knows she's going to do a wonderful job. Oh. Makino has many qualms about one Monkey D. Garp. For starters, he's far too loud, incredibly brash, and incapable of censoring himself around the highly impressionable child when even pirates had no trouble doing so, but more than that? He left a literal newborn with a 17-year-old barmaid, only comes to visit once in a blue moon, and not at all for the first few years, and yet he's now acting like he's been so involved and helpful. Well, screw that. Makino is good at downplaying her rage, keeping it toned down so she doesn't scare Luffy, or the townsfolk, for that matter, but right now, she is fuming. Garp has the audacity to call her over the Den Mushi and say that he wants to see his granddaughter, but as if he thinks she won't know which one he's talking about, he refers to Luffy as the one Makino is babysitting. As if this is nothing more than a job, as if Makino doesn't consider Luffy her own daughter, as if she hasn't raised Luffy from less than a day old and loved her as family. Dadan merely raises an eyebrow as Makino rants, leaning back in her chair and taking a sip of her whiskey. DMN. That's rough, Maki. Makino huffs, still trying her best to keep her voice lower, just in case Ace is somewhere close enough to hear. He never listens. And I don't think he's listening to Luffy either, because every time she comes back from a day out with him, she looks downright miserable. I don't know if he knows how to be around children at all, and frankly, I don't think he does. Well, we both know how Dragon turned out. He probably doesn't. Dragon is a horrible example, but you have a point. And for that matter, who in the hell would voluntarily just give him their baby? Isn't Garp the one who gave you Ace? Yeah, he brought Ace up when he was, what, a day or two old. Just passed him over and threatened to turn us all into the Marines if we didn't look after the baby. In that case? Ace's mother supposedly died giving birth, so, pretty sure no one actually gave him to Garp. Garp stole a dead woman's baby. What the hell, Dadan? Hey, I dunno. I didn't steal the kid, blame the monkey. Makino sighs again, taking a drink of her tea. She's had a few sips of Dadan's whiskey, but she's still looking after a small child, After all, it's not the best idea to be drinking properly when she's going home to Luffy. Makino has never been one to get annoyed or angry when she drinks, only a bit sleepy, but it's still not good to be compromised when she needs to be taking care of her daughter. Dadan, I am going to commit an aggravated assault. Ha! You can join my bandit gang if the Marines come after you. Thank you, Dadan. That's very helpful. Oi! Old hag. Who's in our house? A yell comes from behind Makino in a voice that she recognizes, making her turn around. Ah! Makino-san. Oh, Ace. I wasn't sure if you were here or not, she says with a smile. How are you? He shrugs, trying to look nonchalant, though he's obviously excited to see her. I'm good. Makino nods and Dadan snickers. That's good. Did you want to come and have something to drink? I brought a tea that I think you'll like. A crash comes from upstairs and Ace jumps, suddenly looking incredibly guilty and a little bit panicked. Sure, maybe later? I have to, leave now. For completely normal reasons. Bye. He scampers back upstairs at a frightening speed, making both Makino and Dadan raise their eyebrows. The hell was that about? Dadan asks, to which Makino shrugs. Perhaps he's up to something. Makino shrugs. Who knows? I doubt it's something we need to get involved in right now. Anyways, if he's causing mayhem, we'll certainly be the first to hear about it. Oh. Luffy was sort of under the impression that it would be Shanks or her mother that taught her to fight. Maybe one of the other Akagami pirates, or even one of Ma's bandit friends, but still, she didn't expect Ji-chan to do it, and honestly, she doesn't know how helpful any of this is, so she might end up learning from someone else anyways. Punching is all well and good, but Ji-chan isn't actually teaching her anything. He's just hitting a tree and telling her to do as I do, Luffy. Another crack rings out through the field as Ji-chan caves another tree, further expanding the already receding tree line. Just hit it, you'll figure it out. She huffs again and draws her hand back, wrapping her fingers around her thumb before taking a deep breath and swinging at the tree. Just like every other time, she grazes the trunk, leaving even more raw scrapes on her knuckles. Luffy huffs, shaking her hand a bit to try and relieve the momentary stinging, though she isn't very successful. Ji-chan, I can't do it. I don't know how. Ji-chan just laughs. Sure you do. You're my granddaughter, it'll be second nature to you once you get in the rhythm of it. Pouting, Luffy once again makes a fist and tries to hit the tree, taking a step forwards and slamming her fist into the trunk. This time, it really does connect instead of going wide, but she winces and staggers back almost immediately as the force pushes uncomfortably at her thumb. She stretches her fingers out and inspects them, already starting to feel the beginnings of a bruise on her thumb. Ji-chan, I hurt my hand. Let me see it. Crouching down beside her, he takes her tiny hand and turns it over a few times before shaking his head, still grinning. Don't worry, you're fine. Come on, let's try again now that you can really hit it. You'll be a proper Marine in no time with my training. But I don't want to be a Marine. I want to be a pirate and never listen to anybody, never, ever, ever. No granddaughter of mine will be a pirate. You'll be a fine Marine someday and that's a fact. Is not. Marines are stupid and so are you. Brat. Without warning, Ji-chan's fist comes down on her head, nearly pushing her over with the force as her head is knocked forwards. You'll be a Marine and you'll like it, you hear me? He hit me. Luffy freezes, staring up at him with eyes blank and surprised, her mouth hanging slightly open. But the winds ruffle through her hair, a tone of indignation running through them as they whistle past. Nasty, nasty Marine. Rude. Rude. Ji-chan is still looking down at her, raising an eyebrow like he expects an answer. But he just hit her. Why should she have to answer him? He's my grandfather. He cares about me, right? Of course he does. Ji-chan loves her, Ma said so and so did he, even if it's more important that Ma said it. He didn't really mean to hurt her. It was just a bonk on the head like she sees the older kids always doing. They never seem to think it hurts. Maybe it was an accident? Yeah, that's it. He didn't mean for it to hurt. She's just too sensitive, that's all. Luffy needs to get tougher or else she'll be stuck crying about stupid stuff like a bonk on the head. Luffy huffs and shakes her head. Don't wanna. He just keeps telling her to be a Marine, over and over. Even if he bonks her 100 times, she'll never, ever agree to not be a pirate. She's already decided her path, and that's to sail in search of the One Piece to become the Pirate King. She's not going to let anyone stop her, not even Ji-chan. Ji-chan doesn't seem convinced, his voice echoing his oblivious grin. He's not listening to a word she says. You'll come around eventually. Now, come on, you've got to learn to throw a proper punch. You don't want to lose all your fights and get stuck in the paperwork office writing all day, do you? She sighs again, but still ball up her hand once more. Ji-chan wants her to be stronger too, even if they have different reasons. Luffy will do what her mother likes to do, play along and take advantage when they think she's just agreeing to whatever they want. Ma always tells Luffy to take every advantage, to not pass up an opportunity without thinking about it first, and, well, she's thought about it. If this is what it takes to get stronger, then this is what she'll do. Again. One more hit, one more scrape, one more bruise. Little by little, Luffy will advance. 2 days. 2 days that Luffy's had to spend with Ji-chan, and not once has she been allowed to go up the mountain and see her mother. Apparently, she shouldn't be running to her babysitter every time she has a problem, but she doesn't have a problem. She just wants to see her ma. But Ji-chan says no, so Luffy has to wait. And wait she will, because there are way too many Marines keeping an eye on her, including Ji-chan, for her to sneak off like she does on any normal day. She hasn't been going home in the evenings, instead spending the night in a small room on Ji-chan's ship, where she has to sleep in a normal bed instead of her messy pile that she much prefers. Luffy can't figure out why Ji-chan doesn't seem to like her nest of blankets and pillows, but she does know that she's not allowed in the hammocks because they all think she's going to fall out. She's not going to fall out. If Luffy can balance on the thin branches of a tree while running and holding a conversation with the winds at the same time, she's certainly not going to tip out of a split-open canvas tube in the middle of the night. Everything is stupid right now and Luffy wants to go home already, but Ji-chan is still taking her to train in the field every day. Besides, it feels nice when she does something right and he says how proud he is. She wants him to say that more often, which means that she has to earn it more often. It's not that complicated. If Luffy is good enough to impress him, he'll be proud of her. He's only said it twice, which means she's only earned it twice. She's gotten scolded a lot more times than just twice, though. Luffy keeps messing up, wandering off to find something more fun, not paying close enough attention, not putting in enough effort. It makes sense why she'd get in trouble for those, but it's still a little disheartening to know that she's doing so many more things wrong than she's doing right. Luffy knows that she has to focus if she ever wants to become stronger, to live up to Ji-chan's expectations, but it's not like she's not trying. She's trying a lot. It's not her fault if it's hard to stay on task, it's just that there are so many other things that catch her attention, and whenever she tries to stick to one thing, if she doesn't want to do it, she just can't. She's trying, but she just can't. She doesn't understand why she can't do something so simple, something that's super easy and she knows she could do a good job if she could just do it, but it's stupid. This whole thing is stupid and she is very annoyed, and she's really hoping that Ji-chan will be leaving soon, because she really doesn't want him to be the only one there when she turns 6. Ma was going to take her up the mountain on her 6th birthday, to meet Dadan and the bandits and a mystery person, but she can't do that if she's stuck with Ji-chan and not allowed to go anywhere because it'll cut into bonding time. She doesn't want to bond. Sighing heavily and hoping that Ji-chan didn't notice all the irritated faces she was making, Luffy draws back her fist again, preparing for the painful bite of the rough bark on her fingers. Off to the side, Ji-chan is shouting encouragement and tips, but since his tips have been completely useless every other time, she's elected to ignore them. She strikes once more, mimicking the repeated motion she's been practicing for the past few hours and holding back a wince at the now familiar sting of the small scrapes and bruises on her knuckles being aggravated once again. Ugh, why do I have to do this? She complains, flopping backwards into the grass and wildflowers. A little pink blossom right beside her head starts to sway, drifting back and forth as the winds try to assuage her annoyance, but a second later, the flower disappears beneath a heavy boot. Luffy scowls. Ji-chan sighs and crosses his arms, standing over her. You need to toughen up. No grandchild of mine will be anything less than a top Marine, got that? No. I don't want to be a Marine, they're stupid. She sits up and crosses her own arms as well, turning her nose away from him like she's seen Ma do when she's annoyed. Stupid? All those bandits in that bar of hers are getting into your head? I knew I shouldn't have left you with Makino. She was meant to turn you into a Marine, not let you follow in your father's footsteps. Luffy's eyes widen. My father's footsteps? But I don't even have a dad. And he's mad at Ma, he's not Jong to, no, he wouldn't. Would he? The winds start to pick up around her, shifting the tall grasses of the field, and Luffy is sure that if she were close enough to hear the seas right now, they would be just as concerned. She can't hear words, not really, because the winds don't like to talk aloud as much when she's around other people, but Luffy can still feel what they're feeling. They're concerned and confused, and frankly, she is too. My father? She asks, and then almost regrets it because Ji-chan isn't a fan of stupid questions. But I don't have one. Ji-chan freezes. Right. Of course you don't, because he's not here. No fathers whatsoever. That is a very suspicious thing to say, and the winds are in full agreement. Even the flowers are starting to pick up the conversation, emanating the softest of curious feelings. They want to know, but they never really involve themselves in word things unless it's very important. Luffy can relate. She narrows her eyes, but decides not to press right now, laying back down in the grass and closing her eyes. Well, I don't want to do this anymore. I'm taking a nap. Luffy has tried enough right now, and now she's sleepy. She'll come back to this later once she's no longer so annoyed, maybe then, she can actually focus on everything. But apparently it is not to be, because it's not even a moment later that a meaty hand grabs onto her shirt and hoists her into the air, making her let out a surprised yelp. She opens her eyes to see that she's now face to face with a very annoyed Ji-chan, and she scrunches up her limbs in preparation to launch herself out of reach the second she finds a suitable surface to springboard off of. You're going to be a marine and you'll like it. No way. I'll be a pirate and never listen to anybody ever, especially you. You're old and annoying. You little brat. Respect your elders. No. Yes. No. Yes. Luffy yells and kicks, but Ji-chan is walking away, still holding her in the air. After an embarrassingly long moment of simply flailing and complaining, she finally realizes her opportunity, and reaches up to grab his arm where he's holding her aloft. Hauling herself up onto the outstretched limb, Luffy wastes no time shrieking and sinking her little teeth into his wrist, but a second later, a big fist comes down hard on her head, knocking her out of his own grip and down to the ground. Ow, Luffy groans, lying in a crumpled heap on the ground. Head pounding from the hit, she starts to pull herself to her feet, only stumbling once or twice, when the wind's voice rings out in her head. Duck. Duck now. She immediately complies, dropping to the ground with no time to spare as she feels the displaced air ruffle her hair from where a fist came down on empty air. Luffy rolls to the side, painting hard and head still aching, and she finally manages to spring to her feet in time to see Ji-chan looking incensed. You need to learn respect, you little brat. I'm teaching you to fight for your own good. Luffy sticks her tongue out, already backing up towards the tree lean as the wind yells encouragements. I'm already learning. I don't want you to teach me. She doesn't actually know if that's true. Luffy wants Ji-chan to be proud of her, but she hates his lessons. There's gotta be something else she can do to make him proud, something that doesn't involve becoming a marine. She already said she'd be the pirate king, so there's no way she can go back on her word about that. But another fist comes for her, this time with fingers outstretched and aiming for her shirt again, and Luffy has to bolt into the tree lean before he has the chance to grab her again. Oh. Ace, we're gonna get caught. Shut up. We're not gonna get caught. Ace huffs as he turns to his friend, currently the only one he has, blonde and insufferable, but they stick together all the same. Look, we just gotta get out of the area. Makino is up here and it's not Sunday, which means Garp is down there. I don't want to deal with him and neither do you. Sabo sighs, crossing his arms. Ace is starting to think that he's argumentative on purpose, just to be contrary. And are we absolutely sure that Garp is coming up here? Maybe he's occupied with Makino's kid. Maybe. Ace sullenly acquiesces. He hasn't actually mentioned a certain detail to Sabo, the detail that gives Ace himself a vested interest in Makino's kid's continued survival, and an interest in keeping Garp away from said child, though the two things might end up being the same. Unfortunately, it just hasn't come up in conversation yet, so? Ace never actually told Sabo that this Luffy girl might be his younger sister. Which is probably something he should mention, now that he thinks about it, but it would feel awkward to bring it up now. He can't make it awkward. Look, why don't we just avoid the building itself, but stay in the area for a while and keep watch? If Makino's kid is only 6 or 7 like we thought, then maybe she's visiting someone new. Makino probably had to stay home more when her daughter was younger, yeah, but now that she's older, the visits might get more random, you know. I guess that makes sense. So, not to the treehouse, then? Ace, the treehouse isn't done. It's done enough. There's no door. It's in a tree. Who needs doors when no one can even reach them in the first place? Besides, it's got a door hole, which is good enough. No, it's not. Yes, it is. A loud crash from out in the woods somewhere cuts the argument short, making both boys jump. Sabo is the first to act, dashing for the nearest tree and yanking Ace along with him as he ascends the branches at a frightening speed. Ace yanks his arm free of Sabo's tight grip to climb up on his own, joining the blonde in the canopy only seconds later. The hell was that? Sabo asks, his voice a quiet murmur. Did you see anything? Ace shakes his head. Just heard the crash. If that was him, listen, you go around the front of the place and I'll check the back. We'll meet back at the half-tree house, 'kay? It's a whole tree house, quit being petty. No chance. Are you good or not? Yeah. We'll follow your plan. Ace rolls his eyes, but there's no real irritation behind it, though perhaps a little exasperation. The treehouse is perfectly fine, thank you. Making his way through the treetops, he goes around to the front of the bandit's hideout, keeping an eye and ear open in case the old man is trying to sneak up on him. It's unlikely, but he won't be caught by surprise. Besides, Sabo's here right now, at the hideout instead of staying in the treehouse as he's been doing. Ace is aware that Sabo can't go home right now. He doesn't know all the reasons, just like Sabo's unnamed father was a BSTRD and Ace is gonna deck him someday, so they've been fixing up a treehouse for themselves. That way, Sabo always has a place to go home to, and Ace can avoid the bandits if he ever decides that they're just too annoying. He has considered just bringing Sabo back to the bandits' hideout. They've actually already tried that. Ace had to sneak him in through the window so nobody saw, but then Makino was downstairs and Sabo knocked over a lamp and they decided that maybe Ace's room wasn't the best place to congregate. Ergo, treehouse. Perfectly sound and normal logic to go from one of their rooms to building an entirely new building just for them. Well, no, it's not, but since when have they ever been normal? Who would want to be a silly thing like that? Oh. Sabo really thought this was going to be a normal day. Evidently, he was wrong, because now they're hiding from Ace's terrifying grandfather while a bandit has tea with some random townie. Sabo only saw the elusive Makino from a distance, but she looked far too sweet to be hanging around a bunch of criminals. Sabo would ordinarily wonder why she was here, perhaps attempt to puzzle out how that happened, but today has been anything but ordinary. Stupid marine grandpa, Sabo mumbles under his breath, more exasperated than angry at this point. Stupid bandits and town lady. Stupid forest noises, making us freak out like that. Bet the universe is having a great laugh about all this. Creeping from one tree branch to the next, Sabo successfully evades a fall by grabbing onto the one above him just as his support beam snaps in two, the broken piece tumbling to the ground with a loud crack and crash. He freezes, still suspended by only his arms from a much sturdier limb, waiting for a few agonizing minutes as his heart beats at an alarming rate. Finally, after his shoulders start to ache and complain at him for hanging like that for so long, he decides that it's been long enough to haul himself up further, coming to perch on the higher branch like a watchful bluebird. Wait. He can hear something. It's out in the woods, starting out quiet but quickly growing closer. Sabo would say it's footsteps, but it's too quiet and quick for that. Or maybe it's not, because as soon as he dismisses that though, a tiny figure jets past and skids to a stop, grabbing a slim tree trunk and ducking behind it. He can hear their ragged breathing, though it sounds like they're trying to stay quiet. Too bad for them, then, that they happen to find the one person in this forest who never lets anything go unnoticed. Sabo slinks into the next tree, not making a sound as he makes his way across the connecting branches to enter the tree the tiny figure is hiding behind. At this angle, he can see the top of their head, though all he can make out is black hair and the very tip of a tan ear. Then, as soon as he finds himself directly above them, he drops down from the canopy with a fierce shout. The kid squawks in surprise and jumps backwards, balling up her small fists like she's going to try and fight him. There's no way, though, her form is all wrong. She's got her thumbs tucked in and her feet aren't planted. It would be far too easy to knock her down if need be. Who are you and what are you doing in my forest? He demands, slinging his pipe off of his back to brandish at her. If you think you can just come onto our mountain. I'm not trying to do anything, I'm just avoiding someone. The little girl yelps, looking more exasperated than fearful, despite the fact that he's now pointing a weapon at her. Maybe she doesn't realize what it is? She does look pretty young, and if she was raised in a town, well, that would certainly explain it. I'm looking for a lady with a bandana, do you know where she went? Is she here for Makino? No, she'd just ask by name if that were the case. It's got to be one of the bandits. Sabo tilts his head, but doesn't lower his pipe. You expect me to believe you came all the way up the mountain for a lady in a bandana? As if. The kid huffs, crossing her arms. It's true. It's not my fault if you don't listen. It is at this moment that Sabo remembers precisely why he's so bad at dealing with small children. They're all insufferable. All right, here's what we're going to do. You are going to stay here and not move, and I am going to get my friend, and then you're going to go home. Okay? I can't go home, weren't you listening? She gives him an incredulous look, as if Sabo is somehow being the unreasonable one here. He's being very reasonable, thank you very much. There's no one else there, except for Ji-chan, and I'm done with him now. He's being annoying and I don't want to hang out with him anymore. So, let me get this straight. You're supposed to be with your grandfather right now, but you ran off because he was being annoying, and you somehow think that your mother is on this mountain. She nods. Lovely. Sabo pinches the bridge of his nose, trying to think. Maybe, could this be Makino's daughter? No, she's too small. Makino's daughter was around 6 or 7, he thinks, and this kid barely looks 5, what with how pixie-ish she is. If she's not Makino's kid, then she either belongs to one of the bandits, which he doubts, since Ace says that Dadan's bandits all live in the hideout, or she got so seized med lost that she ended up halfway up a mountainside in Crime Central. What the hell, kid? Narrowing her eyes, she gives him a rather particular look that he's not entirely sure how to interpret, the tension suddenly rising in spades. Are you a bandit? Why would I be a bandit? Because we're in the bandit place. So, are you? Wah, no, I'm not a bandit. Oh, okay. The look is gone, replaced with a sunny smile that Sabo finds infuriatingly endearing. His earlier description of pixie-ish is turning out to be more accurate than he thought. There's no way she's not a fae. All she did was give him a sharp-toothed smile, and now he's suddenly reconsidering his idea of just dropping her on Curly Dadan's doorstep for the adults to deal with. MGH. Children. Just wait here a minute, 'kay? I'll be right back. He pauses, waiting for a response, but she just sits down. Right there on the ground. It'll do. Oh. Ace, you're not gonna believe this. There's a kid in the woods. Ace's eyes widen as he hears Sabo's voice from behind him. In an instant, he lunges, tackling his friend to the ground and covering his mouth with one hand. Sure. There's quiet for a moment as Sabo stares up at him in surprise, but the blonde nods soon enough, and Ace slowly lets him up. Once they're both standing, Ace takes a quick look around before bolting into a nearby bush, looking around shiftily every few seconds just in case. Ace, what the hell? Sabo whispers, but it's far too loud anyways, and Ace shushes him again, this time with a wide-eyed look to try and convey just how serious this is. Wait, what's going? He's here. Ace hisses, crouching lower under the foliage's cover. I saw him coming up the mountain path, Bo, we gotta get out of Dodge, like now. You got your pipe? He nods. Obviously, but listen, there's. Can it wait until we're not in danger of being crimped into the Marines? I suppose so, but. Look, I'll hear you out, I promise, but we really gotta leave. Like, right now. Brat. Oh, sheet. Ace's eyes go wide as the panic registers, and the next thing he knows, he's grabbing Sabo's hand and running as fast as his legs will take him. There's no time to shimmy up a tree or get to anywhere more maneuverable, they're favoring speed here, not strategy. They just have to get to, literally anywhere but here. Thankfully, Sabo lets himself be yanked along like a towny kid's pull toy, following in Ace's wake at a matched pace. Ace can hear Garp thundering towards them, but he hasn't caught up yet and that's enough. Screw off, you old sot. Ace yells, not even bothering to turn around. He hears Sabo snort behind him, but it's quickly drowned out by Garp's retort. You little brat. Get back here so I can greet my grandson properly. No way. I'd rather hug a porcupine. Ace, how do you know what a porcupine is? Sabo asks, the only one whose voice is at a normal volume. Pretty sure you told me about them. Like sharp cats, right? Close enough. Hey, why are there 2 of you? We've been had. Sabo yelps, somehow managing to pick up the pace, even though they had been going at top speed. Ace briefly wonders if this is the hysterical strength Sabo told him about once. He's certainly feeling hysterical enough for it. You'll never take us alive. Ace rolls his eyes, taking a sharp turn down an old deer trail and dragging Sabo along with him. He glances back and puts a finger to his lips, and the blonde nods in return. If we're quiet, he might not notice that we went another direction. They keep running for a few more minutes, getting further and further from the raucous footfalls and yells. Finally, the deer trail ends and Ace clambers up a tree, finally letting go of Sabo's hand to haul himself into the canopy once more. He perches on a sturdy-looking limb as Sabo climbs up to join them, sheltered perfectly among the leaves and bark. With any luck, Garp wouldn't figure out where they went, and they could go on their way without ever having to deal with him. Now can I tell you about the thing I was trying to say earlier? Asks Sabo. He's quiet, thankfully, but Ace can hear the note of exasperation with perfect clarity. Ace looks around quickly, then nods. Sure, just try not to draw attention. I'm not an idiot. Stupidity and attention drawing are your jobs. Hey! Anyways, I was trying to tell you that some little girl came running through the forest and hid behind a tree while I was watching for Garp. Wait, what? A little girl. Maybe 5 at most? She was pretty tiny. Pretty quick, too. Sabo, what the hell? It's not like I invited her or something. I jumped out of the tree and told her to get out of our forest, and she just said she came up here to avoid someone, and then she asked if I'd seen a lady in a bandana. Sabo pauses, turning slowly to Ace. That was a very suspicious, Ace. Is there anything you'd like to share with the group? Well, none of the bandits wear bandanas, and I wouldn't call any of them ladies, but Makino always wears a bandana, and she's the most ladylike person I've ever seen. What did you say this kid looked like, again? Black hair, big eyes, real tiny. She had her hair in these little double buns, so I couldn't tell what texture it was. Why? Did she have, like, a sort of crescent mark on her cheek, like a stitched-up scar? Yeah, actually, she did. Ace, do you know her? He grimaces. Ace. Either you know her, or you don't. That was Makino's daughter and also maybe might have possibly been my sister. So please don't hit me for not mentioning it before, but I forgot to say it the first time she came up and then it was awkward every other time, so I just never mentioned it. Sorry. Also, I've never met her in person. Blinking slowly, Sabo pauses for a moment to take all that in. She's your what? My sister. Maybe. Probably. Ace shrugs. Hell if I know, but she's Garp's other grandkid, and Garp only had one kid, so the logic checks out. The blonde leans back against the tree trunk with a heavy sigh. Sees, damn it, Ace, these are the kinds of things that you mention at some point. Yeah, I know. How do you bring that up, you know? Also, I may have left your probably sister behind the bandit hut. We should really go and get her before Garp finds her again. You what? Oh. Ace stares at the empty space, eye twitching. Sabo. Yes? Where's the 5-year-old? She was right there, see? I left her behind that tree. He points to the tree in question, the one with no one behind it. Oh, really? Yes. Then why is there no one behind the tree, Sabo? Sabo pauses. Ace waits for the words to sink in. Did I see the problem? Oh, do ya? How was I supposed to know she'd bolt? Sabo throws his hands into the air, looking nigh exasperated and done with this whole ordeal. Frankly, Ace can't help but agree with that assessment. This whole situation is bull and he would very much like to go back to the treehouse and avoid everyone except Sabo and maybe Makino for the next few hours. Actually no, not Makino, because that would lead to a whole series of awkward questions if she were to meet Sabo right now. Ace pinches the bridge of his nose, groaning. Look, if she's not on the mountain anymore, then she's not our problem, right? How do we know she actually left and didn't just wander off somewhere completely random? Sees, damn it, Sabo, you gotta stop bringing logic into this. Well, now what? Sabo spreads his hands out, shrugging. Do we just leave it be? Are we supposed to go and find her or something? I don't want to. Ace stops. Wait. What if we told Makino? Makino? You want to tell Makino that we lost her kid? Yeah, I do, because we're not the ones who lost her. Garp lost Makino's kid. We just happened to see a little girl with black hair running through the woods. Definitely not our fault whatsoever. First of all, stop using logic, it's unsettling. Second of all, do you actually think that Makino is just going to accept that her kid's wandering around the woods somewhere when she's supposed to be with Garp? Sabo pauses, seemingly contemplating something. For that matter, how did she get away from your grandfather, anyways? I thought he was impossible to avoid. That is a very good question, and I have absolutely no idea. But, if we're not telling Makino, are you saying we should just leave it? It sounds kinda mean when you say it like that, but yeah. She got all the way up here, she can get herself back down again. Crossing his arms, Sabo turns up his nose and waits, surely knowing that Ace will cave. Which he does, about 2 seconds later, with an irritated huff. Fine, we'll leave it. Don't come crying to me if the crocodiles eat her. Sabo grins. Yeah, sure. Oh. Luffy is having a weird day. Running away from Ji-chan was all well and good, but she couldn't even find her ma when she ran up the mountain. The only reason she even got that far was that the winds were telling her which direction to go, but now she has to go back down the mountain because the mountain boy told her to go away. You don't have to listen, the winds point out. You could ignore him, play by your own rules, couldn't you? What's the fun in letting anyone tell you what to do, She sighs. I'm not letting him tell me what to do. He just seems sad, that's all. Humans are often sad, or mad, or bad, or glad. That's never stopped us before, now has it? I guess not, but I don't want to bother him. He feels nice, but he's got his own stuff to do. She crosses her arms primly before realizing that the winds won't remember what that gesture means in the slightest, uncrossing them a moment later. Sides, I got my own stuff to do, too. The winds snicker, whistling through the branches above her. Oh, a trick? A treat? We'll play a game. Nah, it's important, any? I gotta do it before Ji-chan comes back or else I'll get in trouble for something stupid again. Not that she didn't do all of the things she gets in trouble for, she just thinks that it's stupid for those things to be against the rules. They're not against Ma's rules. Luffy wanders off and sighs and makes faces all the time, but Ma never scolds her for it, only Ji-chan. For all she knows, he'll get mad at her for this, too. What is it that we're doing, little bird? Building a nest? Luffy doesn't really understand all of the wind's riddles and stuff, but she shakes her head anyway. We're gonna find some place to hide, and then we're gonna stay there, till Ma comes back. Oh. Excellent plan. We'll outlast, outsmart, and then we'll be free to do whatever we want. Yeah, exactly. First we gotta get food and stuff though, 'cause if we don't I'll starve and that would SCK. Nodding sharply, Luffy looks around for a moment before dashing across the dirt road, making a break for the backyard of her house. There wouldn't be anyone coming into the bar, so the front door would be closed. The back door, on the other hand, is always closed, but Luffy happens to be one of two people who knows the location of the key. She slinks into the bush beside the back doorstep and fishes around for a moment before digging out the little pouch holding the key from where it was buried under pebbles. Luffy takes out the key, unlocks the door, and promptly returns it to its place under the bush before heading inside, closing and locking the door behind her. First, food for today and some blankets. Then once she's got the stuff she'll need for right now, she can go upstairs and hole up in the attic with some rope to knot and unknot until Ji-chan is gone and Ma is back. It doesn't take Luffy very long to gather some fruit, make a plate of various meat and other things sandwiches, and grab her blanket from the nest bed that she usually sleeps in. After that, all she has to do is go all the way up the stairs and climb through the trapdoor in the ceiling before she's in her hiding place. Luffy sets down everything she's gathered on the slightly dusty floor and opens the small round window on the wall, climbing up onto a few storage boxes to reach it. The glass panes swing open with a quiet creak, and in seconds, the wind's voice fills the room. Oh, what a lovely little nook. Perfect, we'll never be found. They crow, swirling around and kicking up dust everywhere. Squeaking in surprise and immediately covering her sandwiches, Luffy yelps a complaint. Don't get my sandwiches dusty. I just made and I wanna eat without dust toppings, thank you. The wind settled down a bit, though they're still giggling, just like always. Yes, your sandwiches. Go on, have one. Tell us all about it. Well, if you insist. Luffy grins. She hears her mother say that sometimes when she wants to do something anyways and someone tells her she should do the exact thing she already wants to do. Picking up a sandwich, she shoots one last playful glare at the winds, threatening them not to pull up any more dust, before shoving the entire sandwich in her mouth. This one was a ham and cheese one, so Luffy thinks she'll have a roast beef one next, just to mix it up. Yes, this will do nicely. Ji-chan won't come looking for her, and she'll be right here to hear Ma when she gets home. If she gets hungry, the kitchen is right downstairs, and Luffy will be 6 years old soon. She can definitely learn to cook. It can't be much harder than making sandwiches, although she is a bit wary about the stove. She burned her fingers on it once, and she's not eager to do that again. Oh. It isn't that Makino is angry. Far from it, in fact. What she is, however, is exasperated, and Garp is not helping with that in any way, shape, or form. And you didn't think to let me know about this earlier? She asks. She's trying to keep her tone level, but it's a struggle, since she desperately wants to call him a seized med moron with a lump of peanut butter for a brain. Garp just shrugs, as if that's going to do anything. You said she just runs off sometimes. It's not that much of a problem, I did it all the time, and I turned out fine. Did you though, Makino wonders, but she very much does not say that out loud. Instead, she sighs. When is it that you have to leave, exactly, and when exactly did Luffy run off? I'm leaving in a few hours, Bogard says I'm wanted at HQ or something, I dunno. Luffy ran off, 2-3 days ago? I've been trying to find my other grandkid since then, since I know he's around here somewhere, but I haven't had much luck. Seen a little kid named Ace running around here? Freckles, gray eyes, real strong kid? He'll make a fine Marine someday, maybe even a fleet admiral. She shakes her head. No, I'm afraid not. So, he saw Luffy run off, and immediately went to go find the other grandkid. He really left her daughter to run around on a mountain full of dangerous animals without even telling her what she was walking into, and then he had the audacity to go up that same mountain and look for Ace, who obviously didn't want to be found. Garp couldn't find one child, so he just went hunting for another. As if he could switch out children like ties on a suit. The urge to deck one monkey D. Garp and send him back to HQ with a broken nose is growing more and more tempting. Makino must resist. Besides, if she attacked him, she'd probably use a frying pan. No attacking. She's got too many things to do, plus, she doesn't actually know where Ace went. If he's around, it would set a bad example, and Makino doesn't want to contribute to that. Garp, completely oblivious as usual to her train of thought, simply laughs. He'll turn up next time. Anyways, my granddaughter's probably at home or something, so you can just go find her once I'm gone. She is my granddaughter, after all. I'd be more surprised if she wasn't raising hell and stressing everybody out. Giving Garp a slow nod, Makino watches as he leaves the bandit's hideout, waiting until she can't feel him in the area anymore before turning to Dadan with a very particular look on her face. "Oh, I know that look," Dadan mutters, grimacing. "Who's gonna get it this time?" Garp. Makino's voice is flat, but there's murder in her eyes. "He lost my daughter, and then had the audacity to not tell me until days later. DMN. Yeah, if you ever decide to murk him, I'm hell-pinned. I'm not going to off him, Dadan. I can't set a bad example for the children. Besides, they're his grandkids. I shouldn't go around slandering or attacking their relative." "Sure." Dadan raises an eyebrow, obviously not convinced, but Makino elects to ignore it. "Well, if you'll excuse me, I believe I have to go find my daughter, seeing as how someone couldn't be bothered to make sure she was somewhere safe." Makino sweeps out of the hideout with her rucksack over her shoulder, not even staying long enough to hear Dadan grunt out a goodbye. Today is Luffy's 6th birthday, and she's absolutely ecstatic, because today is also the day that Shanks and the Akagami pirates finally come back. Ma told her yesterday morning that they would be here around lunchtime. Luffy can't wait to see them, even if it's only been a month or two since they left. Ma's already given Luffy her gift, set on the table at breakfast like always. It had been wrapped in a pretty ribbon that Luffy was careful to untie without damaging, pocketing the strip of red before opening the lid of the cardstock box. Inside had been a folded cardigan in a muted crimson, embroidered with little brown silhouettes of flowers and leaves. Luffy had put it on right away over her sage green dress for the day, twirling around with glee to see the hem of the sweater swing out with her skirt. She's still wearing it now, waiting in the bar for Shanks to arrive. The few customers who have come by today have all wished her a happy birthday. The mayor, Tasso and Dehei together, Aunt Maris and Lusa, and even Markel and his 2 friends, though they had mostly come in because Ma always gave them snacks as long as they didn't make a big mess or cause a ruckus. They never did, of course. Today they had even brought Luffy a pinkish clam shell as a gift. Luffy props her chin up against the bar's counter and folds her arms under it, kicking her feet absent-mindedly as she waits. "Ma, when do you think they're gonna get here?" "I'm sure it'll be sometime soon," she responds. "In the meantime, there should be some knotted rope in the cabinet by the sink if you're feeling bored." "Oh." Hopping down from the tall bar stool, Luffy lands lightly on her bare feet and darts over to the cabinet, digging out the rope before returning to her seat. Lately, she's been practicing retying the knots as well. She'll need to know those sorts of things for when she's a sailing pirate. Last time he was here, Shanks told her about how the rigging of ships has a ton of different knots in it, and how sailors have to know how to do knots so they can do things with the sails, so she's decided to learn as many knots as she can to prepare. Obviously, she can't set out just yet because she still doesn't really know that much about sailing, which is kinda important for a pirate to know, but she'll get there soon. Now that she's got something for her hands to do, time passes much more quickly. Still, she's able to tie and retie the rolling hitch and bowline knots almost a dozen times each, using her finger in place of the usual pole, before she finally notices their approach. The winds alert her almost immediately as Shanks and his crew are walking up to the bar, and she notices Ma perk up as well. A wide grin growing on her face, Luffy jumps out of her chair and runs to the door, slipping out of it and making a beeline for the tall man that sticks out of the crowd, identified easily by the straw hat tilted back over wavy red hair. "Shanks!" Luffy yelps, running up to him. He scoops her up with ease to pull her into a hug, laughing happily. "Happy birthday, little bird. Do anything fun while we were gone?" She shrugs, though she's still grinning wide. "I guess I went up the mountain a little bit, and Ji-chan came to visit, but that wasn't fun, 'cause he's annoying. Oh, I got a sweater from Ma this morning, see? It's so red." She twists around a bit to show him the embroidery along the lower half of her sweater, giggling. "Red's a good color," Ben agrees, smiling around the cigar in his teeth. "Your mother's in the bar? MHM. Oh." Shanks is incredibly glad that they were able to reach Dawn Island on schedule. He doesn't think he could have handled Luffy's sad little face if they'd been a day late. Besides, they had gotten their chance to stop at Syrup Village while they were out sailing, so at least Yasopp wasn't quite so distracted and wistful now. Honestly, they could have been going there months ago if he had said something sooner, but that's all done. Now, they're back on Dawn, and he's got his kid in one arm and a drink in the other. Wait a second. His kid? Nope, this one is Makino's. Shanks isn't going to steal the barmaid's tiny daughter, not even if she doesn't have a father. No, no surprise adoption. Just look at how that worked for Roger and Newgate. No time for that. Well, maybe a little. Captain. Pass us some o' that whiskey. Shanks obliges, grinning and sliding a few bottles across the bar to Hongo and Rue. He's got a bottle of whiskey for himself as well, though it's running low by now. It's taking longer than he expected, but he supposes that it's just the merits of being distracted by an absolutely adorable 6-year-old, because she's 6 now, and looking quite proud of it. Luffy's still perched on his thigh with a wide grin, giggling to herself as she tugs at the sleeves of her new sweater. Her hair is all pulled back into one plait today, a feat that he's both surprised she sat still long enough to be done with, and impressed by her mother's skill in getting it to be perfectly even and silk smooth when her subject was a wiggly child with a lot of pent-up excitement. Honestly, with the amount of things that Makino puts up with, he doubts that anything could faze her at this point. And speaking of Makino, Ben and Yasopp have taken the liberty of procuring a gift for her, though they've left it on the ship for now to give to her tomorrow. Shanks has got a present for Luffy as well, though he plans to give it to her later in the day. It's still on the ship, right where he left it unless it had sprouted legs and walked to the other side of the room while he was gone. Wouldn't even be the weirdest thing I've ever witnessed, not with all the bullshit that went down in the New World. What a fabulous disaster that was. Fun, yes, but a fabulous disaster nonetheless. Actually, now that he thinks about it, he couldn't tell what his crew had been carrying on their way off the ship. He knows that Snake brought some of his own booze and Ben at least had brought his rifle strapped to his back, as usual, but he's at a loss for everyone else. Rue probably brought that chest they snatched from the marine ship, just in case someone tried looting their ship. Lime Juice has probably done something similar and stashed the log poses and his folding map somewhere in the lining of his jacket for safekeeping. Shanks himself only brought his sword and hat, the two things he carries around with him everywhere. If there's anything else that needs to come ashore that he's forgotten, he trusts his nakama to remember it. Nah, Shanks, where'd you go while you were out sailing? Luffy asks, tilting her head to look at him upside down. He places a hand on her head, though not ruffling her hair for fear of musing the braid. Plenty of places. We found some cool islands full of these huge lizards, we visited Yasopp's wife and son, we fought some marines. I want to hear about Yasopp's family. Are they snipers like him? Nah, Ban China, that's his wife, she's quite lovely, she's a chemist. She was a bit sick when we got there, but luckily, Hongo was able to fix her up. What about his son? His name's Usopp, he's around your age. You might want to ask Yasopp about him, he's been dying to go on a tangent about how cool his son is. Shanks grins, waving over his sniper. Oi, Yasopp. Come brag about your kid. Yasopp's face lights up from across the bar and he immediately comes over, taking a seat to the left of Shanks and Luffy. Yeah, his name is Usopp. He's already an amazing sniper, he'll probably be better than me someday. And guess what, he can already hit a bullseye with his slingshot. Isn't that so great? He grins. Shanks thinks that if Yasopp had a picture, he'd have already pulled it out to show Luffy. Luffy, for her part, looks downright ecstatic. Yasopp, Shanks, I'm gonna get Usopp to join my crew when I set sail. Do you think he'll be my sniper? I bet he will, but you've got to ask nicely, any? Shanks notes. Being polite gets you a lot of things, you know. That's how you get a good reputation. Reputation, love, Makino corrects gently from behind the bar. Shanks hadn't even realized she had come back over, but he's definitely not surprised. Luffy nods. Yeah, reputation. If people think you're nice, they'll let you do more stuff, 'cause no one will want to do stuff with you if you're mean. Right, Shanks? Right you are, kid. You'll get different responses from people depending on what they think of you. Like, Ben, I need an example. Leaning against the bar, Ben thinks for a moment before responding. You'll have more luck in alliances if you're nicer, but get attacked less if you're scarier. Depends on what you're trying to do more of, really, to base your reputation off of. So, I guess I don't have to be too scary, 'cause I don't really mind getting into fights unless they're being unfair and bringing random people into it. That's just mean. What's an alliance? It's like a friendship between two crews, Yasopp jumps in to explain. Shanks nods along. Usually, they team up to get something done, like find a certain treasure or defeat a common enemy. Then, they'll go their own separate ways afterwards, but they'll often be nicer to each other afterwards because they've built up some trust while they were allied. Oh, so it's the friendship not friendship thingy pirates have with allies? Shanks shrugs. Pretty much, yeah. Luffy, did you want anything to eat? Makino asks, taking advantage of the momentary gap in conversation. Luffy nods enthusiastically and starts asking what there is, and Shanks leans back in his chair to think for a moment, not on Luffy herself, but on the people already on the seas. He's got a few allies himself, in a manner of speaking, people he's on good terms with, even if there's no common goal. Mihawk counts as a tentative ally, but Shanks won't say that he doesn't have a few concerns with Tesoro, namely his habit of making assumptions and then ghosting people based on those assumptions. It's certainly an interesting thing to see from an outside view, at least, but Shanks isn't sure that it's not going to happen to him at some point. A certain sandy pirate springs to mind. Shanks resolutely ignores his burning desire to pester Mihawk for more details of whatever the hell went down in Rain Dinners. There's also Whitebeard, but once again, Shanks has got qualms with him as well, with all of Roger's old friends, honestly. He was a good man and a good captain, but honestly, Roger had baffling taste in friends. Newgate's unfortunate habit is being unable to change his perception of people, not even when it's been literal years since they last met. Shanks has had a lot of time to think on that particular quirk. Despite being a captain in his own right, Newgate continues to treat Shanks as though he's still an apprentice. Given that Newgate is one of the most powerful pirates in the world, he supposes it's understandable, but it still feels awfully disrespectful, from someone who should know the code. Still, he's not going to do anything about it. It isn't actually impacting him, so why cause trouble for no reason? Shanks doesn't have quite that much brashness, though Ben certainly seems to think he does. Oh. Makino never pretended to know what she was doing when she ended up with a small child 6 years ago, but she thinks it's going pretty well, all things considered. Luffy is safe, happy, and comfortable, even if they aren't exactly wealthy. Makino's daughter has never complained about her life, except maybe when she was sad that Shanks and his crew had left already. After 6 years, she's growing up to be the sweetest little hellion Makino has ever laid eyes upon, and she loves every second of it. Someday, she's sure that her daughter will wreak havoc on the world with glee in her eyes and a joyful laugh, but for now? Well, for now, her joyful laugh is best suited to this. The Flying Dutchman's still my favorite. Luffy giggles. But, that one was super cool, too. Shanks laughs. He's been holding her in his lap nearly the entire time. Makino can certainly see how Luffy's charmed him into adoring her. At this rate, Luffy will be trying to claim him as her second parent. Wait a minute. That one was 8 bells, so what next? Asks Punch, leaning back in his seat. From what Makino can tell, he seems to be the primary musician of the crew, though all of the pirates have joined in on the singing whenever a new song starts. Ben shrugs. Bloody Rose of Wano? Nah, we did that one on the way here, we should wait until later to play it for Luffy. Yasopp shakes his head. I say we do Drunken Sailor. All of the other pirates start to join in on the fuss. Come on, she's just turned 6. Yeah, something classier than that. Well, do you have a better idea? Oh. We could do Oak or Pine. Oak or Pie, are you out of your mind? That's practically a funeral song. It's my butt-kickin' shanty. I don't see the problem. She's right here, you know, Shanks notes, interrupting the growing spat. You could just ask her? The pirates all turn slightly pink at that, except for Ben. Makino isn't actually sure if he's capable of blushing. If he is, it's a rare event, but his perpetually cool, collected demeanor would suggest the former over the latter. In fact, it's Ben who next responds. He's got a point, you know, the first mate points out, gesturing with his cigar. Luffy, what song would you like for your birthday? Blood Red Roses. Luffy proclaims excitedly, and Punch lifts his stringed instrument with a grin. Go down, ye blood red roses, go down, ye pinks and posies, Shanks starts, voice in tandem with the melody of the strings. With Luffy suitably entertained, Makino pops into the back to get together the food she'd taken out of the fridge a few minutes ago for lunch. It's one of Luffy's favorite beef stews, so Makino is fairly certain she'll enjoy it. Luffy's never been too picky about food, unless she counts the child's overwhelming penchant for only requesting meat when asked what she wants for dinner. As she gets the food together, Makino feels someone approaching just as she starts to finish, and the door to the kitchen opens just as the bowls are all stacked on the platter to bring out into the bar. "'Excuse us, Makino-san." Yasopp steps into the kitchen holding a box wrapped in brown paper, Ben following close on his heels. "We didn't want to make a fuss, so we waited till you were here to go and get it, but we got you something we think you'll be quite pleased with." Makino tilts her head. "Oh, I didn't realize, what is it?" Ben passes the brown paper package to her and she opens it, carefully pulling the tape from the edges to unwrap the paper and set it in the waste bin. In the box, she finds a flintlock-style revolver with a shining silver barrel. A small case of bullets is tucked in next to it. "It's not loaded right now, but we can show you how to use it, if you like," Ben offers. "Figured you'd want something high quality to defend your bar with, what with the bandits that keep showing up round town." She stares down at the revolver for a moment with a look of surprise before her face curves into a grateful smile. Thank you both for the gift. I'd been hoping that my friend would get one soon, but good revolvers are rather hard to come by for those of us who stay on Dawn Island and don't go sailing across the oceans. Yasopp nods. True, I'm not surprised your friend couldn't find one. The Marines have a habit of keeping strict tabs on many weapons shops in the Four Blues, which makes it harder to get quality stuff. The song is finished well before she and the other two return to the counter, herself behind it and the pirates around the front. Instead of new music playing, Makino finds that a light teasing match has sparked between Shanks and Luffy, something that the rest of the crew is watching with great interest like a pricey theater production from High Town. She's not even sure what the teasing is about, but it seems all in good nature. Turning her back to them and setting down the soup pot on the counter behind the bar, Makino busies herself with adding the last few finishing touches. Most of the seasonings were cooked into the meat, of course, but there are a few special blends that she likes to add to the broth when it's done cooking. It was a family thing, passed down from Makino's own mother and likely from her grandmother, as well, though she never did get the chance to meet the elder of the pair. It had just been Makino and her mother, Himitsu, and then at 16 it had just been Makino. She'd taken over the bar after that. I'm not a kid. Luffy complains from behind her. It doesn't sound too serious, so Makino will stay out of it for now. I'm super mature, see? Yes, yes. Very mature. Shanks pauses and Makino hears a glass slide across the bar. Here, have some juice. Ah, juice. Kahaha. See, you are a kid. I am not. There's the sound of fabric on fabric, then a soft thud as Luffy slides down from Shanks' lap. You're rude. I didn't even cry when I got glass sliced on my face. Shanks is, of course, still snickering. It was very impressive, but maybe try not to fight any more bandits until you can fight back properly, alright? Makino hears wood creaking. She can feel Luffy opening something, there's not food in it, per se, but it's technically edible, she probably shouldn't have, which is always a fun situation to be in. Luffy, don't eat whatever's in the box. You don't know where it's been and you might get sick. Eh? Shanks jolts. Oi, don't eat that. That's an Akuma no Mi. Oh. A Hanoki Mot. Luffy drops the swirled purple fruit back into the box, tilting her head in confusion. Akuma no Mi, it means a devil's fruit, Ben explains. Shanks walks over to Luffy and picks her back up again, closing and locking the wooden box containing the weird fruit. I thought that box was locked, though. Rue pipes up from in the back, where he's been absolutely decimating both Lime and Hongo at war. It was, but the lock's been squealing for ages. I wouldn't be surprised if it snapped right off on the way here. You could have mentioned something. Shanks doesn't sound disgruntled, necessarily, just a bit exasperated. We would have gotten a new lock. Well, yes, but Hongo only told me after we were on our way here. Well, it was Lime who told me. Yeah, but I heard about the busted lock from Punch. Shanks shakes his head. Well, no harm was done, so we'll call it a highly unfortunate coincidence. Luffy, you shouldn't eat fruits that look like that, alright? That, Luffy had thought that she's supposed to eat fruits. Why not? Is it poisonous or something? Technically, no, but it might as well be. Quit that, they're not poisonous, Shanks corrects, cutting Yasopp off. Listen, Luffy. These fruits with the weird swirls are pretty rare, and they taste awful. They'll give you a special power, but if you eat one, you'll never be able to swim again. The ocean hates the Akuma no Mi, so anyone who's eaten one will sink if they fall into the waves. I can't swim if I eat the ugly fruit? Luffy is aghast. She could tell the fruit sounded weird, like nothing she'd ever heard before, and the winds had been a little apprehensive of it, but how could anyone live without being able to swim? Would the seas really start hating her if she ever ate the swirly fruit that whispered in words she couldn't understand? No way. I'm never eating one, ever, ever, ever. Ben nods sagely. Probably for the best, you seem to love swimming too much to be happy with an Akuma no Mi power instead of that. I don't want the seas to hate me, so I can't ever eat one of those weird Akuma Muni fruits. Shanks opens his mouth to respond, but before he can speak, he's interrupted by the door to the bar slamming open, a burly figure standing in the frame and blocking the sunlight. Higuma has been having a bad day. Pickings are always slow in the spring, but the hideout's out of alcohol, and the idiots he calls his bandit gang haven't managed to bag a single target today. Not one. He's having a bad day, alright, and it just got worse. What do you mean, you're out? He growls out. You're telling me a bar is out of sake, barmaid? The woman behind the counter nods, face somehow still impassive. I'm afraid so. Sorry, I just got the last one. Who does this punk think he is? Bright red hair and some goofy butt grin, looking like a two-bit clown in Higuma's haunt? He's half a mind to put a bullet through this idiot's head, but he'll give him the chance to grovel first. Eh? You think your one bottle of sake will be enough for all of my men? We're bandits. We eat for 5 men, and we drink for 10. The idiot shrugs casually. He doesn't even realize how badly he's just messed up. Well, if you're sure. Higuma grits his teeth. In a second, the bottle is broken on the counter, alcohol splattering all over the red-haired man as he shifts the chair to keep it from hitting the kid in his lap. A stupid little girl in a bar like this, really? Don't tell me he brought his daughter in here, what an idiot. Scoffing, he looks around the bar, seeing if any of the other weirdos with drinks want to pick a fight with him, the infamous bandit of Middle Forest, but not one of them moves. Intimidated, as they should be. Sorry for the mess, Makino-san. What? I'll clean this up, if you've got a cloth I can borrow? Yes, you can borrow this one. Thank you for the help. What? Is that stupid red hair of his holding all of his brain cells? Doesn't he realize the situation he's in? Or, maybe he hasn't recognized Higuma just yet. Well, that certainly can't go unfixed. Do you know who I am, punk? He leans in close, sure that the smell of the cheap beer on his breath is right in the red-haired man's face. There hadn't been any alcohol left at their hideout after Higuma's morning drink. The idiot shrugs again, and Higuma practically growls in irritation. The name's Higuma, and I'm a bandit with a bounty of 8 million Thailand bahts. He boasts. I've killed 56 people, and if you don't wise up, you might be next. Even looking Higuma himself right in the eye, the red-haired man just blinks. Scoffing, Higuma straightens up and turns away, catching sight of the little girl in the chair practically fuming, only kept silent by the barmaid's hand on her arm. Stupid little girl, don't you know not to mess with real criminals? Oh. Luffy is fuming. That bandit was so mean to Shanks, and he didn't do a thing. She kicks her feet against the bars connecting the legs of her stool together, resting her chin on the counter with a pout. Why didn't he fight back or something? At the very least, he could have told the bandit to go away, but he just sat there and let that ugly old rat insult him. Is something wrong, Luffy? Ma glances in her direction from where she's stacking up dishes, getting ready to put them all in the cabinet. You seem a bit annoyed. Ma, I don't like bandits. They're stupid. Luffy scowls. And Shanks didn't even say anything about how mean that dude was. She shrugs, picking up a stack of plates and putting them in the top cabinet. Perhaps he didn't want to start a fight by getting angry at the bandit. But why not? It's not like he wouldn't win. Well, if they were to fight here, it would get rather heated, wouldn't it? Everything would get caught up in the fight's backlash. That's why I didn't do anything either, and why I stopped you from saying something to the bandit. It can be irritating, but sometimes a fight just isn't the best answer. Luffy sighs and turns her head so her cheek is squished against the counter. MGH, stupid bandits. She hears the cabinet close, then a few moments later, a hand places itself on her head. Sighing heavily, she turns once again to face her bemused mother. No one got hurt, and I'm sure that Shanks and his crew wouldn't listen to a random bandit. Ma smooths down her hair, shaking her head with a fond smile. One stranger making insults won't be enough to upset them. Oh. Luffy blinks. So, Shanks didn't get mad, 'cause he didn't actually care what the bandit said? It's possible, yes. Sitting up, Luffy slides down from her seat and crosses her arms with a determined look. Well, I'm gonna go ask Shanks myself, then. Then I'll know the real reason. All right, if that's what you want to do. Ma smiles. Don't stay out too long, all right? 'Kay. She grabs her bag from the hook by the door before she's heading out, right down the familiar dusty path into town. A light breeze blows through her hair, the wind's voice following right after. And where's our bird going today, They ask playfully, making the hem of her sweater flutter. Not much happening in town, you know. Yeah, but I'm going to see Shanks. Luffy explains, keeping her voice quiet so nobody overhears and asks who she's talking to. She's not stupid, after all, she knows that even if she can definitely hear the winds, and that they're definitely talking to her specifically, nobody else seems to share that ability. Like always, she's not interested in answering weird questions or being accused of talking to imaginary friends that don't exist. The winds absolutely do exist, and they're definitely her friend. Or, friends, maybe, since they're winds and not wind? Shanks, that's your pirate friend, right? Yes, we know him, we like him. He's free like us, little bird. Shishishi, yeah. I'll be like him someday, too. Digging through her bag, Luffy rifles around until she finds a little cardboard box, pulling it out and opening the top. She pulls out a rice cracker and shoves the whole thing in her mouth, waiting a moment so she can finish it before she keeps talking. What's going on in town, d'you think? We see new people. We don't like them, little bird, best we avoid them. Not free, not one bit. They feel sharp, far too sharp for you. The winds pick up a bit, sounding quite irritated. Shan't go near them, oh no. Not our bird. What sort of new people? Are they pirates, too? But you said they're not free. Not pirates, never pirates. They hail from the hills and forests, the heap of trash, the den of undesirables. The mountain? Who lives up there? Luffy makes a face, but it quickly melts into a wide-eyed look of understanding as she realizes what the winds mean. Wait, you mean the bandits are still here? Yes, thieves and liars. We don't like them one bit, you mustn't go near them, off to your red-haired pirate, little bird, he won't steer you wrong. Luffy breaks into a run, face set in determination. If there's bandits in town, I gotta go find Shanks quick. Is he near the docks? The docks, yes, but little bird, there is more you must know, don't rush off just yet, not through the market square. The back streets will serve you better. The winds are starting to sound a bit distressed, whipping through her hair and clothes as she sprints towards the center of town. Luffy wraps her sweater around herself, not slowing or stopping for even a second. She doesn't have time to skip around the market square and take the back way. Shanks needs to know that the bandits are still here. That big mean one who insulted him said he had a bounty of 8 million Thailand bahts and that he had killed 56 people. That's a lot. Luffy's never seen Shanks fight, not really, but even if he can handle a bandit like that just fine, that doesn't mean she wants him to have to deal with that. Shanks said that he comes to Fusha to kick back, which Ma says means to relax, so he won't want to be interrupted by some nasty rat snitch coming to ruin his good time. And maybe she's a little worried about him, too. Just a little. The winds are humming nervously around her, but Luffy isn't listening. Whatever they're trying to tell her is getting lost in the background murmurs of the world as she bolts through town, heading straight through the marketplace in a beeline for the docks. She ducks past Jensen's legs, hearing them exclaim in surprise, but she doesn't look back, and then a hand catches her by the sweater and cuts off her momentum with a JRK as it lifts her into the air. Luffy yelps as she feels her feet leave the ground, the hand yanking her backwards and pulling her up so she's face to face with an ugly mug she almost recognizes. Put me down. Luffy snarls, kicking her legs and reaching up to try and pry the thick fingers from the back of her sweater. She just got this, she doesn't want them to rip it. Let go of me. A harsh laugh comes spilling out of the man's throat. Let you go? Why would I do that? You're the kid of that man from the bar, aren't you? Luffy stares the man in the eyes with a piercing glare. She can hear the sounds of his soul if she listens closely enough, just as she can hear the voices of the winds and the seas. There's a dark, sticky miasma rolling off of his soul, like thick tar boiling in the heat of a blaze. There is no true warmth in his voice, she can hear that much, at least. You're that bandit who was mean in that bar. Oh? You think that was mean, little girl? I'd tell you to go cry to your mama about it, but it's not like I plan on letting you go just yet. His rat-like face twists into a sneer, ugly and smug. You're going to be my bait. That red-haired man should learn not to disrespect people stronger than him. Oh. For reasons she can't quite explain, Makino has developed the sudden foreboding sense that something is horribly, horribly wrong. She can't imagine what, nothing unscrupulous is happening in the bar. She remembered to turn off the oven, and she isn't exactly worried about letting Luffy run around Fusha, not when she does that exact thing nearly every day. There isn't even a storm on the horizon to prompt Makino to call her daughter back inside. And yet, the foreboding persists. Something is wrong somewhere, she's sure of it, but what is it? It feels like it's connected to Luffy somehow. Maybe she shouldn't have let her go out into town today. But at the same time, how could she have explained that, keeping Luffy home for no good reason? She didn't even have this weird sense of dread earlier, but she does now, so all she can really do is go retrieve Luffy as soon as she can. Taking one last look around the bar, she sees that the only people still left inside are a few regular patrons, Dehei and Tasso, both of whom she trusts not to make a big mess. Makino hesitates for only a moment before grabbing a kitchen knife, the only one with a sturdy sheath, and tucking it into the belt of her skirt. Better to be safe than sorry, especially when she can't figure out why this feeling of foreboding is so strong, nor what it's referring to. Makino says a quick farewell to Tasso and Dehei, telling them both she'll be back in a short while before exiting the bar and closing the door behind her. Following her instincts, she heads in the direction of the town square, only to be caught off guard by the way the winds are picking up. I thought it wasn't supposed to storm today. She mumbles to herself, looking up at the swaying trees. There are no clouds gathering, thankfully, but there's a chance that a cyclone is brewing. Hopefully, she'll be able to find Luffy in time to get back to the bar before the weather gets any worse. But as Makino makes her way into town in search of her daughter, it seems that the weather may be the least of her worries. There's something odd happening in the town square, right down by the docks, something that's got everyone crowding around and speaking in hushed murmurs as they watch, conveniently blocking Makino's view of whatever it is as well, which she does not appreciate. What's happening? She asks, trying to wriggle past the tight-knit wall of people to get a better look, or any look, really. Jairu turns his head a bit at the sound of a new voice, then whirls around entirely with a shocked expression when he sees who spoke. Makino? How'd you get here so fast? We just sent Tamsin to go get you. Why would you need to go get me? This is what's wrong. Something here involves her, and the foreboding is starting to feel sharper, cutting-edge and unforgiving, but what's happening? The fishmonger's voice is quiet as he moves aside. I think, you'd best see for yourself. Makino steps into the gap made for her, leaning to the side so she can see between the other townsfolk's shoulders, and not for the first time, she curses her small, thin stature, so inefficient at clearing crowds and seeing over heads. She lets out a horrified gasp as she stares wide-eyed at the scene before her, because she knew something was going to go wrong but never did she think it would be this. Standing in the middle of the street is the bandit from earlier, the one who had introduced himself as Higuma before bragging about how many dead had lain at his feet, and in his outstretched fist, held aloft as she struggles and claws at the restraining hand. Higuma has her daughter. Makino's going to kill him. Oh. Shanks is helping Ben organize crates in the hold when he feels a disturbance. Freezing in place, he lets his observation hockey fan out further, cataloging houses and people and promptly throwing away all of that information until it catches on something of importance. Ben, he says quietly, and his first mate turns at the sound of Shanks's voice, there's a bit of a problem. Ben straightens, blowing out a slow, steady stream of smoke as he too feels out their surroundings. Without warning, his eyes go wide and his breath catches in his throat, and Shanks knows that Ben has felt what he felt. Go get Rue and tell everyone else to fan out. Surround the town square in case they try to bolt. His voice is low and serious like it almost never is. Shanks doesn't usually do serious, not unless it's needed, and right now it's downright mandatory. His hockey tells him that someone has messed with his kid, and Shanks's hockey doesn't lie. And this is not a threat he will be taking lightly. Still, he thinks as he retrieves his sword, buckling the sheath onto his hip, there's no reason to go in arrows blazing and freak everyone out, especially not the little bird. He's not sure when he started referring to her as a bird in his head, but it fits so well. She's flighty and impossible to pin down, and anytime they can't find her, chances are, they just need to look up. He's found her in the rigging more times than any member of his crew would care to admit. If he goes in completely serious, Luffy will worry. Shanks needs to calm down before they actually arrive at the town square. Rue, Ben, you're with me. His nakama both nod, and Shanks can feel with his hockey that the rest of his crew is following Ben's relayed orders from Shanks and slipping into the gathering crowd, as well as the alleyways. Yasopp and Hongo are right up ahead, and he can see them as he makes his way from the gangplank of the ship down the street to where the ruckus is happening, flanked by Ben on his right and Rue on his left. In the back of his mind, he notes that he can't feel Makino in the crowd yet, and he hopes she's still in the bar for this. She's not the type to let someone harm her daughter, but he doesn't know how much help she would be if she tried to fight. If Luffy's mother were to be injured protecting her. No. Shanks won't let that happen. Shanks slips through the crowd, and it's not hard to tamp down the usual latent aura he exudes. It's never been a conscious thing, not really, there's just something about Shanks himself. Something that says look at me, don't blink or you might miss it, watch and I'll blow your mind. It's gotten him far in life, this attention-grabbing miasma of his, but it's also caused him far more trouble than he ever would have expected. Today will not be another occasion on which his lack of stealth ruins his plans. Because contrary to popular belief, Shanks isn't stupid. He does make plans, and he always follows through. Always. Now, what's all this? Seems we've drawn a bit of a crowd, haven't we, brat? Higuma has Luffy by the arm and the jaw, holding her up in the air as she struggles. Shanks notes with some satisfaction that there seems to be the red-speckled imprint of a small set of teeth on the bandit's hand, which is probably why he's got her face like that. It makes Shanks's blood boil to see someone pin a kid, his kid, like that, but he has to play his cards right. It's not like he won't win this fight, anyways. Against competition like this, it's probably going to be less than child's play, but he'll never make the mistake of letting his guard down because he underestimated someone. He's seen it happen too many times and to much stronger people than himself. The bandit continues to gloat, saying something about his own greatness and how Luffy's a child who knows nothing, but Shanks has really stopped listening at this point. It's not worth wasting his attentions on. Stepping easily around the gathered townsfolk, he lets his aura shift, going from look at me to move aside. I have things to do and I will not be stopped. The crowds part for him, and for Ben and Rue who follow loyally in his wake as they always do. Shanks really did get the perfect crew, and he'll always be grateful for that. Might wanna put the kid down, Bandit, Shanks suggests, an easygoing smile sliding into place. It's a bit embarrassing that you grabbed a 6-year-old of all people, isn't it? TCH. You're that cheeky pirate from the bar, eh? His expression changes from gritting his teeth to a leering grin, and Shanks forces himself to be still as a barely noticeable chill runs through his blood. You want me to put her down? All right. He drops Luffy to the ground, and she immediately makes to run towards Shanks as soon as she's pulled her. Before she even manages 2 steps, though, she's stopped abruptly by a heel to the back, Higuma's dusty shoe landing right on her ribcage and pushing her into the dirt. Luffy twists and struggles, spitting insults that don't reach Shanks's ears, but Higuma's heel presses harder and she falls silent, hissing in pain as the oversized boot compresses her ribcage. Shanks's smile turns sharp-edged and his gaze cold, eyes still trained on Higuma. He says nothing. The bandit snorts. You don't have the guts to fight me. Reaching for his hip, he pulls out a standard-issue silver pistol, the kind anyone could pick up in the right quartermaster's shop, and Shanks feels the last thread of tension snap as more bandits step out of the crowd. He felt their presence the whole time, inching closer and closer, but neither of them had acted, until now. One of them PPS his pistol, barrel aimed right at Shanks's temple. Ben and Rue don't move, and neither does Shanks, Griffin still sheathed at his hip. Now that you've drawn your pistol, put your life on the line. Higuma stops. Ha? I'm saying, those aren't for threatening people. Shanks points to the gun aimed at his own head, smile never once dropping. He's got an audience, might as well put on a show. His brother would love this sort of thing, though he probably wouldn't love the death threats. Buggy's always been more of a talker than a fighter. Rue is standing right next to the bandit threatening Shanks as his own gun goes off. The bandits never saw him move, and now, their threat is lying on the ground in a growing pool of blood. Shanks has a brief, fleeting worry about Luffy seeing something so graphic, but when his eyes flick to her, she doesn't appear to be at an angle where she could see the corpse. He'll have to distract her so she doesn't go over to have a look once she's on her feet again. Shanks was never in favor of sheltering children and lying to them about the world, but there are some things that don't need to be seen at such a young age. He doesn't really think a 6-year-old needs to see a bloodied corpse, especially not on her birthday. Higuma blanches as his underling hits the dirt, and in a flash, he scoops Luffy up again, the little bird still struggling and snapping her teeth at his hands as he tries to grab her jaw again. Let me go or I'll bite you again. She yells, and it looks like she's about to make good on that promise until Higuma brings his pistol to her head. Don't even think about shooting, he threatens, or the next bullet in this chamber ends up in her brain.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.